Black Key Books presents Immortal's Ruin. A science fiction action adventure. The Rakers Saga, Book 2. Written by A.R. Knight. Chapter 1. Summer Fling. Civilization's latest killer lived in a split level on the suburb's bleeding edge. A single chimney butting into bluebird sky, a yard done up with the minimum in summer decor. A single car, at least a decade old, sat in the driveway. Fade was, as usual, underwhelmed.
Another one?
Fade asked the woman sitting across from him, the pair taking the corner restaurant's patio for an early afternoon date.
When do we get to go after the big guys?
Saving the world is banal already.
Eve's question came with a smirk. She'd seen this all before, 1,000 times. For Fade, this would be the 10th takedown as a Raker, and yeah, the sparks weren't exactly flying. Getting set up by a godlike being to protect humanity from destruction seemed like it'd mean more excitement, but Fade was breaking fewer knees and ducking fewer fists than he used to. Because, apparently, saving the world mostly meant managing accounts, messing up meetings, and occasionally putting the target in front of proper authorities before anything bad could happen. That was the plan here too, though Fade and Eve had yet to get the feds involved. Probably wouldn't either, given that the target had deep connections with the state.
Don't do that,
Eve said, glancing up from her phone, eyes hidden behind big sunglasses. A wide-brim hat completed the tourist ensemble, replete with shawl, flowing blouse and shorts. Fade matched, his flower print button-up bleeding into the creamiest of white pants. All too tight for a firearm, a blade, or a bomb. Not that Rakers tended towards the big booms. Drew a little too much noticed, tended to destabilize as much as set things straight. Even if they were fun.
Do what?
You're staring at him again. Your eyes don't have lasers, Fade.
Gabber said I could get that if I wanted.
Sure, the half-machine, half-squid creature, protecting its marine species from self-immolation, had made the remark in jest. But Fade detected a little truth in its bubbly offer. Superheroes were all the rage in popular media, and with some alien tech, Fade could just about.
You start blasting our targets apart. We're going to attract all the wrong attention.
Eve said.
Now focus. What's our guy up to?
She didn't look up from her phone as she spoke, trusting Fade to fulfill his sidekick obligations. Which naturally he did, because Fade wasn't some moron plucked off the street. He was a savvy fixer, a skilled street fighter, a cool cucumber, who just happened to be keeping the universe from sliding off the rails.
He's waiting for the bus,
Fade said, reaching and taking a sip from an amber iced tea. Their table, lofted on a stylish second-story restaurant, overlooked the street and tried to gild its ambience with light music and bright umbrellas. The tactic might have worked had Fade been indulging the margarita special on the menu. Earl Grey, not so much.
Why is he taking the bus when he drove here?
A great question.
The transport in question rumbled up to the stop, their charge joining the line and walking on.
Heading to the conference center.
Eve flicked her eyes up.
Anything going on there today?
Tech Expo, headlined by our favorite company.
Eve cocked her head.
What's that?
You ought to remember. Her dad almost killed you.
She was the type, Ellsworth had said, not long before Veronica Pline's father had the mobster riddled with bullets. A survivor, a killer, one to be feared. Actual tattoos wouldn't work for Veronica's image, but she wrote them, every day, along the next line in her journal. The little book, tucked in her nightstand's top drawer, would give any sleuth the impression Veronica had long since left sanity behind. She quirked a smile at the thought, one that prompted a hush from the stylist to keep herself still. Veronica would be in the chair a while yet, getting done up for the lights, cameras, and curious crowds wondering what a college freshman was doing headlining a conference for bleeding-edge technology. They would learn. Just as the rest of her dad's company had over the last few months, as one by one Veronica twisted knives, pulled chairs, and gutted their positions. Sometimes metaphorically, sometimes literally. Her eyes flicked left, to the shadow hanging just outside the ready room. Lode had tuned down his outfit, swapped the cowboy hat and six-shooters for a suit and a clean shave. He'd grumbled, but revenge and power were a peanut butter chocolate combo that couldn't be resisted. Veronica knew because she nursed the same addiction. What they were going to present today, what they were going to show the world, was a key. A gate to a place that shouldn't exist, one her dad wanted kept secret, and one Veronica was going to open wide. Was going to monetize, was going to use to find her father, or destroy the things that had taken him.
You're ready, Miss Pline,
The stylist said, twisting Veronica around so she could see herself in the mirror.
Left it loose, like you asked.
Her dark hair streamed past her shoulders, over the blouse soon to be hidden by a blazer. Pants beneath, fashioned to look professional while hiding pockets in all the right places. Knives, a snub-nosed pistol, and other gadgets all devised and trained by some very, very expensive coaches.
Great.
Veronica said, standing up.
How are we looking for time?
10 minutes.
The cowboy replied from outside the room.
Filling up out there.
Better be.
Veronica slipped on the blazer, charcoal grey, and went to the narrow hall bustling with people doing just what she already had.
Are you ready?
Feel like we've been setting this up for a lifetime. Let's pull this trigger.
The pistol shot. The bullet hit her. Pain flashed, flared, racked, and Jaycee couldn't find her breath. The hotel room wavered, shadows pressing in around the edges. The man, Lode, stood in the doorway with that cowboy hat. Ridiculous, but in that moment, the only thing Jaycee could feel was...
You okay?
Ali shook Jaycee, hand on her shoulder.
Come back. You're not there. It's over.
The school cafeteria's bustle blotted away the room, the blood. Reheated chicken tenders overrode the stinging scent of pistol shot, and honey mustard reclaimed its prime position in her mouth over her own blood's iron tang.
I'm back.
Jaycee said. But she didn't pull away from her friend's side, instead shuddering and staring across the crowded room at nothing. Not even the posters announcing Winter Dance and the football team's impending playoff game.
What triggered it this time? Let me know, and I'll watch for it.
Jaycee scrambled her mind, tried to find something plausible. Centered on the song leaking from some nearby kid's phone, an older pop jingle.
That was playing, right before it happened.
Jaycee said, and Ali shot an arse to the kid, demanding a change in tune. The boy seemed confused, but in the manner of introverts everywhere, elected to dodge conflict and pushed his phone to the next song with a shrug.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Jaycee.
Not your fault. Can we go?
Obviously.
A few words brought Jaycee reprieve. Assault, a grubby man with a leer. Nobody wanted to ask more than that. Nobody needed to. She'd found the tale after the memories started bleeding back at bad times. During tests, at parties, in the lunch line. The cowboy, the pistol, the pain. That Fade and Talia insisted Jaycee go back, even after all this was becoming a joke. Her grades were taking hits, homework an afterthought when aliens and supernatural awesomeness lingered so close. Who cared about an essay on Gettysburg or the inner workings of a computer program when the forces that had determined real progress lay behind a badge? The concern in her friend's face, the way she shepherded Jaycee to their next class that afternoon, was coarse. Sickening in the squeamish way getting thanked for a job you didn't do tended to eat away. This wasn't going to work, this setup. Jaycee had been a student, had been a normal person, excited for what came next. She'd seen it now, and it wasn't college admissions or a career. This wasn't her life anymore.
Sorry.
Jaycee said, scooting back, slipping her pack over her shoulder.
I'm just not feeling well anymore. I'll see you tomorrow.
That, if the plan Jaycee was building with every step worked, She'd never see her friend again, didn't make Jaycee pause in the least. Eve and Fade failed to follow the bus through the urban throng. Detroit in the summer thrummed, and Fade tacked it onto the list of vacation destinations. Jaycee would like it here, and it wouldn't blow apart his budget. What might, though, was the price he and Eve kept paying to get around. Their driver did his level best to make up ground, zipping through yellow lights and dodging around pedestrians in crosswalks with enough reckless verve to make Eve wince and Fade chuckle.
You find this funny?
Eve asked as the conference centre came into view.
We're risking lives here.
The man's a professional.
The driver nodded, catching Fade's eyes in the rearview mirror. Eve took her trademark deep breath, the judgment finding nowhere to land. If this had been Fade's first time out with Eve, the disapproval might have hit harder. Then, he'd cared about making a positive impression, doing things the right way, squaring the Raker circle. Since, he'd realized Eve played the game according to her rules, but those didn't match the big boss's guidelines. All the gardener wanted was a glide path to enlightenment. That loose net gave Fade all the room he could ever want. They slipped out of the car onto a packed sidewalk, buildings serving to cast shadows all around them. Music thumped, and Fade realized the target was a keynote reveal. One hinted to come with a first crack at some new devices. The bleeding edge was present and ready to receive.
Any guesses?
Eve said, her big hat causing problems as they found themselves pushed in with an advancing crowd. 10 minutes till the hour.
We don't have tickets.
Oh no? You mean you didn't get them already?
Fade tossed back before nudging Eve out of the traffic and against the temporary metal railing blocking off a side drive.
Doesn't matter. We don't need to get inside.
We don't?
Take it from a man who's helped plot a slew of secret meetings. Conference centers have too many cameras, too much security. If this guy's planning to unleash chaos, it'll be outside.
You mean, like now? With a crush of people?
Fade ran the logic. Their suspect would have beat them here by 5 or 10 minutes. Enough time to drop a backpack bomb, maybe. But that was too sloppy, too meaningless.
Think bigger,
Fade said, leaning against the railing.
We wouldn't be here for a bomb blast. He'll want a statement, something with ripple effects.
Look at you, learning things.
There's a reason I'm not dead yet.
Eve winced, but Fade let the words settle while he ran a long look over the crowd. There had to be something more here than tech heads grabbing their new gadgets. Some reason this spot, this moment. Unless...
He's not going to blow it.
Eve said as Fade landed on the same conclusion. Fade pulled out his phone, popped up an app stuffed with viral video moments, memes and messages meant to shock, awe and entertain. Sure enough, flipping to the newest trends, Fade found their man. Not his face, obviously, but a camera pan, rolling over the crowd while a voice intoned a demand. Donations, now, to keep the people in the video alive. $1 a life, and the gravel voice, modulated and mixed, demanded at least 20,000, or else everything went boom. That the man wasn't going to get his mark within the few minutes ticking down on the screen was obvious. Fade counted more laughing emojis and firework graphics than dollar signs.
We're wrong,
Fade said, that familiar ice finding home in his gut.
He's going to be forced into it.
Forced?
Fade flashed Eve the screen and she frowned. Still learning the ways of modern media, was she? No time to explain social media's all-or-nothing pressure, though. Glancing back at the screen, Fade traced the camera's perspective, the left-to-right march of bodies, a passing car interrupting the feed for a second.
Across the street to the right,
Fade said, launching into the crowd. As he pushed through, new ripples coated the conversations around him. More than one other person looking at the same app, seeing the same video, coming to the same awful realization. Someone would tell the police, if they didn't already know. But that'd be too late. Instead, Fade and Eve, vigilantes for a higher power, dipped around another bus and into the slow-moving traffic. Tapping on hoods and ducking around fenders, Fade snuck every look he could spare along the avenue to his right. The cross street held a stadium district's mix of bars, restaurants, and fan service shops. People milled around those too. But one stood still, leaning against a building with his phone raised up near his face. Their Mark had traded his business shirt for a hoodie en route, an outfit that made an odd pairing with slacks, but kept the man's face shrouded.
1 minute.
Eve said as they hit the sidewalk.
We've got to move.
Don't get stressed. He's right there.
Fade nodded at the man, picked up the pace. Slipping through crowds was as second nature as breathing, and Fade hit the target with 40 seconds to spare. He came up from the side, ignoring the wind-swept trash and leaves around his feet, and snatched the phone from the man's hand. A glance confirmed the phone supplied the camera feed, but the wind streak stopped at 1. When Fade, handing the phone back to Eve, looked at its owner, he didn't see the expected face of the agent, the traitor, the risk to humanity. Instead, he saw someone with more wrinkles, mouth twitching as questions came and went, tears and snot bleeding from their eyes and nose.
Where is it?
Fade snapped, the counter ticking below 30 seconds.
It's the price.
The man stammered, doing the bit from every damn show and movie Fade had ever seen.
My family lives. They don't.
The tremulous mouth found a shaky smile.
Sins of the father.
Cut that crap.
Eve was asking something the suspect ignored, his hand reaching out and tugging down the zippered front. You learn to expect certain things, twists taking a bad situation worse. Even so, Fade had yet to come face to face with a package tied tight around a man's chest, beeping and blinking. The counter below 20. No time to disarm, even if Fade knew how. Tall Ia might. Instead, he'd just die.
Down.
Fade shouted and made to tackle the man, to put his body in between the bulky bomb. Would his guts and bones do anything to deflect the blast, like a soldier diving on a grenade? He could only hope. Except Fade didn't fall forward, didn't get his hands on the bomb. Instead, Eve yanked him back, wrapped Fade in a hug, and Detroit ceased to be. Veronica's phone beeped on her way to the stage. Lode walked alongside, gruff and quiet until the noise sounded. With it, the man grinned.
They were there.
Lode said, his burnt charcoal voice cutting through the pulsing pump-up music.
But they failed?
In every way that mattered. Our man says they vanished before the blast.
Recorded?
Clear as day.
Veronica nodded.
Good work, let's use it.
Already told him.
Now Veronica stopped, the stage's white light bleeding into the backstage mess of cables, production assistants, and cue cards. She held her eyes firm, set her mouth in a slight frown, and threw all the ice she could into her voice. Just like her dad had taught her.
You do nothing without my permission, Lode.
The cowboy didn't bother returning anything more than a hangdog grin.
Partners, Veronica. That's all we are. Until I get mine.
Until we get ours. You need me for that more than I need you. Don't forget it.
Lode spat to the side, the glob splattering on the floor. Some poor intern noticed that she walked past, turned a bit green, but wisely held her silence.
Don't you forget.
Lode said, that voice going even lower.
I'm the deadliest man on this planet. You want me on your side, Peach. So play nice.
That I'll never do.
But she cut the words with a smile, the same that had given Veronica all she wanted most of her life. She kept it on all the way to the stage, even as the first whispers spread of a disaster. This was her moment, and Veronica Pline would not waste it. A few dozen dead, a few hundred injured. Statistics fading into the background as tall ER watched the large TV in her uncle's living room. Oscar's sprawling house in Oakland's east side had a lived-in luxury, one often hidden by the groups of armed men and women milling about, wandering through, or prepping for their next assignment. Tall ER qualified as the first of those, having returned a couple days earlier from light VIP escort duty. Oscar had invited her over for dinner, a request Tall ER accepted because there wasn't saying no, not to an invitation that tended to mean more work, and Tall ER had debts left to pay. The source of those debts splashed up on the screen again. Fade, with Eve's arm on his shoulder, was labelled an unknown. He'd been accosting the bomber before the blast went off, and the newscast assumed Fade had been blown to atoms.
But that's not true, is it?
Oscar, sitting on a massive chocolate-brown sectional, said. His various goons, killers, and mercenaries turned confused looks his way, their drinks sloshing with the turn.
Talia, our boy Fade's not dead, is he?
No, not likely.
He was close to the bomb.
Talia said, her tongue getting thick. She could lie 1,000 times to 1,000 people, save Oscar. The man who'd raised her gave her the talents to take lives and save them, wrenched honesty into its place.
I don't know.
But you do. There's more than rumors, Talia.
Oscar said, keeping his voice louder than it should have been, a gruff announcement to his people.
World's not what we thought it was, right? Strange things out there?
Talia responded by taking the whiskey, the rocks, and downing it in a single gulp. Too smooth for her taste anyway. Oscar's love of top shelf making his drinks boring. Liquor tasted better with a little gutter in it.
Spit it out, Uncle.
Nah, not yet.
The greaseball of a man sent a glittering grin, his teeth whitened so many chemicals, around the room.
Consider this a taste for all of you. There's action coming. Good gigs. High pay. So stick around and you won't go hungry working for me.
Oscar gave the pitch a beat to settle in before bidding them all out, a tough ask given its size, tall ceilings, and lack of doors. The mercenaries tried their best, shuffling out to adjoining rooms. One turned up the music from low jazz lounge to pulsing bass, enough to fuzz out easy eavesdropping. Oscar patted the cushion next to him, and Talia took the seat. She ran her hands along her jeans as she met the cushion, smoothing out the 3 knives and snub-nosed pistol along her thighs.
Can't help notice you're not all that surprised.
Talia said, still staring at the TV.
Whispers is all. Action underway, nothing huge.
That's not huge.
Real monsters could have killed thousands right there. They didn't want a big body count, not the objective.
Oscar turned fast from the showy head honcho to the sharp boss of a damn good, if little-known, security firm. Talia kept forgetting that.
My point, they got what they really wanted.
Oscar said, frowning when the TV didn't magically comply.
Fade and that woman. Right there, but not among the dead.
We don't know that.
We do. It's all over the wires already. People trying to figure out who they are, what they were trying to do.
Oscar poked Talia in the shoulder.
You want to go find him?
Actually, knowing the time, Talia would do better to find Jaycee. Even if Fade skated away from that bomb clean, Jaycee probably wouldn't see her dad tonight. Talia could pick up dinner, they could choose a movie, and what did it say about her that Talia's best friend, really, was her former partner's daughter? Perhaps that this business didn't allow much in the way of chummy relationships.
Can't let you, though.
Oscar continued, answering his own question.
Before a few hours ago, wasn't many jobs out there looking for your talents. Now I got one.
What is it?
Our favorite asshole, Navarro, wants to beef up his detail.
Talia threw a curse at Navarro's name.
Send someone else.
Nope. He wants you. Only you.
Again, Oscar lit up that 1,000-watt grin. Talia shook her head, then stopped. Sighed instead.
He doesn't want protection, does he?
Ask him yourself. He's been trying to pay for your skills since the Pline attack. I've been saying no, but now you're free and he keeps meeting my asking price.
Pawning off your own niece feel nice?
Oscar's delight vanished behind narrowed eyes.
That prick touches you makes the wrong suggestion. You have my express permission to take him on a one-way trip to the dirt. No, your guess and my guess are the same. He wants what you know and he'll pay to get it.
Then what changed? Why make the move now?
Because that
Oscar pointed to the screen.
is opportunity. Your boy Fade's going to have everyone hunting for him, me included. Navarro might know something else, might have a lead. You're going to get me that intel and get paid to boot. Never find a better deal.
I can think of a couple.
Then pitch me when this one wraps. 50 grand a week, Talia. Starts tomorrow. The details are in your inbox.
Oscar raised a hand, snapped the fingers. The music cut off, and Oscar ordered the TV changed to a baseball game. The cue for Talia to leave. Tomorrow. Well, at least that meant she could see Jaycee. Unfortunately, Talia wouldn't be recommending any movies. Tonight, they'd be talking shop. Chapter 2. Chit-chat revolution. Progress ought to come in leaps. Veronica started with that line and closed with the same sentiment. The idea that humanity was, now, on the precipice of something far greater than another published paper, another bump in computer memory or processor speed. Time to break the incremental and embrace the epochal. She drew little applause, a lot of confusion. The audience wasn't paying much attention, phones blinking throughout the dark auditorium, as her attendees confirmed their loved ones were safe, that a similar bomb wouldn't be detonating here.
I don't care.
Veronica, after, told the aide, one of her father's innumerable assistants. The man had responded to the speech's tepid reception with crowd-directed insults, and Veronica fed compliments in equal measure, earning his salary.
The point wasn't for them to understand today, but to realize tomorrow.
That the aide, concerned more with handing Veronica coffee than the plight of society, didn't understand wasn't high on Veronica's list of concerns. Lode and his urging that Veronica needed to move fast was. The gardener would notice, eventually, that the humans weren't trundling along on its prescribed path. The creature would take action, and that action could range from...
Stop.
Veronica waved off Lode's dire, gravelly dooms as the cowboy replaced the aide, who disappeared to fetch her car as they continued through the hotel towards the San Francisco street outside.
I understand your urgency, I do. But this won't work if we're panicked.
You think I don't get politicians?
The only thing you get are targets, Lode.
The man chuckled, the layered concern dissipating. If only Veronica's own stress could fade so fast.
Guess you've done what you said you would.
Lode replied eventually.
Give you that much.
As she'd given Lode a new identity, clothes, and a place to live, albeit one monitored by 0-point agents, Veronica figured Lode could give her quite a bit more, but she said nothing. Instead, she pulled her own phone from her blazer's pocket, tapped into the contacts, and, amid a slew of former high school friends, names christened with emojis and sepia-toned memories, Veronica scrolled to one who with neither of those things.
Senator.
Veronica said, following Lode through the doors into the cool air, the sounds of traffic.
I take it you've seen the pictures?
A tired voice, one that might have had iron back in the day, but was brittle now, came back.
I have.
A little indignation there, the old blood wanting to castigate the young girl who dared call her direct number, her personal number, a set of digits the senator had given to Veronica's father when he held the keys to true power.
I can tell you what's behind it. No, not the bomb, that's immaterial. I'm talking the real secret, the real threat.
Those two people.
Hardly people, Senator. They're closer to gods, and right now they're not on your side.
Another afternoon, another empty house. Jaycee shrugged off her backpack and listened to distant highway traffic, sniffed the same breezy air, and saw everything in the same place she'd left it that morning. When her father had been home, had been promising her they'd go out for dinner tonight. There'd been a time those promises had been kept, a time Jaycee believed them, but that had been when she was 5 years old. Now she just shook her head, went to the fridge, and pulled out a bag of baby carrots to munch on. A crappy snack, but since Fade depended on Jaycee to do the grocery shopping, and she'd had homework.
Am I an asshole, blaming my dad?
Jaycee asked the hanging picture on the wall, showing her mother, her father, and Jaycee herself, chunky with baby fat.
He's supposed to be saving the world.
But come on, this wasn't about rational thought. This was about a crunchy carrot and feeling lonely. The drive she'd built in school that day, to go out and seek a better destiny, began its daily dwindling against the comparative comforts of social media surfing, a movie, and ordering pizza on her dad's credit card. The one funded by an alien deity with an infinite bank account. Jaycee could head upstairs right now, change, and go for a run, then get that pepperoni pie with banana peppers, always, and check the next flick off her list. 90s comedies this month, part of a calendar she and Talia had devised to keep Jaycee sane while her dad punched evildoers in the mouth. Or something. The dire undertones therein met their match when Jaycee's phone buzzed. She picked it up from the table, teeth crunching through a carrot, and saw Talia's name.
Need a couch, buddy?
Jaycee asked.
Clueless is next. You said it was good?
A classic.
Talia replied, a thrum in the background suggesting the call came from a car.
But I'm thinking of something different.
Ice cream? A theater? Did Oscar give you basketball tickets again?
I wish. Get yourself ready. I'll be there in 20.
Ready for what?
A job.
Fade promised himself that if the flip to the Grove and its chill white stone towers ever grew old, he'd quit the game. He and Eve, the latter serving as a nice cushion, tumbled into Earth's small entry room. Faint heat lingered on Fade's face, a sign of what he'd just dodged.
Move!
Eve grunted beneath him, and Fade rolled to the side onto more white stone, untarnished thanks to some sealant beyond, in all likelihood, Fade's ability to comprehend.
Thank you.
Pretty sure I should be thanking you.
Fade stood, confirmed the room hadn't changed. No windows, just plain white stone walls and a single doorway. Asylum decor. One the perfect size for humans, though the Grove was a species menagerie. A crafted palace for the chosen saviors.
You can thank me by not getting us killed.
Eve said, looking herself over for singed spots.
I'm not trying to do that. The man had a bomb beneath his sweater.
Anticipate, Fade.
Hey, same goes for you.
Fade snapped back, the day's watch, pursuit and near death, doing a fine job curdling his initial adrenaline.
You're the mentor here.
Eve didn't take the bait, just walked past Fade and out the door. Fade, throwing a quizzical and unnoticed look after her, followed. Their room opened onto a circular ring around a tall, open space. Different doors spread across the circle, with shifting heights, widths, and modes of operation. Theirs had a simple panel to push. Fade saw one with what looked like a pulley system, another with a big round button on the floor at its entry. It took all kinds to keep life in motion.
We need to talk to the audience.
Eve said, putting her hands on the stone railing's flat top.
This wasn't just a bombing.
Oh, you think?
Eve's eyes flashed back Fade's way, warned this wasn't the time for his usual wise-ass remarks. Her face, hit by the placid blue-white light flowing in from above, caught different, a little worry on thin lips, hard eyes shaded with real concern. Yet Eve had an almost artificial look, one Fade was beginning to take on too. Skin so smooth it seemed waxed. The Grove wasn't just suffused with air. Not every species cared about oxygen, but came with special, tiny tech that gave Fade not what he needed to live, but what he needed to thrive. Wrinkles, grey hairs, and any hidden maladies deep in Fade's guts would find themselves excised. His DNA returned to perfect form. Eve was ancient, and her utter lack of fashion sense proved it. Fade wouldn't make those mistakes, but he couldn't help but stare at the evidence of immaculate, impossible health standing before him.
What?
Eve asked.
Sorry, distracted.
Fade replied.
This whole place gets to me sometimes.
That won't stop.
Eve twitched a smile.
Probably good that it doesn't either. You wouldn't be the first Raker to fall in love with it.
In love?
The feel. It's a rush, isn't it?
All your troubles melting away. The bad knee, the headache, the cold sore near his tongue. Restored to perfection. Yeah, Fade could see how that'd be a tough thing to let go, even for a minute. Eve didn't wait for an answer, instead flipping herself over the side and dropping. Fade, whistling an old tune, followed. The fall would be fast, would end with a catch, and again he'd be standing next to Eve and her all-too-smooth self. She'd saved his life. Again. Maybe something like that could thaw even his old heart. Talia brought tacos, the perfect side dish for a plot. Any thoughts of small talk vanished when Jaycee opened the front door of the demure Oakland house with a look sitting somewhere between fury and fear. Tonight wouldn't be banter about boys, colleges, and the idiots on social media.
I'm done with it.
Jaycee said, throwing a scornful look at the backpack lumped, contents still inside, near the door. Talia shook out of her jacket, ignoring the weight from several weapons very much out of step with local laws, and tried to compose a diplomatic response.
Don't even try.
Jaycee said, bringing her arms into a fierce fold, though not before taking the bag and its attendant tacos.
I see that look. It's the stern parent guise you and Fade put on all the time. Know who doesn't do that? Eve. She treats me like an equal.
Eve's a few hundred years old, Jaycee. Eve's probably thrilled society doesn't want to stick her in the kitchen anymore.
Don't knock her.
Jaycee seemed to question her own words, what she wanted from them, and instead turned to the bag.
How many did you get? Any chorizo?
Depends.
Talia snatched the bag back, led them both into a kitchen too clean for Fade.
You going to decide I'm not your enemy?
Depends on whether there's chorizo in that bag.
There was, and when Talia pulled out the guacamole, Jaycee's fire subsided further still. For a moment, fear and anger at Fade's antics vanished beneath the hard taco shells and dripping sauces.
You think he's still alive?
Jaycee said as she licked her fingers, finishing the last of her meal.
You wouldn't be like this otherwise.
You've seen the pictures.
All over. Every idiot online is trying to guess who my dad is and what they were doing.
Welcome to modern life.
Talia leaned back in the chair, threw an arm over the back and gave Jaycee a back-to-business stare.
So, you're done with school? Joining the army or something?
Funny. You know what I want.
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
I want back. To the Grove. To be a part of that.
What, doing what your dad's doing? Taking on dangerous people without knowing why? All at the whim of some strange creature that belongs in a late-night cable special?
Seems more fun than another pop quiz and filling out another college admission application.
Until the bullets start.
Talia winced as she said that. She hadn't meant to take the conversation that way, at least not so fast. But plans with Jaycee tended to fall apart when protectiveness came into play. She'd wanted to come here, get a feel from Jaycee on her dad's location, so they could twist him into opening up the Grove. Give Talia a chance at a badge, or maybe a subtle fee to her uncle and the attendant profiting from disaster that was his bread and proverbial butter. Instead, she saw a high school girl who'd spent too many nights without her dad, too many years without her mother.
I know.
Jaycee muttered, eyes flicking to her hands beneath the table.
It's all I see these days. I'll be walking, right? And there's a shadow and it's that damn cowboy hat. Or I hear a noise at night and have to fight the urge to hide under the bed, like I'm 5.
And you want to get closer to it?
Running away hasn't helped, Talia. Fade tried to get me to do therapy, but you know what happens when you try and tell someone a time-warped cowboy blasted your chest with a pistol.
Maybe stick to the gunshot wound and leave out the rest.
Not interested. The cure isn't talking to somebody on a couch. It's getting in there, finding a purpose and acting on it. Fade's not giving me that, and school sure as hell isn't. So I need something new.
There's only 2 Rakers.
Not a Raker. I'll find something else to do there. Something important. I'm sure there's...
Jaycee trailed off, shook her head.
There has to be something else. I can't do this. Can't do this ordinary bullshit anymore.
I know.
What?
Talia slashed a slight smile.
Like I said on the phone, I'm not here just for tacos, Jaycee. Though I wouldn't have minded a little high school drama. Gives a good rest from my life, you know?
Jaycee snorted.
Glad I could oblige.
You did. But I think you're right. Not your fault, but the ordinary life's been pulled away from you. Time to make something new of yourself, something better.
What is this, a pep talk?
A pitch. Fade's going to come back. And when he does, we're going to ambush him.
Say that again, because it sounds like you're talking about attacking my dad?
Not attacking. Persuading. You want to get to the Grove. I want a person on the inside.
Talia spilled a little more. The lucrative job protecting Navarro, though she left the man's name out of it. The business end of knowing who the Rakers were gunning for at any moment.
Exploiting civilization's decline for profit is pretty cold,
Jaycee said at the end.
I'm a kid, and even I can see that.
Not just for profit, for our survival. Unless you think hanging around a bunch of aliens in the Grove's going to pay this mortgage and put food on your table.
They have food in the Grove.
What, you're going to live there? Sleep there? Take a shower with some squid creature from half a galaxy away?
Gross.
But you get the point. What my uncle has here, it will set us up for life, without ever seeing another bullet fired our way again.
Doesn't help my dad.
Talia let her grin grow wider.
But Jaycee, it does. Fade won't need to do this himself. We let the right people in, and my uncle knows the right people. And these problems get solved without Fade ever having to take a punch.
You're going to subcontract saving the planet?
I'm going to keep us all alive, Jaycee. Are you game?
The blankets lay on the cream couch. Thai takeout sprawled on the coffee table. The noodles had made a mess, but someone would be by in the morning to clean it up. Veronica took in the soy smell as she went to the glass door, flipped the lock. The scent reminded her of home. Her old home, anyway, the one she'd lived at, held her own parties, and handled on her own with the cursory supervision of her parents' security guards. They were gone now too, replaced with faceless zero-point professionals. Apparently Veronica Pline was a real target now. She pulled up her phone, stepping onto a balcony suffused with Oakland's city noise. Lights sprawled down the hill towards the bay and, across it, San Francisco's endless shimmer. A sweater cashmere made for a good companion, and she pulled it tight. The fat railing offered ample room for glasses, should Veronica wish for any. A smile there. 18, and yet Veronica could have any alcohol, any drugs she wished found and delivered right to her. How many of her classmates would give anything for that? Her phone reminded her. Apps lit up the home screen with questions, open thoughts, and pictures she'd once have scrolled through, liked, and trashed with winking delight. Her friends, still locked in that old life, were doing that just now. Easy, just for a little bit, to pop in for a swipe or two, a tap or three. Smiling friends from a party last weekend, a guy Veronica had once liked getting, at last, his first beater to drive around town, and a Pole thrashing the cafeteria's new cookie selection as woefully lacking in snickerdoodle. She gave her thumbs up to them all. Lacking snickerdoodle was definitely a crime, and almost tore herself away when a fresh message popped up.
You're alive?
The chat came from a casual friend, a girl Veronica had shared classes with, and, towards the end, a long group project on the pyramids. Veronica's answer came quick, fingers tapping the keys according to what her public relations team had told her. Nothing was settled yet. Don't start rumors. Keep everyone calm.
You didn't see my talk?
That one of her high school classmates hadn't been watching an investor conference couldn't be that surprising, but Veronica found a twitching nerve there anyway. Her actions, no matter high profile, were beyond her former milieu.
What talk? Everyone's saying you're gone. Sorry about your dad, by the way. Still here, still processing. I know we weren't close, but hey, if you need anything.
Need anything? Veronica glanced left, right, along the lines of the large house. A drive and a gate monitored at all hours by 0 Point. Assistants ready to get anything she wanted. Hell, a monstrous, time-bent cowboy slept in her guest bedroom now. What could she need? A hug? Veronica laughed.
I'm good. Thanks for reaching out. Have a good night.
Too stiff, too formal, but the tone would do the job. Create a little distance. Veronica watched the phone for a minute, waiting for the little dots to splash back saying a reply was coming, but the screen stayed clean. Another soul kept at arm's length. Her father would be proud. Or maybe he'd just understand. Was this how Christopher Pline had found himself so alone? One chat at a time pushing everyone away? Veronica slipped the phone back into her pocket, reran the morning's schedule. The senator would be at the office first thing, and over coffee they'd construct a plan for government intervention. Massive resources to bear on a badge, a hole, and a trip to another world. Might be they'd find her father over there. Might be they'd find 1,000 miracles. Either way, Lode figured it would start a fight that'd end in radical change. All these lights, the city she'd loved since birth, would break their chains. Or the gardener, the name Lode gave the creature at the heart of all this, would burn it all away. Her phone buzzed. Veronica pulled it out, saw a new message.
You too. Take care, Veronica.
Good advice. Late enough after a long day. She went back inside, closed the door, took a look at her father's bed in its pristine state. Went to the couch, pulled the blanket up over her shoulders, and tried to slip back to a warm and fuzzy past. Chapter 3. Security Needs. Security Needs. For a table right out of Cheeseball's sci-fi flicks, the audience was too ominous. A crystalline white, big enough to seat 6 humans, the audience for Earth, sat near the middle of the Grove's giant courtyard. The metaphysical space, one Fade didn't understand and Eve didn't bother explaining, seemed a little like a medieval castle floating amid infinite clouds. The Grove wasn't stuffed with misplaced knights or mystical fairies, but instead with creatures that threatened to break Fade's brain. There were slap-talking blobs, 20 armed wheels, lumbering snakes with hair instead of scales, and bobbing beasts that drifted about by expelling florid gas like studded, moss-green balloons. And those were only the first few Fade and Eve walked past on their way to their audience, at an hour when Oakland's local time ticked near midnight. They'd burned clock, letting the Grove's invisible miracles heal themselves up, and using the portal to dash back Earthside to grab late-night burritos and let Fade send some critical texts. Namely, telling Jaycee he wasn't going to make it back tonight. The line, the excuses, came ever easier. At first, when the kid had been younger, Fade's reliance on a babysitter cadre felt more like he'd been failing Jaycee. He'd punch a thug, drop off a secure package, or meet Talia for a nightcap after washing the blood from his clothes, and realize a pissed-off teenager, well beyond the negotiated hour, waited at home with his daughter. At least now Jaycee was older, could both take care of herself and indulge her high school experience without Fade hovering around. She probably loved it. Could go to all those parties.
Ready?
Eve asked, snapping Fade back to the table before them. Its center ran a deep blue, like a sapphire ocean. If Fade set a plate on it, the surface would hold like any other table. If he gave it a question...
What just happened?
Fade asked the table. The surface shivered. How the audience passed the real meaning of his question when the smart speakers in his house and his phone needed Fade's explicit, detailed explanation remained a vague miracle. Like everything else in the Grove, it was better to assume the gardener and its infinite wisdom, technological prowess, and mystique was just beyond Fade's understanding. As long as the gardener kept the cash deposits flowing, Fade would keep on making that assumption.
At least until the audience's bumbling led him too close to a bomb. The corrupt agent Fade and Eve had tracked surfaced on the table's left side in a shaded blue-white gradient. The man's name and details spilled across the rest of it, accompanied with news headlines from the bombing. More than a couple pointed out Fade and Eve as mysterious interlopers. They'd already discussed that development over dinner, and Eve dismissed it as an impossible conundrum in humanity's digital age.
Will continue to be a riddle that cannot be solved.
Eve had said between scrumptious buffalo mac and cheese, made, so Fade understood, not from real stuff, but from spun proteins and minerals meant to resemble the flavor profile and crafted in the grove's phantasmal depths.
The world will move on when they can't find any answers.
Except I'm a real person. Someone's going to find me and Jaycee.
The gardener can help us create an alibi if we need one. You'll be shown on a camera at a grocery store at the same time, or we'll get friends to declare you were at their house.
Bold of you to assume I have friends.
Eve had laughed.
Everyone has friends, if there's enough money to buy them.
That sentiment that the gardener's limitless resources removed barriers was doubly evident with the audience. Eve asked the table, the machine, the organism, Fade wasn't sure exactly what it was, to dig in further. The corrupt agent had a buyer, a backer. Eve and Fade could agree that things like a rogue bombing didn't happen in a vacuum, and the audience swept along to show they were right. News articles disappeared, replaced with bank transfers, audio recordings of phone calls, and the agent's GPS records. The audience cracked passwords and encryptions for all these things without breaking a sweat, a demonstration of cryptographic dominance that would have made all the black hats on Earth collectively vomit. For all that data, the answer came back obvious. Fade groaned as Eve nodded.
Nation-states,
Eve said.
For the last century, the source of humanity's greatest risks have been trending away from individuals to whole governments.
She spoke like a lecturer, adopting her mentor's routine, and any interruption would only lead to a disapproving glare.
The scale of devastation has increased so much. The relative risk to everyone through a nuclear-armed rogue nation is so much higher than a man with a machine gun.
So we try to foil the individual actors time and time again until… what? The bad government collapses?
It's worked before. The World Wars, the Cold War. We hold the line until the rest of the world does its job.
You're so bad at the heroic speeches, Eve. I need more motivation.
Too bad.
Eve tapped the table's railing.
Who's next?
The audience shivered, wiping away the agent and his nefarious employer. The table, the creature dithered for a long moment, the deep blue surface seeming to swirl. When it settled, the face resting in the middle wasn't some government ID, wasn't some hard killer or politician with a homicidal bent. It was a grinning girl. One Fade knew because he'd had to kidnap her not all that long ago.
You're not serious,
Fade said to the table.
The audience doesn't joke.
Eve replied, her voice slipping into a soft sadness.
She's the next target.
Veronica Pline, 18 years old, known for her wild parties and, apparently, humanity's greatest threat. Sell the unbelievable. A mantra probably uttered by charlatans and psychics for millennia, embraced by Veronica as she wound through the meeting. Lode stood at her side in the small conference room, the two of them up against a skeptical senator and a small army of aides. At every step came questions, ranging from the fair, what she was saying seemed absurd, to the patronizing, wasn't she just 18?
My father prepared all of this.
Veronica said to that last, near the presentation's end. The words were acid in her mouth, but Lode had been right to suggest it. Christopher Pline, eccentric genius, bought credibility a high school girl lacked.
This was all his work before he disappeared.
The senator, a hungry woman with little legacy on the hunt for a splash, details that had made her the perfect target for Veronica's request, nodded. as if all the preceding talk about a hyper-intelligent, godlike alien deploying dynamic duos across the galaxy was suddenly as easy to eat as apple pie. Her entourage took on a sudden life at the gesture, aides sparking up names and ideas, parlaying political persons against one another like Veronica might have her old school's cliques. Who could be counted on, who might push back, and how to swing minds to their side.
Don't lose the room,
Lode muttered next to her. The former Raker had shed his cowboy guise for the meeting, allowing a shave to a respectable black goatee and a bland, fitted suit. The ensemble hugged tight to a solid frame, Lode ever the model of rugged fitness, spiked with hard-eyed menace.
Attack.
Persuasion is only the first step.
Veronica announced, drawing looks both confused and intrigued. That the latter came from the senator, glowing with ambition, gave Veronica a good push forward. Attack, indeed.
When we have our support, and it's just a when, not if, the question is what to do with it.
One aide, a young man who looked not a whole lot older than Veronica herself, began spouting some nonsense about committees, legislation, and found his proposal waved off before the second sentence ended.
You have something in mind.
The senator said, returning to Veronica.
Or rather, your father had a plan?
My father saw opportunity. He was right.
Opportunity?
Christopher Pline chased leaps, moments that could bring massive progress to humanity as a whole.
If it were really her father talking, Veronica figured he would have added a bit about the massive profits those same leaps could bring.
What lies beyond the badges is exactly this. Just a fraction of what's out there could remake our world. Long life, endless health, the ability to create anything regardless of raw materials. We could end every problem.
Whether all of that was true didn't matter. Lode had suggested it was, and Veronica was too far down this road to falter on technicalities. The text messages flashed through. A life too far gone already. Only forward.
But this creature isn't a giving sort,
The senator said, playing along.
which means you believe we need to take it.
The rules are clear. The alien intends to direct us to its desired conclusion. If we want to go our own way, it will see us destroyed.
Murmurs, glances. Veronica hadn't put the threat in the presentation, kept it hopeful, intriguing. Her father had taught her that much. Get them immersed in delightful delusion, and then sprinkle in the fear to spur the action. Commit or miss out, or worse, lose what you already have. Lode, next to her, tapped his leg with his right hand. Time to push them over,
What's more,
Veronica said, throwing her eyes around the room to draw everyone in.
they already know we're talking. The Rakers will be coming, and they do not take prisoners.
She refocused on the senator.
We've already fired the first shot, Senator. Now it's time to win the war.
She'd expected a burst of activity. Calls to the army, the FBI, or some secretive government force meant to handle extreme threats. Veronica figured she might end the day in a discussion with the heads of every nation on the planet, pushing humanity into a team effort against the Rakers, the Grove, and its gardener.
Or we make peace.
The senator replied, fingers drumming on a black folio.
Your words are one thing, your father's ideas. Perhaps we make a deal with this creature, receive its innovations, if they exist, and no bodies wind up in bags. You've said these Rakers are trying to keep us alive. Sounds to me they're not our enemies.
They are.
Lode said, killing the room with confusion.
The gardener isn't interested in a deal. It believes it knows the path you ought to walk, and therefore you should step on one stone after the next in a damn perfect line. Trip, try to take your own way, and it'll see you erased. You don't make deals when the gun's to your head.
You do if you can't avoid the bullet.
The senator flicked her look back to Veronica.
I thought this man was your security?
A bit more than that.
Lode said, oozing that jeweler's grin, ready to draw blood.
I was a Raker once. I've been behind the curtain. It's bloody there, and it's going to be bloody here soon. The gardener doesn't like being talked about, prefers pulling strings from the shadows. Like I said, the gun's at your head, boys and girls. You can't dodge the bullet, so you'd better shoot first.
Moore looks back and forth before the senator cleared her throat. Asked the very question Veronica had been waiting for. She clicked the remote and the screen behind her flipped to the next slide. On it sat a nice, if not very fancy house, accompanied by a grinning man at a baseball game.
This is Faden Vance.
Veronica said.
If we ask nicely, he'll open the door.
If the gardener and its alien super intellect could solve traffic on the Bay Bridge, Talia decided she'd happily take its side. After persuading Jaycee to keep up the school charade until the details could be worked out, she'd taken off to fulfill her uncle's request and earn some Navarro scratch. That meant a drive to San Francisco's downtown, a tight parking job in a garage, flush with vehicles well above her pay grade, and a chilly walk to a high-rise. A coffee and donut combo made the metal detector and long elevator ride bearable, and Talia found her spirits lifting when Navarro himself came out to greet her. The businessman, and to those who knew, resident gangster, bore the spit polish of someone who wasn't born into wealth, but scrapped their way to the top. Edges everywhere beneath piercing eyes, and a navy suit combo clean enough to have come right from the tailor. A rail-thin body seemingly always in motion. Navarro didn't lead Talia to a corner office, but instead to a small, windowless conference room. Inside sat a table for 6, water and more coffee decorating its center. Bland cream walls throughout, and Talia did her usual casing for obvious cameras, seeing none.
It's secure,
Navarro said, alone with her, his voice shifting from the casual tour guide vibe he'd adopted as they'd walked here. Questions about her family, the weather, and her choice of donut, hazelnut, dissipated without transition, save a gesture towards a chair on the table's far side. Navarro put himself close to the door.
There are a few here that know what we're talking about, but I figured keeping the world's end a secret is the smarter move.
The world's end. Not what I've heard.
End and destroyed aren't the same thing, Talia.
Getting awful heady for 9 in the morning, Alec.
For what I'm paying you, I'll talk however I like.
The man defanged the words with a sincere smile, scratched the bottom of his nose, old habits echoing.
I wanted to buy Fade. If your uncle hadn't intervened, then we wouldn't be here.
Sounds like he made a smart business decision.
It doesn't matter. None of it does.
Alec caught himself, shrank the smile and held up a finger.
Now let's roll this back. There's a reason it's just you and I in this room, Talia. I want us to trust each other. To be partners.
Talia wanted to fold her arms, put on a glower, yet held back. Kept it cordial, the Grove's existence made the dutiful paying of rent, taxes, and utilities seem a bit pointless. But until society flipped to the alien utopia, she'd need to keep cash in her accounts. Besides, from this opener, Alec Navarro might not be all that far off from her own ideas.
No retort. No stormy declaration that my efforts to buy Fade have turned you away from me.
I'm here, aren't I?
Then you're open to an arrangement?
You're paying my uncle and me to keep you safe. That's the arrangement.
A nod, an understanding.
Do you know what Pline's daughter has been up to?
Tall ear blinked. Hadn't thought about Veronica in a while. The Plines had 0 point in their pocket. No need for her uncle's services. Sure, the dad had played with the wrong people and vanished, but bad things tended to happen to bad people.
She's in a meeting at this very moment.
Alec continued.
A senator. Someone with power. She's offering even more.
At Talia's curious look, Alec laid it out. Details delivered courtesy of bewildered and worried Pline staffers, ones wondering what had become of their careers after their boss's disappearance. Putting a high school senior in charge of a massive company, even if Veronica's role was more ceremonial than crucial, shifted loyalties, created openings a few dollars could leverage.
I don't know everything she's saying yet, or what all she has.
Alec concluded.
But I do know she intends to go after your friend, Fade. I think you'd like to keep him safe. So would I.
Because?
Alec's shoulders sagged, his mouth relaxed, and the man exhaled like he'd never taken a fresh breath before.
I prefer we were honest with each other.
It's good business.
A nod.
Your friend is failing to keep a secret, one that will attract every person with the means to act on it. Fade will be hunted by every state, by every group. If not today, then very soon. He will not survive it, save by retreating into his hideaway.
The smile returned, warm this time.
Which isn't what Fade does.
So you're saying we rescue him?
If we don't, he dies. So will his daughter. And so will you.
Tall Ear chuckled once.
Me? Who cares about me?
Alec morphed again. The guys came back. Those hard eyes. In them, Taulia read a particular story, a threat and a gift. She could work with Alec to save Fade, or he would use her to get Fade for himself. The end result was the same, but she could get there alive or dead.
Next time.
Taulia said.
Don't play these games, if we're being honest.
Alec's smile widened, but it was far from genuine. Like Fade himself, his home seemed an accumulation of injuries and bad habits. He walked up its driveway, Eve zipping off in search of noontime tea, and measured its scraggly yard, the utter absence of greenery, and a door whose freshness and heavy bolt lock set it apart from the aged and beige building. 2 stories of minimal character. There'd been love in here, though, once. Fade entered the code above the lock, a 6-digit sequence ending with a charming beep and grind. He pushed the portal open, took in a mustiness flavoured with what must have been last night's tacos. He called Jaycee's name, knowing she ought to have been in school, and listened. The silence in reply earned a frown, a sigh. Of course Jaycee would do what was right, what she should, even if it meant Fade wouldn't see her. Tonight, though, he'd be back. Veronica was a local target. No flights, no hotels. And Fade winced as he stepped through to the kitchen. No murders. He'd already made Eve agree. They'd figure out what Veronica was doing that had put her so high up on the audience's list, convince her otherwise, and move on. Whether the gardener would see things the same way didn't matter. Fade had rules, and he'd prop his crappy parenting up on a moral high ground as much as he could. What else could he offer Jaycee? A drink of water, a quick shower, and a longing look at his wife's clothes in the closet. Checked off Fade's requirements for the stop. Nothing else seemed amiss, pride and pain coming in equal measure at Jaycee's maturity. Fade stopped himself from descending further down that road. Jaycee should be worrying about prom and college admissions, not an alien universe. But he wouldn't change the game now. Even if Eve hadn't said it outright already, the mark had been made, and Raker's history offered only one outcome. Once you'd been to the Grove, life apart from it seemed pointless. The pitch to the gardener for his daughter would be coming soon. Eve and Fade were batting it back and forth, arguing for Jaycee's role as a handler, assistant, bit player to help them keep humanity's increasingly cataclysmic threats in line. Whether the gardener would take that logic, Fade couldn't know, but there wasn't another direction. Soon enough, he'd be following Eve's lead and ditch this house, the worldly ties, and bringing Jaycee with him. As for what that'd mean for her future, Fade couldn't burn hours and whiskies debating that. She was smart, ambitious. She'd find her way, with all the marvels of the Grove behind her.
Lattes acquired. On my way back.
Eve's text buzzed. Fade replied that he was ready, started to sag onto the front couch when a flash flitted against the front door. A flit, a reflection. Sunlight in the backyard bouncing off a moving something and dashing by in an instant. Fade stopped his sit halfway down, turned it into a heel slide, putting his left side towards the wall, the hallway, and the kitchen at the house's rear.
To his right lay the bay window and an empty front yard. No cars on the curb, though the street held plenty. Fade wasn't around enough to recognize the regulars. But who'd be ambushing him? Or was he paranoid? Fade took 3 steps to the hallway's edge, watched the shadows against the front door. No more flashes, meaning the culprit had either been random or had stopped their movement. The stairs across the hall beckoned. Fade, like any good handler, kept various go bags and resources scattered throughout the house. A baton, good for busting kneecaps, lay secured behind the couch touching Fade's knee, for instance. Upstairs would have the knives Fade favoured, gloves weighted and plated for knuckle dusting. Of course, if things grew rough, he still had the badge in his pocket, a one-way walk to safety and an option he couldn't take. Not until the threat was neutralised, because in 2 or 3 hours, Jaycee would be coming right back here. Well, Fade might not have dinner ready, but he'd damn sure give his daughter a place to drop her backpack. He quick-stepped across the hall, swinging a sharp look towards the scant backyard. A fence split the house from its neighbours, a rustic white worn down by years of haphazard care. A few boxwoods and bushes offered their services as ornaments, none large enough to serve as cover. Nothing and nobody lurked amid their tight leaves, calming Fade's heartbeat for a long moment, until a knock hit the door. 3 raps, sharp and short. A known signal, and one Fade went to answer without hesitation. 5 knocks would have put him on alert. Instead, he pasted on a wary grin and tugged the door open, knowing Schoolyard would be standing on the other side. She sure was, that Fade's freeze aimed right at the man standing at her side, along with the plainclothes goons behind him.
Hello, Fade,
Alec Navarro said, slick as ever, while Schoolyard put on an apologetic wince.
We're here to save you.
Chapter 4. Schoolyard Brawl. In the first hour after the meeting, Lode sent Veronica back to the Pline mansion. He put on a set of hard body armor beneath the suit, checked his pistol and found it clean, and placed himself at the hotel's entry, where 0 Point would be picking him up. They did not appear for another full 60 minutes, each and every one of which Lode counted with a growing scowl, one that kept the hotel's hapless valets at a safe distance. The senator had approved of the plan, had given Veronica her blessing, and, with it, the de facto support of the United States government. That clearance should have had Lode and a dozen heavily armed agents careening towards Fade's house, intent on delivering justice. Lode coughed. He blamed the heavy SUV pulling away from the hotel's entry, exhaust rising into the sunny, smelly Oakland air. Still infinitely easier to breathe than the coal-dusted disasters of a century ago. Nothing, though, would be as crisp as the Montana air he enjoyed as a kid, well before all this crap came his way. The injustice! Casting him out as a Raker! What right did Eve have? The gardener wasn't playing it right either. Too caught up in its 1,000 other civilizations to care what happened with this one. It had learned, though, that leaving humanity to its own devices would end in its disaster. So yes, injustice. A hard punishment for a stupid move. Lode would deliver it with gusto and a hollow point if his ride ever arrived. The stewing lasted another full hour, during which Lode secured more coffee and watched the sun glide past noon. At last, an unremarkable sedan, olive green and bearing rust stains around the wheel, rolled up. The driver didn't match the vehicle, clad in dark tactical gear like some movie extra who'd driven to set in costume.
Get in,
the man said, reaching over to pop the door for Lode.
the team's ready.
Should have been ready an hour ago.
The man's sour look, visible beneath heavy stubble and hard eyes, again confirmed how 0 Point felt about Lode's cowboy approach to, well, everything.
Not easy to assemble a strike team on short notice.
The man spoke while guiding the car into traffic, wheeling towards the eastern hills.
Weapons, armor, assignments take time and approval.
It's a damn wonder you're still in business.
Time was, Lode and Eve would hear from the audience, pick a target and go. be there in a few hours tops, and have the skull busted shortly thereafter. Lode relayed this to the driver, amused with how often, how easily he broke the gardener's secrecy protocols. Now it was to Lode's benefit. The more people who knew, who wondered at the mysterious force operating beyond the badges, would look to Lode for answers, and he, in turn, would generously provide.
We're a security company. We don't go on offense.
Any good defense starts with an attack.
The man dismissed that with a laugh.
Only if you want to wind up jailed.
Never.
His driver only shook a bemused head, fell silent. Lode let him. Conversation would be better with Fade anyway, or Eve, before he put a round between their eyes. All that mattered was their badges. 0 Point wasn't all bad. They dispatched a couple recon nobodies to confirm Fade's house was open for assault, and those eyes had spotted fresh visitors. ID'd them too, well before Lode's motley car hit the scene. Alec Navarro and Fade's associate, Talia, accompanied by a bunch of half-assed corporate security. Nothing 0 Point couldn't handle, but after the last shootout on this block, people had hesitations.
You're not going to take them?
Lode asked the driver, who relayed the question over 0 Point's tactical bound. They'd parked 2 blocks away. Fade and his new friends seemed to be getting ready to leave, with Navarro getting into an armoured truck parked in the driveway.
They're right here.
Eve's not, according to Recon.
The driver said.
We're hoping she turns up.
We don't know where she is. Fade's there. You're the experts. Rush them.
Lode pointed out the windshield, as if the force of his index finger could compel the attack.
This is it.
The driver listened for a moment, then turned to Lode and shook his head.
Mission Control is saying no. Veronica isn't authorizing what's likely going to be a mess.
Then what? We follow them?
As best we can. We know Navarro's properties. We'll set up surveillance, see which one they go to. Take them when they're alone.
Lode scratched his goatee. Delays, delays, delays. Fade had made his once-a-month visit to his house, and they were blowing it. The man might never come back now, just vanish to the Grove or set up shop somewhere new with Eve. Except...
Change of plans. Set up your surveillance, but you and I, we're going somewhere else.
What?
Where's the closest high school? There's a girl I've been meaning to see.
The driver frowned.
You're a creepy man, you know that.
Lode laughed.
I shot her once. She lived, lucky for us.
That makes it worse.
Good thing I don't give a crap about your opinion. Drive, now.
Eve tapped her watch against the pump, heard the chirp announcing a successful payment. Money would, from an account nearly 4 decades old, nearing the age at which Raker wisdom suggested cleansing most records. Eve would seek out agents specialized in fabrication, forgery, and pay them to craft fresh licenses, passports, identification. A new history would be remade from nothing, and no questions would be asked. She'd do it again soon, once Lode had been dealt with. Sliding back behind the wheel, ran her hands along the leather wrap. Before this, there'd been horses, a skill she ditched the last time she'd had her mind wiped. How many more times would driving be worth retaining? A Raker could serve for millennia if they took proper care of themselves. If they didn't let their brain fill up with too much, get overstuffed with trauma, difficult decisions, and useless trivia that, like a city's noise, eventually crowded out rational thought. The gardener, if asked, wouldn't hesitate to point out all the civilizations left to founder because their Rakers had let too much knowledge fester for too long.
Simple weapons, guardrails.
Eve muttered as she drove, nailed to the speed limit, along side streets towards Fade's house.
Being more Otis invites trouble. Enjoy immortality.
Lode's words. His absence echoed in the car, a gruff vigour, intent on violent ends to most problems. She could play the foil, assume she had the right posture in any fight, With Fade, things weren't so simple. He was dragging her back into real problems, a life with complications. Jaycee, a house, dreams beyond the gardener's whims. Those would change after his first wipe, after everyone he knew had aged beyond caring for, beyond connection. The musing came to a hard end as Eve turned onto Fade's street, saw the unfamiliar car in the driveway. 2 more parked nearby, too dark and clean to fit with the single-family aesthetic. An observation Eve could make because she'd learned to find the ill-fitting pieces in any puzzle. She pulled over, checked the glove compartment. Fade hated guns, but Eve had acquired one after Lode's escape. Small and light, capable of a stopping shot only up close. The weapon felt wrong in her hand. Better in the purse Eve looped over her shoulder, one matching her black athletic outfit. Everyone assumed she was a mum going to another workout, a trend Eve thoroughly enjoyed using to her advantage. So much more comfortable these leggings than the dresses and tight jeans of earlier years. The car in Fade's driveway reversed as Eve took her own step out into the street. It swung into the road, faced her, and throttled ahead, slow and easy. Eve wasn't invisible, made no moves to hide. If this was some gangster from Fade's past intent on harming the fresh Raker, then they wouldn't know Eve. If it was someone else, like a Pline associate, then Eve wanted a conversation. Even a bloody one, if it came to that. The car rolled to a stop, its back set even with Eve, who kept one hand in the purse and the other loose at her side. The most important thing, her emerald badge hung from a gold chain on her neck, the little miracle that would ghost Eve back to the Grove. Provided, of course, she lived long enough to activate it.
Change of plans,
Fade said, his voice matching the descending window.
We're getting an escort.
To where?
Navarro's estate.
He's not the target.
Just get in, Eve.
Instead, she narrowed her eyes at Fade's casual look. Beside him sat a woman Eve recognized from before, Talia. Fade's business associate and perhaps more, though Fade refused to elaborate on his personal life. Littered with regrets, he said, and that Eve could understand.
I don't like this. After Detroit, getting trapped with another wealthy...
Don't have a choice.
Fade cut in.
It's this or things get worse than ugly.
Worse than ugly?
Eve, the world's learning we exist, that the Grove exists. We need friends, because there's a war coming.
The fire alarm saved Jaycee from an ugly calculus quiz, one she'd neglected to study for last night to hang with Talia and her compelling tacos. By the looks of her classmates, shoving tablets into backpacks amid a grateful scurry, she wasn't alone. The only annoyed one appeared to be the teacher, who grumbled directions to nobody in particular. The hallways thronged amid the banging, buzzing alarms, everyone moving in a congealed mass of tropes and cliques towards the exits. Jaycee dared to hope the afternoon was far enough gone the school would just call it game for the day, giving her a chance to give that calculus stuff a... No, that was the old her thinking. The calculus quiz didn't matter, remember? What did was Talia's plan, was Jaycee's trap for her dad. Convince him to come round, let them into the Grove, and play partner to his eternal guardian gig. An easy way out from the grind of daily life. At least that's how Talia put it, and Jaycee was only too happy to go along with that idea. Her school sprawled over several buildings connected by open-air quads, paths and fields. Pretty enough, so long as you ignored the fencing and constant police presence mandated by the world's obsession with violence. That had picked up in the days since the Detroit incident, and those same protectors now barked orders to get everyone into the main parking lot until a cause of said alarm could be found. That it wasn't a drill was surprising enough, and Jaycee scanned the crowd shuffling with her for some friends, ones who'd be happy to indulge in some good conspiracy theorizing. She didn't catch any eyes, save 2. Across a grassy gap between the parking lot and the next street over. A cowboy hat, leaning against a post, though Lode wore a dark professional suit. Not that Jaycee would have missed him, that sort of evil terror had a way of drawing your gaze. Hers, anyway. Options danced. An urge to push her way over to the shepherding police and demand they figure out what Lode was up to died as soon as it arose. What rationale could she offer? A suspicious man watching a crowd emerge from the school? Jaycee could ignore Lode, finish her immediate plan to find some friends, dish some afternoon gossip, and go her way. That, though, wouldn't get an answer to what was, now, the most pressing question. What the hell was Lode doing here? And why hadn't her father taken care of him yet? A possible answer waited, as Jaycee made her way beyond the crowd to the parking lot's edge. Her look came unobstructed now, a clear shot across to the cowboy, definitely Lode, all casual menace, who met her look with one in return, too far away to get a good gauge on an expression, but who needed one? Whatever the man's mouth said, something sinister and violent wouldn't be far beyond. Lode held up a hand, a single, lazy wave. It beckoned, like a string to fate's own trap. Jaycee found herself walking towards him, knowing it was a bad idea, hating herself for it, but also finding fresh vigor. This was it. She was making the move. Going beyond late-night plans and furtive daydreams into actual progress. Facing her trauma head-on and grabbing her real destiny at the same time. If anyone noticed Jaycee's march across the grass, it went without her hearing it. She wasn't the only one engaged in meandering escapades, as students and teachers around her took the chance to break for impromptu gatherings or field trips to the nearby convenience store. What school day wasn't better ended with an energy drink, a fresh vape, or party supplies for the weekend.
Glad you understood.
Lode said as Jaycee reached him.
Makes things easier.
Did you pull that alarm?
Paid a kid to do it.
Lode looked over her shoulder.
Used to be, anybody could walk in a school.
Welcome to the future.
Lode growled a laugh.
Speaking of, yours is this way.
He nodded to his right, and Jaycee picked out the sedan half a block away. Running, occupied.
Get moving.
Why? You have my dad?
Questions get answered in the car, not before.
You're making demands? Of me?
Every sentence prompted queasy fear, a quiet insistence to break and run, a sensation Jaycee pushed away with a single, brutal fact. Lode was her escape. She would not break this, not for anything.
Your call. We can make this rough.
Going to shoot a girl again?
If you think that bothers me, it doesn't.
Weren't you supposed to be the savior?
Jaycee laughed, once.
The gardener's a shit gauge of character.
More like a fixer.
Lode replied. Reached towards her shoulder, a touch Jaycee stepped back from.
Come on now, I've asked nicely.
Jaycee pulled out her phone, kept her distance.
Let me call my dad before I get in a car with a strange man.
Bad idea.
Jaycee punched Fade's number, put the phone up to her face, and kept backing up as Lode reached for it. The call rang once, dove to voicemail. Once again, not there when she needed him. Fine. Jaycee could handle this one on her own. Lode growled a fresh demand, and this time Jaycee answered. Swung with her left arm, a backpack loaded with a tablet, books and binders hard into Lode's face. The cowboy swore, stumbled back, and Jaycee turned to sprint back across the grass. Distractions or no, the cops would have to notice a girl getting chased by a grown man.
Run, and he's dead.
Lode snarled at her back.
We'll kill your dad, and that woman he works with, too.
Jaycee stopped, glared back Lode's way.
Do it then.
And she ran, phone again buzzing as she tried her dad, over and over again. Fade insisted, and Navarro rallied his small convoy, the sedan and a single unmarked SUV, to Jaycee's school. Nobody doubted any stakeout on Fade's place, any attempt on his person could use Jaycee as a hostage. Those ideas found firmer footing when they neared the school and saw the students milling around outside, several police and fire engines around the parking lot. Confusion reigned, even from a distance, as teachers and officials huddled.
There.
Schoolyard said, driving the sedan. Navarro sat shotgun while Fade and Eve took the back seat.
That's her.
How'd you pick her out of that mess?
Fade asked, peering through the windshield at the crowd as the sedan rolled to a stop along a side street.
Because she's not in the mess.
Navarro said.
She's running towards it, chased by...
Schoolyard's curse clued in Navarro's puzzlement, and the woman popped her door without a second thought. Fade started to ask what she was doing when he saw his daughter. Saw the shape running her down, big hat as obvious a marker as anything.
Lode's here,
Fade said, opening his own door, rising into the street. Lode would catch Jaycee in the foot race in just a few seconds, though her yelling was attracting all the attention Lode wouldn't want. Schoolyard had a head start, sprinting across the street on an intercept and nearly getting smacked by a minivan in the process. But Lode wouldn't be here alone. He was with Pline, now, which meant there'd be other idiots around. Probably 0 Point.
Get back in the car,
Navarro said, standing now outside his own door.
If they see you, we'll become the target.
Fade ignored him. Eve didn't, assuring Navarro that there would be no retreat until Jaycee was safe. Navarro then pulled out his phone, started some call that'd escalate this misadventure, and Fade found his target. Another sedan. Hadn't big SUVs become too obvious for this sort of thing? Parked along the field's edge to his left, too generic and clean to match the homes rubbing up against the school.
Eve, follow me,
Fade said.
Get ready.
He broke in a loping jog to the left, along the wide street running parallel to the field. Across the way, Lode had caught up with Jaycee, her yelling mixing with orders from police for Lode to let her go. Talia closed in, her own voice telling the police not to shoot. Why wasn't he running towards his daughter? The sudden splash threw Fade's next step off, landing on the sidewalk edge as it bordered dry grass. He would have tripped, twisted an ankle if not for instinct, and that same experience talked away the turmoil. Fade was helping Jaycee. He was dealing with the problem. Another body dashing in at Lode wouldn't make things better. Eve kept on his heels, both making the hard right as they hit the cross street at the field's end. Lode's apparent driver noticed them now. The light tint on the windshield faltered against the afternoon sun, gave Fade a good look at those eyes going wide as the driver put one and one together.
That's right,
Fade muttered between breaths, traffic thankfully giving him and Eve a break on their dash. As he ran, Fade slipped his hands into his coat pockets. There were knives hidden here and there, but he went for the thick, tight gloves waiting for him. Pads along the knuckles, perfect for delivering a message without a big mess to clean up. When Fade hit the car, he scooted right, angling for the driver's door with every intent to break the window and pull the idiot on out. The interrogation would be fast, painful. Except the driver wasn't playing, wasn't running either. As Fade reached his window, the driver shoved his door open hard, whacking Fade in the stomach and driving him back along the grass. Like some feral tiger, the driver leaped from his seat, a sparking stunner in his right hand. Fade met the strike with a wrist grab, holding the assault at bay as he found his footing. Any moment, Eve would come. No. Fade saw past the driver, where Eve struggled with several new 0 Point thugs. Their SUV, at last fulfilling the trope, had screamed in near the sedan, facing the wrong way, and disgorged the new trio. Eve danced, but outnumbered.
Get off,
Fade snarled as the driver punched him in the ribs, a hard hit muffled by Fade's better-than-average gear. Fade stepped back on his left, pulling the stun gun and its holding hand past him. A kick with his right foot sent the driver flailing into the dirt. A snappy follow-up laid the man out into groaning incoherence. Fade reached down, pulled the stun gun free, and broke towards Eve. 1 0 Point had her hands to her face, a broken nose spilling blood along the grass, but the other two had Eve in hand. One drove another stun gun into her neck, the Raker going limp.
Drop her, and maybe I won't kill you,
Fade said, running into the group. Bloody Nose tried an intercept, pulling a taser from her belt. She brought it up to aiming level and Fade threw the stun gun. A hard toss, accurate enough to land square in her forehead. She reeled, and Fade followed up with a passing elbow, pitching her to the dirt. The man who'd shocked Eve faced him next, his partner throwing Eve into the SUV behind him.
You're the guy,
the man said, waving the stun gun in a stance that spoke of some martial arts training.
I am most definitely the guy.
Fade feinted an attack, leaning to his left, and drew the expected response. The 0 Point dude probably had a counter ready, but Fade wasn't here to throw down. Instead, he broke hard right, disengaging in a wraparound towards the SUV. His opponent cursed, came at Fade's back as Fade caught up to the big, white vehicle. Eve's handler was crawling in after her, an attempt Fade halted by grabbing the man's back and, bracing, throwing the bigger man out and behind him. Right into the oncoming dude with the stun gun. In a moment, right out of some bad action flick, the pair hit the ground. 2 for 1. Fade turned back to the door, to Eve, and the SUV roared to life. Wheels squealed and Fade jumped back, escaping a likely foot flattening. Taking a piece of the sedan's front fender with it, the SUV shot down the side street, swerving away as police sirens overtook the sounds of scuffling. Fade whirled towards his idiot pair, meaning to ask them a few pointed questions, and found the trio braking towards the damaged sedan.
No,
Fade said, heading to cut them off.
you don't get to run.
A bold statement, and one that ran headlong into Bloody Nose's taser. She fired on the run, a wild attempt that would have failed if Fade had been more than a couple meters away. The little diode stuck his face, his exposed neck, and dropped the Raker. Spastic pain threatened to turn Fade's day dark, but he fought through it, 1 second at a time. Less endurance and more technique, divorcing himself from the moment and living in the pure rage at having lost Eve, at seeing his daughter attacked. But staving off a blackout and getting to his feet were two very different things. Fade saw the sedan peel away, a fast turn he could do nothing about, save curse and swear some sort of vengeance.
Calm down,
said Navarro's voice a minute later, his hand on Fade's back.
We'll get her back.
The man didn't have to elaborate. When, with his help, Fade stood up, he saw who'd taken Eve's place in the sedan. One smug cowboy, with a smile Fade would very, very much enjoy wiping away. Chapter 5. Power Plays. Talia had to give Navarro credit. The man had game. While the rest of them were trying to rescue Jaycee and get Lode subdued, Navarro had lawyers on the phone, had connections within the Oakland PD, reorienting any pursuit after 0 Point and the Plines.
Annoy and delay,
Navarro said as he finished the explanation, the 4 of them in the back of a larger SUV. The sedan they'd ridden to the school had been ditched in favor of more room and more security. Tall Ear and Navarro sat in the middle row, Fade and Jaycee behind them. 2 security pros drove and sat up front, while Lode, cuffed and guarded, rode in the sedan behind them. Navarro's chatter was a welcome barrier to the eavesdropping Tall Ear would otherwise be doing, as Fade and Jaycee dished a father-daughter dilemma, ranging in tone from murder you anger to confessions of undying parental affection.
What matters is that they'll have to hide Eve, and do it fast.
Navarro continued.
They'll need to bribe or throw someone to the police, all of which will keep them off the important piece.
The badge?
Exactly.
Navarro didn't look at Tall Ear as he spoke, his eyes angling between the 2 front seats and seeming to see nothing.
But our own timelines changed.
Thought it was pretty rapid already.
Discovery, yes. A trip with Fade to the Grove. A chance to see whether all this is as miraculous as we hope. That's no longer the extent.
Extent? You were never stopping with just a taste.
A confirmation, then a plan. Proof of return on investment. Despite what you're seeing here, I'm not a government, Talia. I don't make moves unless they're going to increase my bottom line or those of my investors. Eve's capture changes that rationale.
Navarro's right fist clenched twice before resettling on his thigh.
What was perspective is now defensive. Regardless of whether the grove is useful to us, we have to establish some control.
Talia laughed.
Control over a domain run by an interstellar god?
We don't need to take it from them, if they really exist. We do, though, need to ensure we control access.
Again, you're losing your mind if you think this is something you can do.
We, not me. We have to, Talia.
Why's that?
Because if we don't, Pline will. And Veronica Pline isn't motivated by money like me. She's like the cowboy. She wants revenge.
A war against the Grove? Sounded like a terrible idea. One Talia would have loved to send to the trash. Modern times, though, had convinced her of something else entirely. People would attempt the impossible with the right reason, and vengeance was up there. Veronica Pline might scour the Grove in search of her father, and with it, damn humanity to premature annihilation. She twisted in her seat, looked back to see Jaycee staring out the back window, arms folded. A classic huff. Fade met her look with a shrug, rolling eyes. A dad well out of his depth. What she was about to say, at least, would put Fade right at home. She planned for a dull afternoon. Meetings made for a CEO. Going over things Veronica had neither the expertise nor confidence to direct, in which she'd duly agree with the division leads on whatever they thought was best. It felt a little like, Veronica imagined, being a queen. Just say yes, and if something goes wrong, place the blame on the underling. Veronica might not get to lop off heads, but a brutal firing seemed almost as effective. When the call came in rescuing her from the bureaucratic drudgery, Veronica leapt from her padded conference room chair. She begged off an emergency, delegated authority, and dashed from the sleepy suits who, by their half-hidden smiles, were happy to dodge the ponderous presentations they'd prepared. 0 Point relayed the details, starting with Eve's capture and subsequent shift from one car to another in a speed alley swap. A bit of subterfuge necessitated to throw persistent police off their game. Apparently, 0 Point's leverage was being outmatched by an unknown adversary, the same one who'd shown up at Fade's house earlier that day. There'd be time to dig into who that was and bring them down. Veronica kept her attention on the prize. Eve, the other figure in the mysterious photo from the Detroit bombing, another Raker, another doorway. She wanted to demand the woman be brought right to this office in bustling San Francisco's downtown, but that would be stupid, would be rash, the sort of thing a teenager might do.
Take her to my father's compound.
Veronica said.
Keep her sedated. If you can find the badge on her person, remove it.
That had already been done. The artifact secured and sealed in a locked box riding with them. There'd be no sudden, impossible escape this time. Veronica cut the call, making her way as fast as idiotic heels would allow up to her own office. A quick word cleared her afternoon. A second held all calls except those coming from 0 Point. She'd be left alone, able to, with a view overlooking the resplendent afternoon bay, make the most important call of her life. When the senator answered, Veronica provided the details and made the demand. Like her, the senator knew opportunity and pounced. She wouldn't be the only one arriving at her compound that night. The Grove would get its first taste of human power. The idea, invading that strange place, flitted a worry. Most of her high school history classes had emphasized how wanton assault went poorly for the conquerors, or inflicted untold abuse on their targets. Nobody won, save those at the very top. She'd already lost one man, though Lode was expendable. Without a badge, the cowboy didn't offer much. How effective would a pistol and Old West moxie really be attacking the Grove? And Veronica would be happy to let him rot with his captors. In fact, she already felt better without his glower, his unspoken threats as he loomed around her. No, while they'd failed to capture Fade, the day had turned out just as well. Hopefully, the night would be even better. Blood tasted the same over the years. a hint of iron sticky and warm. Eve ran her tongue across her perfect teeth, the enamel repaired and replaced by the Grove's endless enhancements. Her new teeth, her old blood, two grounding pieces in the dark room. Plastic bound her hands behind her back, a hard chair serving to seat her sore body. Her coat was gone. She wore just a thin shirt and those leggings, all of it saturated by a bright lamp. If there were windows, Eve couldn't see any. The air smelled like chemical cleaner, and modern industries churning air conditioning rumbled in the background. She waited. The last time it had been a grumbling Soviet commissar, chewing a cigar and demanding to know what Eve had done to cause Chernobyl. The answer there had been nothing, just a failure on her and Lode's part to stop the disaster. He'd ordered her shot, and Lode had slipped between the sentence and the execution to whisk her away. Or a US military policeman in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor, when Eve and Lode had fished a few crucial sailors from the sea, saving what lives they could. Caught without identification, thrown into a brig, and then ordered to divulge who, what they were. Eve twisted tongues, earned their badges back, then, when backs were turned, shifted away to the Grove. The badge, too, was gone, the brooch ripped away. Pline wouldn't be giving it back either, putting escape away from Eve's magic and into her might, her mind instead.
Don't look so downcast.
Veronica said, her voice emerging from behind the blinding light.
This is possibility, not prison.
Eve hadn't heard her enter. Perhaps Veronica had been there this whole time, just watching the Raker until the right moment arrived to... what? Persuade Eve to jump to another cause?
The only possibility here is an end.
Eve replied.
The gardener doesn't negotiate, Veronica. It doesn't care.
I do. And I have friends now, powerful ones.
Nothing you have, nothing humanity has, can do a damn thing to the gardener.
Eve spat the words towards the light, unsure where her target lay. Aggression only went halfway, served to build a wall. Eve needed to find a connection too.
You won't get your father back this way. He's gone, Veronica.
You don't know that. If your Grove has all this magical power, then he might be waiting in there, lost.
Because death is death. He made the wrong choice and paid for it. Don't do the same thing.
You have no idea what...
An argument bled in from outside, cluing Eve to the door's location. Straight ahead, and the shouting suggested the new players weren't exactly friends. Eve tested her binds, no slack, no range. She wouldn't be freeing herself from this, but perhaps the new arrivals offered a chance.
Who are you?
Veronica asked, out of sight behind the light.
Ezra Tover,
Came the reply, hard and rasped.
special agent for a department you don't need to know about. Your conversation this morning put me on a plane, and your actions this afternoon brought me here.
Ezra sounded anything but annoyed. Confidence and authority were a powerful cocktail, and this guy had drunk deep.
That doesn't tell me anything.
Veronica replied.
This is my facility and she's my...
She's your what? Last I checked, this country doesn't allow illegal kidnapping of anyone. She seems bound. And hurt. Assault too, then.
Eve almost smiled. If only she could have seen Veronica's simmer, as the young woman said nothing to Ezra's words.
If you want to keep yourself and your dad's company free, you'll walk out this door and keep on going. Your country is grateful for your help, but your part in this adventure is over.
That's not the deal we made.
Veronica found her voice as more bodies came into the room, shoes scuffing on the clean cement floor.
This was supposed to be done together.
Take that up with the senator if you wish. For now, get gone.
Veronica spat a curse, left.
Oh,
Ezra said to her back.
if you would please bring the badge to me. Can't have powerful technology in the wrong hands.
What Veronica said, didn't make its way to Eve. Instead, the light shifted, the bright bulb angling to the left and giving Eve's eyes a rest. They found several silhouettes, the first resolving into a short, thin man in a dirty grey suit. A tie left askew bobbed as the man squatted before her, revealing a face weathered with hard living. Ezra's breath came with a menthol's minty flavour, the man saying nothing as he looked her over.
For all the years we've tried to catch you.
Ezra said.
For all the years the world's tried to snare you and your friends. It's her that gets you first.
Eve met his gaze, said nothing.
We've known about you for more than 100 years now.
Ezra continued.
Strange interlopers in history, appearing and vanishing after a death, a life saved, or mysterious knowledge arrives right where it's needed. Luck to a casual observer.
What do you want?
To pull the strings.
Ezra stood, stared down at her.
I'm glad she didn't kill you. There's not much time left.
For what?
Me. Can you imagine dedicating your life to something, only to die before seeing it through?
Ezra coughed once into his hand.
But maybe you do understand. How many years, how many more millennia would you be watching over us?
As long as it takes.
Then take a breath, Eve, because your watch is ended. Open the door and everything you've been waiting for will happen.
You'll destroy everything and everyone.
Ezra tilted his head, then squatted again.
If what we think is true, this grove has cures for every disease. For old age. Ways to make unlimited food and water. Had a stroke, all of our problems would disappear. Isn't that worth it? Wouldn't you wager all of our pain, suffering, and death against this chance?
Eve met those hard eyes, tasted again, her own sweet red iron.
It's not a wager. It's a damnation.
Dockyards, industry, oil. Lode absorbed the busy afternoon with a proverbial gun to his head. The two men behind him each had one, kept the requisite removed to keep any fancy tricks from leaving them disarmed, and let the cowboy take in the Golden Gate at distance. Seagulls provided the soundscape, at least until another car pulled up into the narrow gravel split between containers and cranes.
I let them go.
Alec Navarro announced as he came up beside Lode.
Off to the Grove. My people are packing up Fade's house, stuffing anything of value into bags that'll go into storage. We'll buy his house, erase his footprint. Was that what happened to you?
Nobody gave a damn back then.
Lode threw a side-eyed glance Navarro's way.
Most still don't.
That's where you're wrong. At least today you have some powerful friends. One wants very much to get you back.
Navarro kept his hands in his pockets, eyes straight.
Veronica Pline called, which is why you're not dead yet.
That promise had been made in the car, courtesy of a Navarro lackey. Lode rendered worm food, while the trio, Jaycee included, would get an escape to the Grove, pave the way for Navarro to follow, reap the rewards of a joint effort doomed to failure.
She knows better than you,
Lode said.
The gardener doesn't make deals. It'll scour this world and start again before seeing us as equals.
Fade didn't seem to think so.
Fade doesn't know shit.
Alec nodded.
But you do, and you're prepared to act on it.
What did Veronica say that kept me alive?
That other people, powerful people, are getting involved. We might be losing control. You're going to keep that from happening.
Am I?
I suspect you're right. Despite their promises, Fade and Talia might not come through. I propose a merging. Veronica and I, our people, with your expertise.
Who's the new player?
You already know.
Lode chuckled.
Government's fast when there's a juicy prize. You think your little groups can hold up against that? And the Grove?
Tell me, Lode, what will the gardener respect more? We stop the attack, or help its Rakers repel it?
Neither. Our tickets punched the minute you dumb bastards breached the grove. That was always the game.
Not what you told Veronica.
No. I told her we could find her dad.
Lode turned a fissile glare at Navarro.
At the same time, I'd take care of the gardener.
Now it was Alex's turn to chuckle.
You called it a god. How does one destroy divinity?
Never give up leverage, Navarro. Thought you knew that.
Lode reached up, tapped his own temple.
But I'll promise you this. Get me back there, and I'll make sure you get all the toys.
Why should I believe you?
Doesn't matter. The gardener's not a god. It's a monster. You want to stay alive, your only chance is right here.
For all its recuperative powers, coffee paled in comparison with the grove. After his second breath within the whitewashed stone tower, Fade found his exhaustion fading. He stretched, said goodbye to the wears and tears of normal human life, and took in his daughter playing tour guide to a nonplussed, tall ER.
You always start here.
Jaycee said, answering Talia's question about why, exactly, the badge had brought them to this strange little room.
I think every species has their own entry, unique to them and all that.
And all that, right.
Talia looked down at herself, frowning.
Feels funny here.
It's your body being optimized. Little robots in the air. You breathe them in and they tune you up.
As if giving an example, Jaycee took a ridiculously deep inhale.
It's the best.
Maybe it was. Fade watched his daughter, an easy smile replacing worried lines, the grimaces and sighs that had dominated their interactions since Fade had adopted the Raker's guise. A stressed-out kid feeling at home in an alien world? What kind of dad had Fade been?
Hey,
Fade said, interrupting Jaycee's continued speculation on the various health benefits of the Grove's nanobots.
Before we leave this room, we need a plan.
The gardener doesn't like visitors.
Jaycee said to Talia's continued confusion.
It's pretty set on its rules.
Which means what?
Annihilation, exile, all sorts of fun things.
You don't seem worried?
That's because Jaycee's not going to get caught,
Fade said, nodding towards the single-door exit.
The gardener's usually contemplating the cosmos, or maybe playing stupid games on its insanely high-tech phone. Unless something's going wrong, it's not going to get its nose in our business.
Does it even have a nose?
Jaycee asked.
My guess? It has whatever the hell it wants.
The ringed balcony blew Talia's mind a second time. She required another Jaycee-delivered explanation of just why they were diving over the ledge to head down. Nobody quite knew, you just did it. Even so, Talia didn't approach the waist-high ring until Fade stepped up, threw her a wink, and jumped. The plummet towards the creamy disk and its arresting waves came and went with stomach-churning speed. Fade had grown so used to it now that he just shut his eyes, let the sensation roll over him. A meditative moment shattered by Jaycee's wild squeal at the same. Thankfully, the grove's extraterrestrial occupants weren't meandering through.
Quiet, kid,
Fade said, brushing his clothes straight after the magic science stopped his fall and tilted him off to the side.
I get you're finally where you want to be, but play it cool.
Pretty sure I've never done that in my life, Dad.
Obviously. Explains why you're never invited to parties.
Didn't you find me at one just a little bit ago?
Pity invites don't count.
Fade grinned. Jaycee punched him in the shoulder, and Talia, flailing, bounced to a stop behind them. Streaming curses, Fade's friend flounced off the disc and gave them a wide-eyed glare.
That wasn't fair.
Talia snarled, trying to find her composure.
What crazy thing designs that as an entrance?
Who knows? Maybe the gardener's species loved to fall. Maybe it hates elevators and stairs.
Or maybe it's just crazy.
Could be.
Jaycee added.
Ever think about that, Dad? Maybe you're doing the wild bidding of an insane alien monster.
Fade shrugged.
The check's clear, so I'm happy. Come on.
while Fade tried his best to ignore the white stone tower and its implications for the galaxy. Did every alien civilization, at some point, create towers like this, thus making it a familiar entry point? It was hard to treat what lay beyond with the same blissful ignorance. How exactly the gardener created the pocket of space-time inhabited by the Rakers was a mystery Fade figured he'd never solve. But venturing from that question to how it arrived at a vast slate expanse, coated with audience tables of various sizes, was a trip Fade wanted to make someday. A wide staircase with steps longer than a human stride walked them down to the grove proper, where the rectangular stones extended off in every direction to a milky, eternal horizon.
Stare at it too long and you'll get dizzy.
Jaycee told Talia, whose mouth had yet to close. If the horizon offered impossible distance, closer moved shapes of equal implausibility. Hulking masses and small, skittering blobs maneuvered around each other. A plant-like being several stories tall thumped towards a table raised to match, while a band of flickering light flounced like a slinky towards an audience no taller than Fade's ankle. Conversation in accents matching and far afield from any heard on Earth filled the artificial air. Should Fade choose to listen, the grove's endless miracles would ensure each and every one came through clear. A spy's dream, and one rendered harmless by the common destiny of everyone here. Get your species to the gardener's level, or die trying. The only other landmark sat beyond the table rows. A silver metal ring, more than twice as big around as Fade was tall, floated from the ground. The silver rings making up the portal could stretch as far as a species needed, but now they sat in a tight curl, bland, inert. No Rakers travelling back home. The gardener, too, was gone. Maybe watching bad movies or eating a pint of alien ice cream. Fade, Jaycee, and Talia made their way to the humans' audience, a table set to the tower's left. The soft sapphire surface rippled as Fade rested his hands on the rim, gauging his appetite, before asking for an espresso.
Espresso?
Talia echoed, her head on a swivel at all the odd creatures around them, not a one of which took any notice of her.
Where are you?
The table rippled near Fade's hand before, emerging like some burbling treasure from the deep, came a steaming ceramic glass with the delicious bitter drink.
You want my guess?
Fade said.
There's a slew of molecules underneath, and it blends them to make whatever you need.
But not everything.
Jaycee added, then asked the audience for a particular soda brand. The table didn't ripple, didn't respond.
Generics only, and old ones. Like humanity's big highlights, not the viral hits.
I couldn't tell you what's viral.
Talia muttered, continuing to look around.
This is a lot, Fade. I know you've told me all about this place, but it's both less and so much more than I imagined.
You'll learn to ignore most of it eventually.
Fade turned back to the audience.
We're not staying here long anyway. Audience, where's Eve?
The audience followed that command quick, the table rippling farther to show Fade's fellow Raker. Not a live camera feed or some mystical hologram, but a marked location based on her badge. A dingy storage facility outside Oakland, registered to some random shadow company. That was the good part. The bad came when the audience failed to get a read on Eve's vitals.
You don't look happy.
Talia said.
If we're not getting her heartbeat, it means they took her badge. If they took her badge, they're going to try and use it.
Fade drummed his fingers on the table's edge.
Talia, if Veronica sends her idiot security forces in here, we won't be able to hide it. The gardener's going to get mad.
Which means we're dead?
If there's one thing all those old myths have in common, things don't go well when a god gets angry.
Chapter 6. Assault. Assault. The rush didn't end, even when traffic slowed Veronica's skip across town towards Navarro's spot. 2 zero-point guards drove. Veronica kept her earphones in, music playing loud enough to make clear she wasn't interested in small talk. The pair were pros. They knew the job. which let Veronica focus on the small brooch in her left pocket. Stripped off Eve in the SUV shortly after her capture, handed over to Veronica, and now here, right here. Her father had found the same thing before he disappeared, a gateway to solving the world's problems and etching his name in human history. Veronica didn't give a damn about any of that. Not at the top of the list, anyway. Glory and fame could come after she helped remove the alien thing that made the badge. That Navarro was willing to put aside any differences in pursuit of that common goal, of laying claim to victory before any government could do the same, was even better. See, Veronica had talked with that agent, Ezra, had seen the ferocity in the man's eyes. He had a vision that he'd pursue to the devastating end. No manipulation, no deal-making there. At least the local cops didn't know what a badge looked like, had taken a ring ripped off a 0-point employee as a decoy. Navarro was a businessman. He'd understand what Veronica wanted, and he had Lode in his possession. Without Eve, Veronica would need the cowboy to get her into the grove. Veronica, after walking past Navarro's security, despite Ellsworth's vote of gangster confidence, she didn't carry a weapon, and ditching her guards, found Navarro and Lode sharing a late lunch amid shipping containers. Cargo work continued around them, the noise forcing them to occasionally shout over clanks and grinds, clatters and bangs.
"Show me,"
Lode said on her approach. The man's suit bore rumples, but the hat was still there, his grimace as angry as ever.
"The badge."
Veronica fished it from her pocket, kept it in her palm as she gave the cowboy a glance.
It's what we need?
Navarro asked, dabbing off the oils from his deli sandwich.
That little thing is it?
"We hold hands. It'll get us inside. You want to drag an army in there, we'll need more."
Lode didn't reach for the badge, but kept staring at it in Veronica's hand.
"Can't pop back anywhere either. Our boys need to get to the right spot, then we shuttle them in a few at a time."
A few at a time? That sounds too easy to prevent.
"Not if we play it smart."
Lode leaned on his elbows.
"We cross over, we'll be in a nice room tagged to that badge. Everyone waits their room while we blitz people in. Then, once we're good and ready, we break out. A little patience. We get our raiding party."
Then we take the grove? Find my dad?
"If your dad's still alive, he'll be there."
The Pline girl had the badge. Ezra made the obvious leap after a close inspection confirmed the silver ring and its little garnet had 0 alien properties. He tossed it onto the FBI's local lab anyway, but the inscription on the band with a date and a lover's name suggested origins all too human. While his oblivious support deserved a solid scolding, Ezra delivered a scolding sigh instead and sent them on their way. The day was winding down, and Ezra needed to leave the too clean, too quality confines of 0 Point's hideaway. A career trajectory bending towards ever more shadowy assignments, ones tucked further into the government's creases and away from prying eyes, had Ezra averse to supervision. But Eve and what she represented had his phone buzzing with interested idiots. No, he shouldn't consider the elected officials of his country that way. But Ezra couldn't help himself. Couldn't help finishing a cigarette, mulling the misfortune that led Eve to fall into Veronica Pline's lap, that led her to contact a corrupt senator. It had been Ezra's job to pin down the mysterious pair, and now
She's ready.
came the mellow tones of his second, his partner. Mayra's flat stare followed Ezra's hand as he flicked away the cigarette. Judgment always lingered, but never openly. A tacit agreement between them, mentor and mentee, to let vices lie. Like Ezra, those vices stopped at the job's border, and Mayra wore a slate-grey suit with flats, the blazer disguising the shoulder holster and its weapon along her left side. As he did far too often now, Ezra whisked himself back several decades to her age. He'd been assigned this case way back then, expecting to solve it quick, climb the ladder, maybe run the agency. He'd told Mayra to flee, dip out after a year's time hunting these elusive souls, but she'd stayed, descended into the pit with him. Now they might both get out if Eve decided to cooperate. The woman, tired and drinking from a plastic cup filled with tap water, sat in the 0 Point lobby. 2 Oakland officers watched her, the same pair that had flubbed the search. A curious receptionist eyed them between taking calls, 0 Point clients presumably arranging their details.
You two can go,
Ezra said.
She's coming with us.
Going to need more than that,
Replied one.
Chief's going to ask what we were doing all day and…
You'll find a reason.
Ezra moved before Eve, who looked up at him. No fear anymore. The slight squint suggested curiosity, an attempted reading of motives.
You, meanwhile, get to go for another ride.
No more threats?
I'm deciding you're not the dangerous one. Not right now.
Ezra took a step back, gave Eve room to stand. She did.
Our car is a 3-minute walk away. You have that long to tell me everything, or I'm making a very unpleasant call.
3 minutes isn't a long time.
It's what you have. Use it.
Ditching his daughter in an alien base probably broke some parenting rule, but Fade figured his balance on that score went so negative that a little more didn't matter. He let the guilt slip away to its festering niche and took in Oakland's afternoon. Talia coughed beside him.
Welcome back to Earth,
Fade said.
Air pollution sucks.
They'd taken the trip, set the portal to an access point downtown, a fair distance away from Eve's last location, but Fade wasn't about to go bursting into a 0 Point shop with nothing more than his left and right hook. Talia agreed and pitched an alternative, one waiting in the back room of a corner deli. Talia's cough faded by the time the air swapped from exhaust to olive oil and salami, a combo that had Fade eyeing the menu before giving up on his sandwich dreams. Another thing he'd forsaken for the job. Past sauces, cheeses and wines. Fade promised himself he'd try someday. They found a pleasant door marked for employees only, locked with a keypad. Tall Ear tapped the code, pulled it open on the chirp, and the two found themselves undergoing curious scrutiny from a few folks on dinner breaks.
I'm with her,
Fade said first, nodding towards Talia. She gave her uncle's name, asked for the special packages. 2 of the trio returned blank stares. The third pulled a phone from a splattered apron pocket, tapped a number, and returned a verdict several seconds later. Through it all, Talia kept Fade out of the back room, observing some code to keep the peace. All the games in this world. Being a Raker was so much simpler. Go in blazing, rescue or ruin the target, and warp away back to the grove.
You're clear,
the man said.
Check behind the mozzarella.
The big white cheese bricks, nestled on metal grates, served as succulent barriers to several hard cases behind. The break room buddies didn't raise a hand to help as Fade and Talia shifted the mozzarella aside, save to warn the pair that they better replace every damn one.
I run a tight shop,
said the man who'd placed the call.
You messing it up isn't in the deal.
Calm your caprese,
Fade sniped back, earning a deserved Talia eye roll. The cases, once acquired, showed Talia's uncle belonged in bad gangster movies. Stuffed with weapons, cash and ammo, the mini arsenal prompted a few questions. Like, why hide all this in the back room of a deli?
Because my uncle likes to get his lunch here.
Talia replied, sliding on holsters and dropping guns inside them.
Any ambush comes by, he's ready.
Who's going to ambush your uncle?
Talia shrugged.
He's paranoid. You going to grab any of these?
You know how I feel about guns.
Guarantee 0 Point isn't going to go easy on you because you want to bare-knuckle brawl.
Guess you'll have to cover me then.
Fade did, though, take a thick and well-honed combat knife. With the deli's apparent manager still watching, the Raker turned to the top mozzarella brick, swept the blade across. Plastic wrap parted, and he picked up the hefty piece, ate it in a single bite.
Gross, Fade,
Talia said while the manager scowled.
Delicious, actually.
Fade pointed the knife towards the door.
Let's go.
Sussex, the strange alien Raker who'd been so kind to Jaycee on her first stumbling wander into the grove, had mentioned the creamy infinite wasn't so bland to everyone else. Depending on your visual spectrum, the grove might be a chromatic wonder. Jaycee might be in paradise and not know it, surrounded by what looked like a blanket of cream cheese.
The audience, at least, ensured Jaycee wouldn't go hungry, though its offerings had her wishing for some condiments. Spice and flavour faltered, advanced technology paling against her neighbourhood taco joint. The one Talia hit up every time she ambushed Jaycee on random evenings.
Where are they now?
Jaycee asked the silky sapphire table before her, and the audience complied, rippling to show downtown Oakland, or downtown Oakland as sculpted by deep blue slime. Her father and Talia were moving, their location tracked through the badge her father held, an opal fastened on a slim ring hugging his ring finger. A platinum band all but enveloped the stone, and Jaycee thought it looked like an evil, peering eye. Fade said he hadn't thought much about it, despite the fact that he'd be wearing the jewelry more or less forever. Then again, that was very much like Fade.
And Veronica Pline?
Jaycee asked the table. If Fade and Talia had their mission, so did Jaycee, and for once it wasn't homework. The audience wasn't so confident there. Oakland splashed back to nothing and the surface shivered. Future tech had its limits, but a little clever application could get around them.
Let's try something different. Show me all the badges on Earth.
The table shivered again. Dim memories of Jell-O dessert crafting in a happy, long-gone childhood peaked and bubbled up several spots. The first, to the left, offered Fade's downtown Oakland view. Her dad was making his way north towards the shipyards. The middle zoomed in on those same shipyards, a warehouse surrounded by containers and loading equipment. The right side offered the Lost badge, nestled in some deep Asian jungle swamp.
Nobody's getting that one.
Jaycee muttered, turning her focus on the shipyards.
The audience wasn't a security camera. It didn't provide a live feed.
It did, though, connect through to Earth's internet, and all the information that came with it. As to how that all worked, Fade said it was safer to assume the gardener had long since overcome any technical issues humanity could imagine and go from there. In short, don't think about it. A mantra Jaycee was, with everything else going on, happy to adopt. Instead, Jaycee flew through the audience's blue-tinted web pages, splayed out across the table with links ready for the tapping, like the young, tech-savvy woman she was. The shipyard's owning company gave way to further layers, all leading back to a bland holding corporation with, there it was, ownership by one Alec Navarro. What Veronica Pline and Navarro, apparent enemies, would be doing mashed up together sparked questions. Jaycee asked the audience to tap into local news feeds, hoping a gunfight might be underway. A war between Zero Point and Navarro's group spilling into the streets, causing the chaos Talia and Fade could use to rescue Eve. Silence. A few comments about a new Thai food truck in the area, which left unpleasant explanations. Either everyone had decided to kill each other quietly, or Navarro and Pline weren't quite the foes Fade had suggested. So what were Tall ER and her father heading towards? That question had no easy answers, and neither did the next, prompted by the badge's sudden disappearance. The shipyard sank into the blue table, the link vanishing. When Jaycee asked it to come back, the table only shivered. When she asked it to show the badges again, only two, Fades zooming along the highway, and the swamp victim showed. Jaycee flicked a look up from the table, across a grove swarming with oddball species across all spectrum of wonder and nightmare, to the tower rising into the endless milky void, and swore. The first time Veronica had tripped into the grove with Lode, she'd been stunned, overwhelmed. A young girl more concerned with college than the tilt of civilization. This time, when the shipyard's dismal twilight faded into whitewashed stone, Veronica didn't let the shock faze her. She matched Lode's deep breath, revelled in air too pure to be believed, and let her look slip towards Navarro. Something to relish there. Alec Navarro had been the cool gangster on the fringes of Veronica's knowledge, a spectre amid Oakland's crime and corruption. Veronica had picked up on him in bits and pieces from her father's commentary. Christopher Pline was fond of long dinner speeches declaiming this or that plague upon society, and Navarro numbered among the worst. That Navarro used a legitimate security business as cover only irked her father more. Her dad would have been happy to see Navarro's wide eyes, his stumbling gait as Navarro took the new world in with tentative appreciation. They'd gone through as a lone trio. They could gather up more badges, enough to bring in several dozen soldiers, and with a little surprise and a little luck, turn the Grove into the newest Pline and Navarro property. Veronica frowned as Lode sauntered to the room's sole exit. Details would have to be worked out. Until then, equal numbers of loyalists to each side would get to go in. That had been the hashed agreement made in the shipyard, but Veronica had seen the movies. What if Navarro had paid her people under the table, ready to flip sides as soon as they grabbed the Grove?
Wonderful, isn't it?
Lode said, turning back and giving Navarro a wicked grin.
Right now, your body's getting a lift, brought back to the healthiest it's ever been.
How?
Navarro replied, his head shaking as he spoke. The man didn't get a second word out, as Lode took 2 quick strides across the room and belted Navarro in the stomach. The gangster bent over, and Lode followed up with an elbow drop to the man's head, planting Navarro on the hard ground. A sharp kick followed, ensuring Navarro had left consciousness behind. Lode, always cautious, squatted down to check, confirmed with a spit to the side. Veronica gulped, gauged the distance to the door. Figured she couldn't outrun the cowboy even if she wanted to.
Hard to kill a man here,
Lode said, standing.
I'd need to snap his neck, keep it broken for a few minutes. Not feeling that right now.
He looked at Veronica, a devil's grin.
Figure you and I had a deal, one I've kept. You're here. I'm gonna walk out that door and you're gonna give yourself a good long count before you follow.
As he spoke, Lode reached inside his jacket, the same 0.1 he'd worn that morning, and drew his pistol, returned before the trip to the Grove.
Don't be cheating, or we'll see whether a bullet to the head does the job.
I don't understand. I thought you wanted the Grove taken like we did.
Thinking I give one damn about the world is a mistake, Blind. When you become a Raker, you lose everything else. The gardener took that away from me, too. Means I have nothing left.
Lode chuckled, reached the door.
Except revenge, anyway. Killed a lot of things. Figure it's time to see if a god dies as easy.
As the door swung shut, Veronica knelt by Navarro. The man did breathe, seemed very much unconscious. She worked his pockets, pants, and sleeves, came away with a snub-nosed gun, 2 knives, and a wallet stuffed with Navarro's details. Thus equipped, she stood, faced the door. She could wait, let Navarro come back and head out as a pair. A man she'd been fighting against only a few hours ago. No. Instead, Veronica would do what she came here to do. Find her father, dead or alive. Their ride, a cabbie that well understood not asking any questions, dropped Fade and Talia a block off the highway and several lit stretches away from their destination. The warehouses loomed in the breezy evening, cranes catching moonlight overhead, like some massive alien claws. Might be a sign Fade was seeing too many weird creatures in the Grove.
Ready?
Talia said as she finished checking her weapons for the 3rd time since they'd embarked north. Nerves. Unsurprising, as this sort of rapid strike wasn't their usual. Fade would have preferred a chance to do some digging, find a map of the warehouse where Eve's badge had been noted. Alternate entries, escapes, and potential spots for ambushes could have been drawn up. Instead, they'd be going in blind. Fade ran a finger over his ring, the opal badge inset. they still had this, an escape back to the grove at the cost of a little time. Better than the old way, a dash out to the street and hoping Fade hadn't lost his car keys in the fist fight.
Stick close,
Fade said as they walked, a casual approach on the sidewalk opposite their target.
Things get rough. We'll need to hold hands to jump.
Hold hands? Don't get sweet on me now, Fade.
The shipyard wasn't quiet despite the evening hour. Container work continued, the brash clangs and thrums rolling out over the concrete. Trash escaping its confines drifted around, catching in the embankment leading up to the highway. Trucks rumbled past. Both Fade and Talia lapsed into a concentrated quiet amid the clatter. That focus found fresh targets as they passed the target yard. A fenced entry claimed no admittance to just anyone, though the gate was open. A small gatehouse with a lowered bar sat occupied, the man inside scrolling on his phone. Beyond, lights caught people working in clusters, hefting cases and donning body armor.
What are they doing?
Talia said as they continued to walk. A casing pass, then they turn around and make a move.
Those aren't dock workers.
Getting ready for a fight. Maybe Veronica wants to move right away.
Just her dad.
Worked out great for him.
They reached the next block's end, crossed over. Barbed wire topped the fences, making any clamber over a bad idea. The truly desperate could try a swim through the bay, crawling up soaked in grimy water. Talia's guns would be ruined, but they might achieve a disgusting surprise.
No way.
Talia said when Fade offered up the watery invasion.
You get me a wetsuit and we'll talk, but this girl's not getting in that water.
Then what are you thinking?
Behind them, another truck rolled up to a rumbling stop at the intersection. Tall Ear turned on her heel, went up to the semi's cab and tapped on the door. The driver inside peered out at her, made no move to open it until Tall Ear drew her gun. Fade saw the guy's eyes lock on the weapon, watched him calculate whether he had the guts to slam on the gas pedal and try to outrun the hijacking. Saw him realize dying for his job was very much not worth it. The door unlocked. Talia pulled it open, waved the man out, said he ought to call the police. The driver stammered nonsense in reply as Talia took his seat. Fade followed, jumped up beside her. The driver, his phone out, made the run to the road's far side as Talia dropped the truck into gear and turned towards their target.
Choosing the subtle route, I see,
Fade said.
We need to rescue Eve and get the badge, right? We're outnumbered? That means chaos, Fade. You know that. Now buckle up.
Fade did just that, swiping the seatbelt across his chest. He clicked it home as Talia began a hard turn right, the truck's tires squealing as they tried to keep the towed load level. The guy in the gatehouse caught the headlights, looked up from his phone just in time to throw himself out of the way. Talia, hands gripping the wheel, hunched as the semi bashed through the gate bar, busted its left end on the gatehouse, and kept rolling forward.
In that warehouse?
Tall Ear yelled. Two monster frames loomed before them, shipping containers stacked on the sides. The goons getting armed scrambled, grabbing at guns, body armor, and each other as Talia's rig bore down.
Gotta start somewhere,
Fade replied. The truck's loose turning radius and Talia's speed made the warehouse charge an easy choice. The semi rolled over cement, bashed through the warehouse's flimsy siding, and careened into rows upon rows of pallets. Glass showered Fade, the truck's engine keeping up the momentum longer than he expected. Metal, wood, and unknown debris coated the cab like an industrial net.
Go!
Talia said as the momentum ended, the smell of leaking gasoline and sparked fires spreading. Fade noticed blood leaking from a cut along her forehead, felt similar slices along his own limbs where shards had snuck in. He popped the belt, brushed the glass free, and tried to shove open his door. It met stiff resistance, more than Fade could force.
The windshield, over the engine.
Talia snapped, already climbing over the glass wreck and through the tangled debris.
Next time I pick the way in.
You wanted water. This is better.
So long as that gas doesn't go up.
Veronica's 0-point goons weren't far away either. Their organizing shouts making clear a cautious advance would be underway in moments. By then, Fade and Talia needed to be gone, needed to find Eve and disappear.
The thought struck Fade like bad coffee.
We could have killed her,
he said, tugging himself around the jagged yellow ends of a large rack.
What if Eve was just inside?
Not a chance.
Tall Ear replied.
Unless Veronica wanted to keep her on a shelf. The offices are on the far side.
You know this how?
Oscar runs security on some shipments.
Tall Ear dropped from the truck's extended, smouldering engine to the ground, brushed off her jacket as Fade fell in alongside her. Around them, dangling floodlights illuminated a crowded warehouse. Crates upon crates of various goods, most labeled as imports from various South American countries.
Not exactly what I'd expect from Pline,
Fade said as Talia broke towards the warehouse's rear.
Lots of tech getting sent up from down there?
No idea. Thought it was weird for Pline to have a warehouse anyway. Deals in software, right?
You're asking the wrong guy.
The offices were indeed at the warehouse back. A narrow set closed off from the rest of the building. They were dark, shuttered, and when Talia pulled open the single door, empty. Fade's curse covered them both.
Dig for the badge?
Tall Ear asked.
No time. We stop, they'll surround us.
Which means?
Other warehouse, now.
Fade's words caught a different punctuation. A bullet. The shot streaked in, slammed off the metal office housing to Fade's left. Sparks prompted a dive. Fade leaped to his right, while Talia ducked into the office, shutting the door behind her. Fade hit the hard concrete and rolled, getting behind a sedate forklift as more rounds speckled off the ground where he'd been. Talia returned fire quick, drawing shouts from their attackers, a brief stop to the shooting while they found cover. A quick glance around gave Fade little to work with. He could slink to his left, try to vanish amongst the racks and surprise the security forces, but the warehouse was well lit. They'd be looking for him, and while Fade's confidence in his martial skills was, perhaps, too high, he didn't like his chances against this much firepower. Running was the better play, but where? As if Talia heard his thoughts, the big bayside garage door at Fade's back rumbled to life. Clattering up, revealing lit, lapping water and long docks behind him, the doorway gave Fade options. He took them, keeping the forklift in between himself and the attackers while dashing right towards the other warehouse. He'd get Eve, break back this way, and Talia could dash free. Even if she took a bullet, so long as Talia reached Fade, he could pull them back to the grove and it'd all be fine, all be. The second warehouse was just as dark, just as empty. Fade reached the entry, a door beside the closed garage, and pulled it open to see nothing. Papers, a couple of computers, and framed photos of families Fade couldn't care less about. No signs of interrogation, fighting, frustration, or the badge. Too late. They must have moved Eve, which meant there wasn't another choice but to ditch out of there. Back to the grove, reset, and go again. Fade heard the steps, spun, and saw the guy rounding the warehouse corner. The man had a handgun raised, flashlight atop its short barrel, ready to fire, and the man did. A hit if Fade hadn't retreated into the office. He reached back, grabbed a keyboard off a desk, and as the man wheeled into the doorway, Fade launched. The gun fired again, too fast to hit Fade as he plastered himself against the wall. The bullet whizzed by, and the keyboard struck home, bashing into the man's weapon and knocking it to the ground. Fade sprang after like a pouncing tiger, knocking away the flimsy defense with his hands and finishing with a kick to the enemy's knee. One satisfying pop and resulting scream later, and the guy was down. Fade was about to deliver a knockout kick when he noticed the man's gear. A jacket that didn't say 0 point. A hat, now on the ground, that marked the man as a Navarro employee. Like a good Tetris game, the blocks fell into place, and Fade found himself in a blind sprint back towards Tall Ear, towards gunfire. The game had changed, and the Grove was in trouble. Chapter 7. Dark Places. Home itched. An embarrassing trespass crawled his skin and kept Lode's hands on the pistol as he looked across the ringed level. A view he'd beheld 100, 1,000 times over years upon years. The first had been a confused wonder, then a long, relaxing interval, and now an exhilarating dread. Going back wasn't an option anymore. Killing Fade, restoring himself to a Raker's gilded status. No, the gardener had abandoned Lode, and so Lode would end it. The question one Lode had been putting off in favor of his return's more immediate objective was how. The gardener only came through in the Grove's vast courtyard, deigning to speak to the eternal slaves it had co-opted to deliver its singular vision. Where the gardener went when it left its shifting from behind, nobody knew. What the Grove even was beyond the stones and the audience tables, their infinite resources, was a mystery. If any of the other Rakers had figured it out, they'd never shared it with Lode, which left him with a puzzle to solve. The ring where he stood offered few clues. Every room tied to a different world the gardener had bothered with. The doors came in different sizes, shapes, and materials as befitting their Rakers. Lode figured he could dismiss them all as one-way boxes. The gardener wouldn't be found in any, nor would the Grove's beating heart, if it had one. A skittering cheer had Lode crouching behind the stone railing, catching a glimpse of a lace-like spider plummeting from above. That Lode didn't recognize the Raker came as a comfort. If he couldn't tell an intruder from a regular, then maybe he didn't have to hide. Regardless, sitting here much longer would risk Veronica or Alec coming out to find him, and Lode could skip that pointless crap. Patting his pistol, tugging on his wide-brimmed hat, Lode hefted himself over the rail and fell. The levels raced by, his stomach zipped up into his throat, and the blue-white circle at the tower's base grew until Lode came to a floating halt. As ever, the speed-to-stop distance threw his brain, had Lode feeling like he ought to be mush. Instead, the circle shoved him off to the side, letting Lode's shoes catch a gentle touchdown. The lace spider was already gone. A glance up confirmed no further plummets heading his way. A chance, then, to look around. Rakers had a single pathway to follow from here. A broad stone road through a massive arch, down wide and fat stairs to the courtyard. Lode hadn't ever thought about taking a different way, so when options offered themselves, he almost blushed. How had he not noticed the slim arches around the landing platform, ones leading into dark recesses? Lode moved towards the nearest, again resting his hand on the pistol. The narrow arch forced Lode to turn sideways, though its height more than doubled Lode's own. The Grove's ever-present creamy white light penetrated the sculpted, clean alcove only a step or two before dying out, leaving Lode's advance to be continued in utter darkness. No, wait. Lode blinked, the platform behind his left side, where the alcove apparently extending to his right into the gloom. He'd thought it all dark, but shadows emerged. Blurred definitions and silhouettes. What should have been a thin band between the landing and the tower's outer walls seemed instead to extend. Lode couldn't make out an end, just a darkness going on and on. Not empty either. He took several more steps, turning this way and that, and found the pass a short one into a much larger space. Not a lively one, the air was dead, no smells clued Lode into the contents, but contents there were. Shadows outlined lumps strewn about in odd shapes, ovals moulding into one another, box-like cubes with oblong appendages. As Lode's eyes adjusted, he found some stacked with purpose, others thrown seemingly at random and left to lie. Like the Grove's courtyard, there didn't seem to be any walls, just clumps amid an infinite dark expanse. Beneath the clumps glowed small, dawn-like patches, unnoticeable until Lode's eyes adjusted to the deep black. Were these, somehow, the inner workings of the Grove, the circuits that powered its miracles? Lode approached the nearest one, a series of spheres resting on and inside scalloped, thin stone bases. Without much light, Lode couldn't make out colours, but he did note irregular streaks on the spheres, jagged lines mingling with swirling, thick strokes, like lightning popping from clouds. He reached out, touched one, cool, inert. He knelt, pressed on the sphere, hard, resisting. A closed shell, maybe, with something inside. But how to open it? Lode laughed to himself, stood. What did it matter, these things? Curiosity couldn't distract him now. The goal was the gardener. Destroy that thing, free all of the Rakers from its grasp. Then they could all explore this mess. They'd have all eternity, enjoying endless life here in the grove without its taskmaster.
Is that what you think?
Came the voice, the one Lode had longed to hear. It scoured the cowboy, those simple words. Taskmaster, dictator, monster. The gardener stood in its whirlwind guise behind Lode. An unfathomable creature that had, nonetheless, been as much a parental figure to Lode as anyone in his centuries-long life. It stood, somehow, some way, at his back now, eyeing the cowboy in its steely, amorphous gaze.
You believe the grove will continue without my guidance, that the place I have built and maintained for longer than you can comprehend will outlast me.
Lode settled himself, took the urge to fall to his knees and beg forgiveness, and buried it. Took comfort in the pistol's grip, in the gardener's desaturated look. More imposing in the grove's full light, here its owner appeared more like a flowing shadow, something Lode could brush away.
Figure it's worth trying, because I'm getting real sick of the usual.
Murder, mayhem, and those guns of yours? I doubt it. You were, of all my human Rakers, the most bloodthirsty.
The gardener let the word hang before lunging into the next.
And effective. The rule is 2, but it is one I've bent before, should you be willing to return.
They won't take me back.
I won't give them a choice.
Lode swept another look around the relics. Stacks of unknown. Questions the gardener would bury if Lode said yes. Shackles, but with a perfect prize. He'd come here with vengeance, but how often did plans change with new information, with unexpected offers?
One condition. You're never kicking me out again. I do the job my way, you get your species. No complaints, no threats, nothing from Fade and Eve.
If you do the job.
Detroit. The bomb. Fade and Eve had failed. How many other times had they disappointed the gardener to bring the god back to Lode? The cowboy clicked his tongue, threw the gardener a wink that the alien wouldn't understand.
You know I will.
Your species depends upon it, Lode.
The gardener raised a hand. Small lights swirled from nowhere, magic explained by the tiny machines buzzing about the grove's air. They arranged themselves into a grainy image, a familiar girl staring at a blue audience table.
These intrusions are too frequent, too much knowledge, too quickly, will throw humanity from its course. Other species will think I am growing lenient. They are wrong.
Don't worry, boss. I'll shut that door real tight and lock it up.
Talia focused on her breathing, the air going in and out as gunfire rattled the small office around her. The warehouse walls echoed every shot, making it feel as though she was surrounded by an army rather than 5 or 10 half-baked security personnel. She had 3 guns herself, though the snub-nosed revolver in her boot would require recklessness on someone's part to be useful. The 2 handguns, one in her hand and the other tucked into the small of her back, could deliver precise punishment at a steady rate. In the movies, they could annihilate a squad of hapless enemies in seconds. Right here, right now, she'd be outgunned and splattered by withering fire. As it was, bullet casings bounced off her shoes, wild sprays either wasting ammo or, more likely, covering maneuvers. The office had an exit to her left, a closed door leading outside. Too obvious. Fade had dashed through the garage, off to Talia's right and through a murderous open expanse. Not viable, either one. Instead, Talia swapped the gun to her offhand, pulled out her phone, tapped out the address to her uncle with a rifle emoji. Easy to understand. Then, Talia tossed her handgun to the right, let it skid along the cement and out the garage. Gave it a breath. The gunfire lulled.
I surrender!
Tall ER called out.
We've made a mistake.
The office door banged open, the sudden wind scattering papers on the desk over the casing-riddled floor. Two of Navarro's goons came in, lights on their rifles blinding her.
Damn right you made a mistake.
Came the hot greeting of the first man.
You're going to tell us what you're doing here, why you picked this place, and how much you're worth. Because if it ain't much, there's some fish in the bay that are going to get a midnight snack.
Fade skidded to the left, breaking off his heroic charge, as Tall ER's gun bounced through the garage. A signal, intentional or not, that the fight wasn't going their way. Fade slipped between two stacked containers, pressed his back to the warehouse wall and listened. The shooting stopped, meaning they'd either blasted Tall ER or were buying her surrender cell. Had to hope for the latter. Crouching, Fade quick-stepped to his right, towards the battered warehouse front and hijacked Semi's remnants. Conversation came over distant traffic, nighttime machine work. People making calls, trying to find orders. More than one complaint that Navarro wasn't answering his phone. An answer saying that wasn't a surprise, considering where the boss had gone. Always lovely when mysteries resolve themselves. Always awful when the answer was a nightmare. Veronica Pline had used the badge once. Navarro never. Would the two of them have gone alone? Lode's absence suggested otherwise. Hinted that Jaycee might be in trouble, except the gardener didn't like visitors. Didn't like Lode either. If that dismal trio had decided to jump to the grove, odds were they were already interstellar dust. But if not, then Jaycee, crunching boots nearby, snapped Fade back to the present. Orders flying now, switching to a sweep and a cleanup. Find the other one, get the Semi out of here. Avoid police attention if possible. Fade heard all this nestled in a damp, chilly slot between the warehouse and those stacked shipping containers. A nice place to listen, a terrible spot to get caught. Yet those boots suggested at least two cutting off his escape. Well, the obvious routes, anyway. Fade straightened, bent his knees, and jumped. Grabbed a handle near the container's top and braced his feet against it. Pushed off higher onto the second stacked container. Snared a lower lip, his fingers cold against the metal. Scrambled his feet, his toes into the ridges while reaching with his freed left hand to brace himself against the warehouse wall. Precarious, nearing 3 meters off the ground, with another couple to go. Fade gauged the distance, bent his ankles, and leapt again, pushing with his legs and swinging his left hand in a push off the warehouse for a flimsy, desperate grip on the second container's top. His feet scrabbled for purchase, squeaking against the siding, his fingernails gouged into the slim gap between the metal bands and the container itself, tearing until Fade lurched his left leg up and over the top. An ugly roll brought the rest of him over, settling Fade on his back, king of the container stack. Overhead, a plane's flashing lights streaked by, heading into San Francisco's airport. Those few stars, bright enough to pierce the city lights, twinkled beyond. At another time, in another world, Fade could have laid right there for hours. Below, Boots investigated Fade's scrabbling.
"We know you're here somewhere,"
said a voice.
"We've got your friend, and we're giving you 30 seconds. You show your face, your empty hands, and the lady's guts don't mess up our floor. Your call."
Another time, another world. This one demanded a little more action. The grove, Jaycee had to admit, was boring. Once you grew used to the menagerie of impossible creatures wandering around, some speaking in languages so far afield from anything she'd heard on Earth, there simply wasn't much to do. The audience could produce food and drink on command, but couldn't surf the internet as well as her phone back home. No streaming movies or funny videos, no chats with her friends. Jaycee felt stuck in a classroom after she'd finished her test, waiting for the clock to run out. Beyond the aliens, the grove's dull expanse gave little reprieve. The tower and its descending stair played host to new arrivals, while the big circular portal at the opposite end spun up every few minutes to let a Raker back to their home. Beyond that, nothing. No games, no curious conversation directed her way. Jaycee even thought about looking for a bathroom before realizing that need wasn't there. Apparently, the magic she breathed in took care of those annoying biological needs. She pitched Fade's location to the audience again, only for the table to reply with the same blocky blue shapes. He'd arrived at the shipyard and stayed there, more or less, for a while now, which threatened to play havoc with Jaycee's imagination. Was Fade dead? Captured? Or enjoying a post-success debrief with Eve? Jaycee blinked, double-checked the table, asked the audience to show Eve's badge again. The shipyard melted to a blank ocean slate before the audience displayed a message in fixed turquoise text. The badge was home. Snapping her head up, Jaycee looked towards the tower, hoping to see Eve striding her way with good news. Instead, she saw the opposite in just about every way. Lode, wide-brimmed hat again on his head, sauntered down the steps, a cocky grin on his face, one that sent predictable ice lacing Jaycee's veins. Swearing to herself, Jaycee ducked down below the table. Lode's confidence suggested the gardener wasn't interested in flaying him, so sitting there waiting to be found wasn't a good play. But where to hide on this endless flat plain? The tower offered itself as an option, but getting there would mean... Jaycee caught a shimmering mass of what seemed like glass rectangles connected by inky strands. The creature drifted towards Jaycee, having come from the tower, its path putting it between Jaycee and Lode. As the thing, its glassy pieces occasionally clacking against stone and table, floated past, Jaycee padded her feet right along with it. She kept close, trying to pace the creature, which thankfully showed no interest in its sudden companion. Up close, the glassy bits crawled with prismatic lines, all running to the edges to link up with the inky strands. The panes projected heat too, enough for Jaycee to feel like her right side, closest to the creature, was started to burn. No eyes, mouth, or other organ presented itself amid the tangle, offering up a curious question Jaycee refused to ask. She'd tackle one horror at a time. They passed one row, then a second before the creature shifted its drift to the left, right where Jaycee stood. As the hot glass turned her way, Jaycee threw herself to the ground. The creature, unperturbed, floated overhead. The glass panes touched Jaycee's back, hot enough for a wisp of burning fabric smoke to rise. Jaycee scrambled to her right, staying low and getting behind another Raker. This one somewhat resembling a three-legged rhinoceros, if its horn ended in a blooming yellow ball instead of a point. Each foot, too, concluded in a splayed 8-finger hand. The Zimwi rolled a large eye her way, mouth making a low rumble. The Grove's little machines passed the noise, told Jaycee the question.
Practicing.
Jaycee said.
Big mission coming up.
Her reply earned a narrowing of that same eye, but Jaycee kept moving. Earth's audience table was behind and to her right now, 2 long rows away. She tried a peek around the Zinwi's legs, looking for Lode's booted feet, and didn't see them. The cowboy had been walking slow. Maybe he wasn't there yet. In which case, Jaycee could just camp here and...
Move,
the Zinwi said, the Grove giving its voice a bubbling tremor, its great nostrils flaring.
My space, not yours.
Yeah, of course.
Jaycee slipped on, making the judgment that the rhino thing could squash her flat, a more painful way to go than Lode's likely execution by headshot. She stepped into the gap between the tables, no cover offered down the long lane to her right. Jaycee crossed, figuring if she could make another 2 tables over, she could turn and run right for the tower.
Walking like that the new fad for you kids.
Jaycee closed her eyes, bit her lip, and stood.
Because it looks about the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Lode continued.
Like a dying spider, missing half its legs.
The cowboy crouched, hands on his knees, and stared Jaycee dead in the face.
Where's your dad, Jaycee?
Gone. Lode nodded, held out a hand. Jaycee didn't take it, standing up and giving Lode his glare right back. The Zinwi stomped past on her left, heading towards the silver portal, which was spinning up to create a door to somewhere.
Too bad,
Lode said.
Was hoping I'd get a chance to plug you both at the same time. Make it a family affair.
A heavy, mocking sigh.
But part of being a Raker is getting used to the ends, not the journey. One annoying brat down and my life gets a little easier.
The cowboy's hand moved towards the pistol on his belt. Fade, Talia, and Eve weren't there. The gardener's divine hand wasn't getting in the way. Another second and Jaycee would see herself shot dead, would see herself... Veronica?
Jaycee asked, glancing over Lode's shoulder.
The cowboy hesitated, turned, and Jaycee ran. A panic move, a sprint in a world without a place to hide. So Jaycee left that world, followed the slow Zinwi up the shallow ramp and through the glimmering silver.
Veronica tried 3 doors outside their own, making her way around the stone ring and wondering what creatures might exist behind the smaller, larger, and oddly shaped entries. Every door, though, didn't budge when she pushed on it, suggesting a one-way trip and leaving Veronica without many options save the one: throw herself over the edge. Navarro made that choice for her, the man wrenching open the human entrance with a distraught rage. Veronica saw him from across the level and made the jump, putting her hand on the ledge and swinging herself over in a maneuver her old gym teacher would have been proud to see. She plummeted, swallowing a shriek, and bounced off the gentle landing into the tower's base. The exit made itself obvious, a yawning bright arch where, at that moment, oozed an ochre plant-like ball. Not a friend Veronica wanted to make. Instead, she spotted dark alcoves scattered around the tower and broke towards one. Up above, she heard Navarro shout her name. Veronica almost laughed, a skittish fear breaking at Navarro's worse plight. The man would get himself discovered, obliterated, and perhaps drawn some attention from herself. Buy Veronica time to... What was this place? Shadows crawled, deeper here and there, where odd clumps gave the impression of a reckless hoarder. Veronica's eyes adapted, drawing out details that made less sense than the shadows before. Box-like containers mingled with orbs and sprawling, brittle growths. On her right, as the dark stones curled in a ringing corridor, a rack of vials each as large as her forearm rested against the wall. There didn't seem to be an opposite wall, just a continued stone floor into the infinite. Veronica sidestepped to her left, putting the solid wall at her back, and sank down to the ground. Measured several minutes with her breathing, her hands hugging herself. When Navarro failed to appear, when another alien or worse didn't rise up to destroy her, Veronica let herself relax. Took stock of herself and found the grove had worked its magic well. She'd not slept much the night before, but the exhaustion and the lingering cold she'd been trying to quit were both gone. Veronica hadn't had dinner, but that urge dissipated too, as did her scratching throat's need for water. She shook her head at nothing, at the incredible difference this could have made back home. No wonder her father had been so obsessed with this place. No more needs, no more conflicts. That brought a frown. If the grove had this kind of power, then why hadn't the gardener brought it everywhere? School offered up an answer, one she joked about with her friends often enough about the mysterious, inexplicable things teenage boys did. Logic just didn't apply to some things. Better, then, to focus on what Veronica could do, could affect. She was here to find her father, and once she did, they could focus on the next step together, getting back home, and bringing an army to take this place for humanity. Now that was a cause she could believe in, a cause she could whisper to herself as Veronica stood, and walked into the dark. Chapter 8. Contingency. Eve didn't lie. She spilled the story in the car's back seat as Mayra drove, Ezra catching her slight nods confirming his own beliefs. The Raker didn't hold back, her telling filling the blanks in files Ezra knew better than his own life. The Rakers had been operating for centuries, steering humanity in ways both brutal and subtle. Not surprising, their efforts had been noticed, had been cloaked behind groups like the Illuminati, the Knights Templar, and any other convenient scapegoats. A veil, Eve said, the Rakers were only too happy to use.
It's easier to be a legend than a shadow,
She'd said as Mayra turned onto the highway heading north, where an interesting buzz had crossed the car's police scanners. A stolen truck, a subsequent crash and gunfire at a port warehouse. A random coincidence, save the timing. The description of the perpetrators, a man and a woman, both veering towards middle age. Eve said her friends would come after her, and there they were. A little off on the location, but the effort was right on schedule. If the responding local cops could keep the body count low, so much the better.
The question I have,
Ezra asked into the quiet,
is what's going to happen when we start going into your grove? What you're saying, this alien likes secrecy, likes to play by its rules.
We already know what it will do.
Eve replied, staring straight ahead through the windshield. She'd not shown an ounce of panic this whole time, little frustration, as if she'd settled into fate. Ezra had seen that before too, the shock that comes over someone when they realize just how screwed they are.
The gardener's going to erase Earth, or at least us.
It's scared of a little competition?
Mayra asked.
We're not competition, not even close.
Then what are we?
We're playing its game, and now we're breaking the rules.
Fade rolled right, plummeting off the container and landing on the Navarro gangster looking for Fade in the wrong corners. Fade's knees hit the man's shoulders, driving the dude to the ground with a wet smack. The strike rattled up Fade's frame as he fell off the body, scrambling for the man's gun. As Fade found the grip and pulled the weapon free from limp hands, a flashlight cut through the late evening glow. Fade crouched in its center, a cat caught. Guns raised, aimed, and hands slipping to triggers. Options flashed, and Fade took the only one that made any sense. The port blinked away, its wet and dark concrete replaced with white stone and the creamy, ethereal light of the Grove's tower. The ring warmed Fade's finger as he tossed the captured gun to the side, looked down at himself. A little sore, some scraped knuckles, but otherwise alive and well. A coward intact. Fade threw a curse to the room, ran through bubbling, frantic logic, saying Talia wouldn't get offed, not right away. Navarro, or maybe Pline, would have to give that order, and neither one had been at the docks. Even her badge hadn't been either, so if the group had made the jump here, then Fade could find them first and stop thinking and move. Yet Fade only managed one step before hesitating, catching marks off from the usual pristine stone. Bloody flecks, dirty smears, already starting to disappear as the grove cleaned itself. Evidence of bodies, which fit the intruder theory, but blood? Had that fragile alliance already fallen apart? With Lode involved, perhaps not surprising. The laugh coming with that thought died before it began. The killer cowboy was back in the grove, and so was Jaycee. She bounced. The spongy surface, an ochre yellow and chill to the touch, sank under Jaycee's weight and threw her up. She flailed, arms wheeling as thin air let Jaycee soar higher than the basketball hoops she'd once dreamed of dunking on. Jaycee's wild eyes took in a patchy landscape, those spongy spots interspersed with turquoise mounds stretching beneath a burnt orange sky. As she started falling back, Jaycee found the Zimwi she'd followed here, saw it trundle off the sponge with measured strides and right into one of the mounds. The gumdrop shape folded around the massive creature, swallowing it whole and sucking it from sight. The mound puffed back out, seemingly unchanged. Any wondering about all that vanished as Jaycee hit the sponge surface again, her body sinking in. Instincts honed from occasional trips to local trampoline parks triggered, and Jaycee rolled as the sponge shoved her back, tumbling off. A cold wet blanketed her side, and Jaycee noticed, as she bounced along, that the sponge secreted a nectar-like substance every time she hit. As Jaycee's awkward roll brought her to the sponge's edge, her arms and legs were coated with the stuff. Annoying, but more important, more incredible, was that she hadn't died. She could breathe. Her body wasn't folding beneath high gravity or exposure to elements so different from Earth as to be instantly fatal. Science classes and numerous bad movies had taught Jaycee that visits to far-off planets or other dimensions tended to result in grisly death. Yet here she was. A little gross, sure, but otherwise alive.
Suck it, Lode.
Jaycee muttered, her own voice hitting her ears like a reverb, as if Jaycee were standing in a racquetball court.
Weird, but fun, sort of.
It had been a while since Jaycee had been amused by her own voice, but she stood and chattered to herself anyway. Thrills and chills ran out through her fingers and toes, Escape's giddiness mingling with the growing question of what, exactly, she was going to do here and now. Find that Zinwi was the obvious answer, then convince it, somehow, to bring Jaycee back to the grove, where Lode would be waiting.
Okay, think different.
Jaycee said, starting towards the mound. The ground beyond the sponge, thankfully, didn't bounce. The colour of a ripe peach and with a similar texture, Jaycee reached down and ran her hand along the rubbery, slightly fuzzy surface to confirm. The ground bore her steps without radical revisions. Irregular rocks lay clumped and clustered here and there, and caressed by a steady, warm breeze. Not so alien, then, as to be incomprehensible. Carbon, nitrogen, iron, thermodynamics and other physical laws. The universe's building blocks were here, a familiar, comforting glove. Things weren't so different from home, and maybe that Zinwi Raker wasn't so different either. Jaycee would need its badge to come back home. Maybe she wouldn't need to steal it. Maybe Jaycee could make a friend, and maybe Lode would find himself pierced on that Zinwi's horn. A happy thought, one that buoyed Jaycee until she reached the giant mound. Extending what must have been at least 4 or 5 stories overhead, and as big around as a house, the mound offered a mottled surface and no hints about how it worked.
Do I touch you?
Jaycee asked the shape, before reaching out and brushing it with her fingertips. Nothing. Hard and unyielding, like pressing against drywall. Jaycee frowned, thought back to the frenetic moments after her first bounce. The Zinwi had just walked forward, had been swallowed up by the mound. No fancy code words, dances or devices, just a walk. Wincing, very aware of the sticky coating on her legs, chest and arms, Jaycee strode right into the mound. Her arms hit first, and Jaycee froze. Tiny flagella shuddered from the mound as the sticky fluid touched, the tendrils as thin as her hair and wriggling. They latched onto Jaycee, writhing against the nectar. A subtle pull came with the feel, the mound itself softening as its shell parted in a trillion ways to let the flagella free.
So gross,
Jaycee said, before taking a huge breath and pressing herself forward. The mound, eager, swallowed her whole. Talia had, over the years, assembled a goon spectrum. This line, ranging from inept mouth-breathers, meant for little more than imposing their ugly mugs upon the world, to savvy strategists overseeing their underling armies, had no problem catching Navarro's players as they ushered her back near the ruined semi-truck and the battered warehouse. Befuddled expressions and flicking eyes traversed the bunch, almost universally clad in denim and loose athletic jackets. The attire alone classed this group as Navarro's second-tier outfit, considering the man's penchant for suits and sleek cars.
So what are you going to do now?
Taulia said into the muttering rumble, the headless hydra around her hunting for any direction at all.
Find your pal,
said one, a balding, heavy-set East Coaster who clung to his drawn handgun like it was a life preserver.
Pump him full of lead.
Don't think Navarro would like that.
Boss isn't here,
said another, a smoker's prize, who indeed was lighting up a fresh one at that moment.
He likes us taking initiative anyway,
added the first one.
Keeps his plate clean.
I find that hard to believe.
Taulia said.
That any of you could take initiative, I mean.
Keep talking,
said the smoker, blowing a fresh puff in Tall Ear's face.
Might be we throw you in the bay and see how you swim.
Please do.
Sure, she'd need to shower for a few days, but Taulia figured she'd backstroke her way to freedom just fine in those chilly waters. Bluff called, though, Navarro's gangsters returned to their glum glances, burning seconds until another, huffing player bustled into the group.
He's gone,
the scrawny guy said.
Fell right on Davy, then disappeared. Had him dead, but then he wasn't there no more.
Any more?
Said the smoker.
Shut up.
More shifting looks.
He left,
Taulia said.
Same place your boss went to. I imagine they're having a nice chat right about now.
How can we trust you?
Asked the balding one.
You're the enemy.
You don't have to. Keep searching, you won't find him. Meanwhile, we'll all get hungry, run out of cigarettes, and waste time.
As if Talia had pushed the night off a cliff, the calculus changed around her. Thugs blinked their way free of a firefight and took in the rest of the disaster. A warehouse needing repairs, a truck needing excision, explanations for it all. Paperwork, contractors, cleanup. However annoying, all of these were problems Navarro's nuts and bolts gang could solve, and they lurched into the motions with the gusto of goobers with clear direction.
You're coming with me,
said the smoker, nudging Taulia along the wet asphalt towards the shipyard's entrance.
We'll spend some time together, wait for the boss to come back, and see how he wants to handle you.
You and me, together? I'm so excited.
The smoker rasped a laugh.
At least you're not boring. Hate babysitting idiots.
Must be a hard life for you, then.
The bustle behind them escorted their short walk to the entrance, where the broken gatehouse and its attendant pole lay in ruins. Getting a second look, Tall Ear had to admire the truck's sheer power. Something to consider in future jobs where a battering ram might be needed. As it was, she crunched over rubble and took note that the smoker seemed to be escorting Tall Ear alone. A bad move, especially as they neared the quiet street, deserted as the clock shifted into the early morning. Spying an opportunity in a broken gate chunk before her, Taulia let her right ankle lurch forward. The smoker coughed as Taulia seemed to fall, the smoker's own handgun not swinging to shooting position. Suspecting a trip and nothing more, Taulia caught the innocence from her left, reached out with that hand to grab the smoker's arm as if to stabilize herself. The smoker coughed again as Taulia found a grip, a cough that became a curse as Taulia's seemingly busted ankle found the leverage it had never lost. Taulia yanked the smoker down to the ground, a hard fall that must have knocked the wind from the gangster's poisoned lungs. Taulia reached down, tore the gun from the smoker's left hand, and froze as sirens, bright headlights, and shouting authority interrupted everything. Contingencies were boring, but they bought survival. Navarro layered in one plan atop another, each one ready to kick in at the appointed time should chance, like a rogue bullet, passing cop, or lying informant require the adjustment. Sure, it meant Navarro spent more nights poring over those plans rather than dropping cash at the clubs or delighting in the same drugs he trafficked, but he much preferred the sound sleep that came after. Navarro had no contingency for this. It wasn't a shock, the dead realization coming as Navarro picked himself up off the white stone floor and noted the absence of his two conspirators. The conversations with Veronica and Lode had come quick, and he'd made the conscious choice,
always a conscious choice, to take the risk. To trust Lode's lust for vengeance and Veronica's urge to find her father. Those two strings were ones Navarro should have been able to pull. Leashes to keep the pair in line until a more permanent door to the grove could be opened. Now here he was, pushing through the wood door into an unearthly tower. Navarro ran his hand along his jaw as he looked across the ring-like level, the waist-high wall dipping into an abyss. A bruise should have been forming already, a sore bone from where the cowboy had socked him. Instead, Navarro didn't even have a headache. A smile at that. Lode hadn't been lying. The grove really was a place of miracles. Now, Navarro just needed to get back home, and in the process, blaze a trail that could be followed. The doorways around the level didn't help much. Their varied sizes, from too small for Navarro to fit through without a crouch, to more than double a standard frame, suggested their purpose. Hadn't Lode stated the grove served as a nexus for all sorts of creatures from far beyond Earth? They would need doors like these then, and... A whipping sound spun Navarro back towards the tower's center, where a blur flashed by. Navarro stepped to the railing, looked over and witnessed a bluish-grey mass cut its deadly fall to a gentle landing. Limbs emerged and sat down, the creature loping in a roiling move off the tower's bottom floor. Alive and well, somehow.
The exit, then?
Navarro muttered to himself, relieved to find his voice worked well enough here. Sound, oxygen, all the bits required for life as Navarro knew it, seemed to be present. A checklist filled up to Navarro's satisfaction, concerns about supplies like gas masks, oxygen tanks, pressure suits falling away. An invasion into this alien world, if what Navarro felt now held true, would be easier than robbing a bank or hijacking a rival's shipment. His people could simply stream in, all but invincible, and gun down anything standing in their way. And should the grove's owner prove less persuadable by force, then Navarro could always strike a deal. Humans were like cockroaches after all, and without Navarro's help, they would simply overrun this place. No, stop! Navarro shook his head, squinted his eyes at the landing platform below. Getting ahead of himself was a fault of his rivals, not him. First steps first, secure a path for his hired guns, then Navarro could open negotiations from a position of strength. To that end, Navarro took another risk. He climbed over the railing and dropped. Navarro kept his feet down, figuring a hard landing might cost him a couple of broken legs. Wounds that would heal in minutes? An hour? Neither. Because Navarro's stomach had barely rose up into his throat before he slowed down, as if caught by a cradling hand, and landed easy on the bottom. This time, the grin could not be suppressed. He held it until Navarro left the platform, spied the obvious exit, and the creature waiting there. The same monster that had drawn Navarro to the drop, its 8 or 9 limbs sprang from several fuzzy central masses, almost like an electron diagram from Navarro's dim memory of high school chemistry, save those limbs all ended in 3-pronged hands. As Navarro saw the creature, so did the thing see him. While Navarro couldn't spot any eyes, those center balls rotated independent of the limbs, as if the tendril-like appendages glided across fuzzy, dead blue surface.
Hello?
Navarro offered. The creature didn't reply, but the tower's silence broke with a whispering tremor. An undercurrent beneath Navarro's feet that had him glancing down, seeing nothing save more white stones. Yet the rumble had a direction, one that led right to the creature. Its limbs swayed at the vibration, then expanded, uncurling from their tangle into a sprawling, spider-like cage. The creature occupied the entire exit now. Then it lurched forward, putting those 3 balls over Navarro's head, the limbs surrounding him on all sides. Navarro twisted, caught a dark, formless shadow back beyond the landing pad. A vague fear found him, and Navarro started to talk, to do what he always did, reach for a contingency. The words, though, didn't leave his mouth, for one of those limbs covered it. The 3 thumbs pressed into Navarro's face and would have shoved him back, save another limb catching Navarro's neck from behind. A third swept Navarro off his feet, sending him to the floor. More blue thumbs, wrinkled and fuzzed, pressed on him from all sides. Squeezing, bending, crushing. Of all the hours, coffee hit best in the chilly dark around 1 a.m. At least, that's what Ezra told himself as he sipped his steaming brew, freshly delivered by a confused gig worker. Mayra tipped him well enough for the man to ignore the flashing lights, the badges, and the goons in cuffs getting collected for, among other things, holding a host of illegal weapons on their persons. Their claims to work for Navarro didn't seem to strike much fear into the local cops, so Ezra had a little hope they wouldn't see the streets again too soon. Whether Eve and her apparent friend Tall Ia, both with their own coffees sitting butt on curb, would occupy a cell as well remained an open question. Far from the most pressing one.
The badges are gone.
Ezra found himself repeating to both ladies as Mayra stood off playing logistics with the cops. Eve and Talia stared at their clutched coffees with vacant eyes.
Which means, if I'm understanding you, the only doors we can open are closed.
Eve nodded. Talia sighed.
Which means we're stuck waiting for one of these 3 or your pal Fade to come back.
Another nod. Another sigh. Ezra squatted before the pair, looping his tie over his shoulder to keep it from dropping into the wet roadside.
For a being of incredible intelligence, this seems like a poor system. Small keys easily lost and no backup.
The gardener is the backup,
Eve answered.
I haven't seen it here, but if a planet's Rakers falter, the gardener will step in and assign new ones, create new badges.
What about rescue the old ones?
I don't know. Rakers can die. Losing the badges and staying alive. I don't know that it's ever happened.
Not helpful.
She's telling you what she knows.
Talia interjected while Eve nursed her coffee.
Sorry it's not going to fit in your perfect little lines and boxes.
I don't need perfect. I need predictable. I need options, ideas, and potential plans.
Ezra straightened, his phone already feeling heavy in his pocket.
It's not just the 3 of us on the street here. On the East Coast, certain people will wake up soon. They'll need answers. If I can't give them any, they'll take a different path.
And do what? Shake their fists at the sky?
Tall Ia laughed.
You can't just go to the Grove, Agent. What was your name?
Call me Ezra.
Ezra. It's like Atlantis or Elysium. All these places you've heard about in myth and legend. Doesn't matter how many guns you have, whether your tanks and jet fighters are ready to launch. They'll have nowhere to go, and nothing to shoot.
That's a problem for you.
Me?
Her too. Because they won't accept that answer, not without squeezing every last bit out of you.
Ezra angled his coffee towards Eve.
If you're not telling the truth, and I think you are, they'll find out. Even if they don't get anything new, you might not come out the other side.
Thought torture wasn't in our playbook?
Tall Ia asked.
For someone selling drugs on the street or planning to rob a bank, no. But this goes beyond any convention, any international law. Your friend here has sparked a worldwide fear, has put a notice up saying there's a creature out there 1,000,000 times more powerful than anything Earth has in her pocket. If this were a comic book, I'd say it's time to call in the Avengers or Superman. But all we've got is a few special agents and some nukes. So help me. Help yourselves. Give me a way out, a way to keep this from getting worse.
Eve set her coffee down, pressed her hands together, and shot Ezra a heavy-lidded look.
You want my best guess? The gardener's going to find those 3. It's going to find Lode and Navarro and Veronica. It's going to realize Earth's been broken, and it's going to do what it's done so many times before.
The chill hit before Eve's words.
Hit worse because Ezra couldn't do a damn thing about it.
The gardener doesn't tolerate mistakes. It won't risk humans going off its chosen path. It'll see us scrubbed clean first, obliterated. We failed, and now there's nothing left to do but hope it gives us another chance.
But you don't see that happening.
If you had infinite opportunities, would you risk letting one ruin it all?
Chapter 8. Alien Issues. Lode had to give the girl credit. Hurling herself from the grove to certain death on an alien world was certainly a choice. Not a smart one, but hey, Jaycee had delivered her own destiny. Plenty of people couldn't say the same. Neither would most of the creatures standing at Lode's back as the metal circle wound down, its gateway dissipating. Lode felt their stares, some through the same itch a watching eye delivered, and others through more physical means. Psychic intrusions, like bruising headaches, came from some, while crawling chills and a vague nausea rose from others. The universe's species often interacted with the human body in hostile ways, which Lode tended to blunt with his own gruff glare. He deployed it now, spinning around on his left foot and levelling his gritty visage at the makeshift audience. Rakers held to a certain unspoken code, a general mingling distance, despite the grove's language-lubing mechanics. Divulging secrets that could lead one's species off the gardener's intended track was simply too great a risk. Better to keep interactions to a minimum, betting instead on a mutual coming together in the far-off promised land. And yet, Lode could tell he'd fallen to the bottom of popularity's ladder. It didn't take a sleuth to pin the reason on the viciousness that had been Lode's calling card over the many years. Rakers fashioned themselves heroes of a sort, and chasing a girl into an alien world didn't land on that spectrum.
One girl, or my planet,
Lode announced to those still watching, a gaggle of plants, tentacles, floating blobs, and many-eyed bug creatures.
In my place, any of you damn Xenos would do the same thing.
Not me, you asshole,
came a reply in fresh, human tones. The alien critters shifted aside to let the speaker through, a gift-wrapped present for Lode to tear apart.
Where'd you send my daughter?
Faden Vance, once and future target, stood on the courtyard's white tile like a dingy rebel knight. A loose jacket, jeans, and sneakers blended with stubble and sloppy hair to complete the image of a half-assed James Dean. This was the man who'd all but tossed Lode over the side, who'd committed the cardinal sin of opening humanity's eyes to the grove.
No idea,
Lode answered, keeping his hands loose at his sides. The gun was there, but in the grove, only a perfect kill shot would work. Best play it slow.
She took the dive. Another Raker set the destination.
What are you saying? That she could be anywhere?
Oh, she's definitely somewhere. Probably wriggling as her oxygen runs out. Rough way to go.
Lode popped a grin, started towards Fade.
Then again, I'm thinking your end's gonna hurt a lot more.
Isn't it against the rules to fight a Raker?
Fade slid his right leg back as he asked the question, the man falling into a casual fighter's stance. A martial brawl. That's what this guy thought was about to happen?
You're not a Raker anymore, Fade. You're just a mistake. One I'm about to correct.
Lode shifted his shoulder, looking like he was about to head for a haymaker, only to drop the feint and draw his pistol instead. Fade's eyes went wide. The bastard knew the couple meters between them wasn't near enough for a dodge. The cowboy raised the gun, finger already depressing the trigger, when the damn weapon flew away from his hand. The bluish, three-thumbed hand batting it away swept into Lode next, knocking the man to the ground. Pressing onto Lode's chest, the alien's hands swept the cowboy across the ground to bump shoulders with a similarly pinned Fade. 3 whiskery orbs floated overhead, those limbs spawning from each in a tangle.
Now then,
spoke the creature, its voice a whispering wind that brushed back Lode's hair, almost made him sneeze.
The gardener just had me eat one of you, and I must say, it was rather gross. I am keen to prevent it from happening again.
Then let me kill him, and your problems will be solved.
Lode said, the words hard to squeeze out from the pressure.
The man's inviting our species into the grove. They'll be here like pests in a few hours.
Lode's lying,
Fade answered.
He brought that guy here, and he's giving them badges. He's the one that needs to go.
2 idiots from a species that seems to have many.
The creature whispered.
We let the gardener decide.
At that, Lode stopped his struggling, even as Fade continued protesting next to him. The cowboy reached up, put his hands under his head, and looked past the long limbs into the creamy infinite above. He knew this feeling well, the warm glow of inevitable victory. Fade's back told him the grove's tiles weren't comfy. Hard, unyielding, they had Fade squeezing in short breaths beneath the alien's heavy thumb things. With those inhales, Fade tried to make headway, offering arguments aplenty for why the alien should back off and let him smash Lode into oblivion. The words fell on no ears, and when the alien said the gardener would be arbitrating this particular disagreement, Fade shut himself up. Summoning the domain's master was a little like rubbing a genie's lamp, odd but easy. With plenty of strange creatures watching, the alien pinning them both called out the gardener's name in its windy voice. The yell vanished into the infinite creamy void the grove called home, heard by everyone, including its target. Near the portal, a silvery mass coagulated from the ether, like a forming fog. A figure somewhat humanoid, in that it had 2 arms, 2 legs, and what seemed like a head emerged. The first time Fade had wondered if the gardener was some distant human fork, with all the possible implications that had for human society on Earth. Had they been planted by their hyper-advanced cousins as some sort of experiment? A rogue cast-off that had somehow lost its memory? That idea died as the gardener revealed it simply took the shape easiest for the situation, which usually meant adopting the guise of its audience. Fade watched the gardener drift nearer. Those legs didn't walk in the slightest, the creature moving more like a ghost made of liquid mercury than a man. At its wave, the alien removed its restraining thumbs, letting Fade catch a real breath. He stood after, matching Lode in a straight-on look at the gardener. Behind and beside the unfathomable thing, the portal swirled to life, spinning to a familiar destination, Earth, and Fade's unremarkable driveway.
You failed me, again.
The gardener spoke in choppy words, as though filtered through an old radio broadcast. Exactly who it addressed there, Fade wasn't sure. Both he and Lode kept quiet, as the gardener tilted its drifting self towards the portal.
Humanity continues to be an irritant. Its people are frustrating, illogical, and high-tempered. They go where they shouldn't and make excuses when they're caught. They beg for...
Sorry,
Fade said.
Trying to figure out who you're talking to here? Me or this asshole?
Lode chuckled, the cowboy wearing a smile too big for the situation. Unless Lode knew something Fade didn't.
Both of you. You have each had opportunities, as has Eve and your fellow Rakers. None have succeeded, and my patience has run out.
Lode's grin slipped, those dark eyes shifting to a hard stare beneath the man's ridiculous brimmed hat.
I don't discard intelligent civilizations lightly, but it is apparent yours is smart enough to be dangerous, but too stupid to exist among the best. It must be excised, deleted, its planet given to better stewards.
What?
Fade took a step towards the floating grey gardener.
That's it? A few little mistakes and suddenly billions get the axe?
The decision is made.
The gardener shifted its faceless visage, looking beyond Fade's shoulder.
Prepare, the portal is set.
Those last words struck Fade like a breeze and a blaze, a headache and a tremor. An order reaching all those species behind him, ones that talked through touch or temperature, brainwaves or wind. And what, exactly, the gardener told them to do was pretty clear. The bang wasn't part of the order. Nor was Fade winding up, again on the grove's hard stones, a spreading warm wet on his back. Pain, dulled but shock-suffused nonetheless, radiated down Fade's sprawled arms, his straight legs, his blurred eyes.
There.
Lode announced, unseen behind Fade's heels.
Shot him. Job's done. The girl's gone too, and our leggy pal here already took out the other. One left in here, and then the infection's all cleaned out. You just gave me another chance. No need to get all jumpy.
That was before I knew of your companions. Before I knew you would attempt 2 murders here, in my grove.
The gardener's reply washed over Fade as he tried to push back the ache.
You have disturbed the grove for the last time. I haven't worked for eons beyond counting to allow this. We are striving to bring everlasting perfection, something you, it is clear, will never achieve. Better to remove you now than let you linger and infect any others with your idiocy.
Lode's sigh was loud enough for Fade to hear. So was the second shot. Fade twitched, saw the gardener ripple where the bullet had crashed through. If it had done any damage, the gardener didn't show it.
The erasure begins with him,
the gardener said.
Fuck you,
Lode snarled. Fade heard the motion behind him, the scrabble as bodies acted. Lode's gun fired once, twice more. Above Fade, the gardener continued to float, unperturbed. Maybe not paying attention. Fade could feel his feet. The bullet hadn't hit his legs. A chance then to take. Lode let fly another curse. Fade broke, scrambling ahead as best he could with his back hurting, the gunshot feeling like a heavy weight on his left shoulder. Old instincts, honed in the art of escape after years of picking the wrong fights, kicked in. Fade lurched past the gardener, stumbled towards the portal, the only way home. A last glance back showed what the Raker was leaving behind. Lode, pierced from a dozen angles by weapons, claws, and worse, fired off every round in his pistol and, with one last bloodied insult, fell quiet. Fade would have pitied a better man. Instead, he went home. Traversing through an alien mound called up a litany of approximate experiences. A massage done with a scrub brush, rolling through their dry grass yard, or standing in a shower when the hot water ran out. Needless to say, Jaycee's foremost opinion when she emerged was that these rhino creatures ought to upgrade their doorways. Because that's what the fuzzy mounds were, as evidenced by the sparkling tunnel where Jaycee found herself. Unlike the rather drab landscape above, reds and golds dazzled down below. The colours shone from glittering rocks, stones that didn't seem to be reflecting anything, but instead gave off the colours in warm, bright glows. Jaycee squinted as her feet found purchase on smoothed cave floor, her hands casting about for anchors and finding none. Too wide for her arm span. Tall, with the ceiling rising more than a metre over Jaycee's head. A swirling draft suggested fans or some other means, with its circulation efforts meeting their end against the squishy mass behind her. A sniff registered spice, anise's bitter scent with campfire undertones. An odd mix, and one Jaycee might have been more interested in, save a growing itch in her lungs and an ache in her head. She threw a frown back at the mound, wondering if the abrasive entry had done more than reveal how thin her fast-fashion clothes really were. The other alternatives, from standard dehydration to imminent demise on an alien world, seemed awfully dire. Regardless, she took stock of her singular option. Find the Raker she'd followed here and hitch a ride back to the Grove. Sure, returning to the scene of her would-be killer lacked some points, but Jaycee sure as hell wasn't prepared to spend the rest of her life cowering in these tunnels, cool though they might be. Zap back to the Grove, sneak up on Lode, and deliver a 1-2 punch-kick combo. Or, more likely, get the audience to warp her home before the cowboy caught on to her return. The plan buzzed through her squeezed brain as Jaycee took off down the tunnel at a walk that bumped up to a jog when the Zinwi Raker didn't appear right in front. the single passage through a bump in her road not 10 seconds later, splitting into a trio. Jaycee's options, left, right, and center, differed only in the stones glowing within. Left had blue and gold, middle continued the red, and right shifted the spectrum to a searing orange. Jaycee tried to listen, heard a range of rumblings, scuffling, and deep reverbs that might have been the Zinwi talking. Those hums echoed, making it difficult to tell which tunnels spawned them, forcing Jaycee to choose based on vibes, on hope, on her favorite color, blue. The guess paid off in the wrong way. After another minute's fast walk, running would have been fine in these tunnels, so wide and flat, but Jaycee couldn't seem to catch the breath for something so aggressive. The passageway didn't split this time, but opened up big. An ending ringed by blue stones revealing a massive chamber flowing off into a beautiful horizon. Shimmering rock lay about everywhere, with buildings sculpted from floor and ceiling entirely from the gemstones. Jaycee stared, marking doors and windows, pathways and fences, all crafted from different shining rock. Green clusters clumped around like potted plants, while orange and darker sapphires nestled together in patterned displays. Through it all, Zinwi lumbered, looking all too similar to humans on their way to work and back. With carts, backpacks, slipcases around their legs and arms, the Zinwi thundered here and there with calm purpose. Smaller ones followed larger, proving families here shared more similarities with Jaycee's own species. Music, or at least the rhythmic banging of stones with different tones, bounced along, providing a constant beat to the rumbling conversations. This was a city, a world, and Jaycee told herself she shouldn't be surprised. The gardener wanted civilizations that had potential, so why would Zinwis be some stick and stones cluster, barely hanging on in the throes of Bronze Age existence? Jaycee might have tried to place what she saw now into humanity's own techno-timeline, but her knees hitting the floor knocked that idea aside. She hadn't meant to fall, but now that she'd landed, Jaycee found herself unable to get up. Her legs had gone limp, and her arms prickled with impending numbness. Her vision, too, seemed to thin, dimming at the edges.
What?
Jaycee said, her throat scratchy and sore, as if breathing here was carving up her insides. Which maybe it was. Damn it. If death was coming, then Jaycee's options would be shrinking real fast. No time to seek out the special Raker. Better to get anyone, anything, grasp at a chance.
Help!
Jaycee called, the sound still loud, helped by the cave and its echoing walls.
Please!
Her head hit the stones next, body unwilling to hold itself up any longer. She stretched out, tried to keep her mouth up, to draw another fiery breath and repeat the call. Inhale, yell, exhale. Simple steps, and she repeated them once, twice, and a third time. By the fourth, Jaycee had gone blind, heard nothing more than a senseless roar in her ears, and felt only the rush of panicking blood as it raced through her frantic heart. There was no fifth. The bullet stung as it squeezed out Fade's back, dropping beneath his jacket to clatter on the sidewalk while he leaned on a light pole. The sparse pre-dawn crowd didn't bother throwing glances, figuring anyone downtown at this hour looking like Fade warranted avoidance at all costs. A feeling Fade was thankful for, as getting his mind right wasn't going well. Just what had happened back in the Grove? Fade had walked down those pale steps, ranked as one of a couple saviors of humanity, people ordained by the universe's most powerful being to keep the confused mess that was Earth in some sort of order. Within minutes, though, a bum cowboy had screwed it all. Crossed the gardener so bad it had ordered, what, Earth nuked from orbit? Was that how this vast intellect did things? Fade's phone chirped, cell signal re-established and an hour's worth of messages streaming in. Not that he'd get much over the middle of the night, but Talia's name popped up a few times, mostly asking if Fade was getting this and, if he was, to call her right away. Standard hyperbolic stuff, and for a moment, Fade wondered whether Talia really was the right person to talk to. Who did you call if the world was under threat? The US President? The UN Secretary General? The FBI tip line? Talia would serve well enough. Fade tapped the call button, looking down at the bloody bullet near his feet, and brought the phone to his ear, where it stayed long enough for Fade to catch Talia saying his name. Then both Fade and the phone were flying. He didn't see where the device ended up, but Fade skidded a good distance on the sidewalk. His jacket served to blunt damage to his arms, his jeans to his legs. Fade's left cheek, though, earned a healthy scrape, fresh blood making warm trails as the Raker turned himself over to see just what car had jumped the curb to hit him. The make was purple-blue, the model was Alien Monster, and it wasn't done. The creature, the same that had pinned Lode and Fade minutes earlier, stalked its octopus way towards him. Behind it, Fade noticed more unnatural shapes popping onto the sidewalk and street. An early scream and a honking car gave notice to the disaster, as did the spontaneous barking of a few nearby dogs. Doom's classic signals.
You want me?
Fade said, pushing himself up and settling into a dancing stance.
Come and get some.
Bravado and B-tier action movie lingo usually worked wonders for Fade's self-esteem, and this moment was no different. A quick transition from the gardener's victim to flat-out fighting to save his home gave the old morale a boost, and Fade used it to sidestep the first three-thumbed swing. The limb shot by and punched the sidewalk near Fade's foot, gouging out a chunk deep enough to conjure grisly visions. Worse, the alien offered no response to Fade's verbal jab. Nothing less fun than a taunt that didn't land. Fade darted forward, kicking off his back foot and ducking beneath the stretched limb that had delivered the missed strike. A second hammer blow arced in from the right, soaring with enough height that Fade juked under that one too. Concrete chunks blew out and Fade kept moving forward until the thing's spherical trio sat suspended before him like three very purple balloons.
Let's hope you're easy to pop,
Fade said as he flicked his wrist, palmed the small knife waiting in his jacket to a useful grip. Fade's jab scored a deep cut on the central sphere, a deep line oozing an orange, tangy-smelling liquid. The sphere recoiled, sucking in like a deflating basketball, a thing Fade wondered at for a millisecond before the first arm he dodged returned and knocked the Raker off his feet. Fade landed on his back, bounced his left elbow, but kept his head from blending itself with the sidewalk. He swiveled his shoulder, threw the pocket knife, and skewered the right sphere. The creature shivered a second time, then simply disappeared. Behind it, looming as it barreled towards Fade, was a lime-green, boulder-looking thing with more stubby arms than Fade had remaining senses. As he backpedaled, pushing himself up to a shaky stand, Fade saw the plan, the whole game. With the badges, the Rakers could dip out and lick their wounds indefinitely. One by one, they'd storm the planet, an eternity of monsters that couldn't be killed. Well, not without a bullet to the head. Fade sighed as the fresh creature came within arm's reach. It always came back to the damn guns. Chapter 10. Second Chances. Second Chances. Amid a crackling police responder, the squealing tires as Ezra maneuvered along the highway streaking towards central Oakland, Eve recounted devastation.
I've only been part of a cleansing, the gardener's term.
She kept her eyes out the window, dawn's cerulean haze lighting over the bay.
It wants to clean the slate, destroy the civilization, but leave the species alive. Humans will have another chance to rebuild, with new Rakers helping them along. Them?
Talia, sharing the back seat, interrupted. She had her phone out, was listening to the carnage coming through the speaker.
You mean us? We won't be a part of it. The gardener will make sure any real players are gone. My guess, the only ones left alive will be disconnected tribes, very rural societies that won't really understand what's happened.
So when you say rebuild,
Mayra added from the shotgun seat.
You mean a complete collapse. Billions dead. The gardener wants perfection. It will erase trillions if that means the right civilization emerges. This gardener sounds insane. It is the most advanced creature in the universe.
That you know of.
Ezra said. Eve shrugged.
Details.
Ezra continued, pulling off towards an exit ramp behind several police cruisers. Sirens wailed, lights flashed.
What's a cleansing look like, and how do we stop it?
At first, it's scattered. The Rakers will come in here and there, assessing how we work and how best to break us. They'll appear next to our leaders, at our most valuable institutions, and destroy them.
Eve kept her voice level as flashbacks, nightmares played behind her eyes. Memories she'd done well enough to repress, bubbling back.
Presidents, chancellors, scientists, our biggest factories and best weapons. There's no stopping a Raker. They'll find the spots, then simply appear, kill or destroy, then vanish, over and over again until there's nothing left.
Tall Ia shook her head.
That would take forever. Years, decades even. The Rakers will rotate through, but the pressure will be constant, endless. The one I was in, the panic and uncertainty did more damage in the end than we did. They destroyed themselves. We'd unite against...
Eve gave a dire chuckle as the buildings grew around them, the traffic zipping the opposite direction in a snarl. Smoke rose in front, and Mayra muttered a curse.
Rakers aren't mindless. They'll offer promises to people in power. Destroy this city, we'll save you. Hollow, of course, but a chance is everything. They'll rip our world to shreds, one cut at a time.
Okay.
Ezra said.
Say I believe you. How do we stop it?
We don't. Bullshit.
Talia snapped.
You want to know how we stop it, FBI guy?
You hit that thing right there.
She pointed between the seats at a large, three-legged, golden reptile monster.
Then you get out and put a round between its eyes before it gets away.
Then?
Ezra said, but his feet found the accelerator and the car surged forward, slipping between two police cruisers bracketing the street.
Repeat until we find a way to plug the big guy.
Eve would have mocked that idea, would have said humanity wasn't the first to try offing the gardener, but she grabbed the seat back instead. The reptile creature filled the windshield, its big left eye growing wide as the car shot in. That humans would fight wasn't surprising. That they would lose was certain. Fade, bleeding and healing across several gashes along his chest, gawked as the chunky sedan smashed into the third alien Raker he'd fought that morning. After dispatching the legs and orbs creature, the second had found itself victim to a barrage of police gunfire. It had disappeared with holes aplenty to be replaced by several more Rakers. These had come equipped. Future weapons blasting intense sound waves had thrown the cops and their cars away like toys. Two of those Rakers had set off on a random march, shattering windows and breaking bodies of anyone dumb enough to get in their way. The third, this reptile thing with its twitching tongues, stubby arms and beautiful golden scales, had come for Fade. Its right hand, a four-clawed gripper, held the wide nozzle blaster like it was a t-shirt cannon, ready to dispense inaccurate damage at will. That grip didn't serve the creature well when the car hit, the vehicle mashing its several-meter-high mass into the air and delivering the reptile into the side of an unfortunate bank. Big windows, already bearing cracks from the sound wave assaults, gave no resistance, letting the reptile fly right on through to a tangle of posts, chairs, and immaculate faux marble tile. At least the hour meant nobody save an unlucky janitor or lunatic manager would be inside.
Fade!
Talia shouted as he approached the broken wall.
You okay?
Better now. Thanks for showing up.
Sorry it took so long. Also, you're an arse.
What's the reason this time?
Talia joined him at the bank's broken wall, the pair looking in as the reptile, two of its legs utterly mashed, struggled to orient itself amid the debris.
Abandoning me with Navarro's thugs. I expected more.
Thought you had it under control.
Fade glanced at Talia.
You have a weapon and all that?
I do.
A woman wearing FBI gear said, striding past the pair with a gun raised. Talia gave Fade the details as Mayra laid round after round into the creature's head, then its body. Any second now, Fade expected the creature to dissipate, but the monster settled onto the bank's floor, a pool of greenish-brown blood emerging from its various wounds. Mayra fired until she went empty, and by that time both Eve and Ezra had joined the spectating.
How many Rakers?
Ezra asked Eve as Fade whistled.
Several hundred at least.
One less now.
Ezra pulled a smoke from his jacket, lit it.
This gardener is going to wish it had been a little more patient.
The last time Veronica had spent so much time wandering in the dark, she'd slipped away from her parents' Halloween party in the rolling wine country hills and walked among the vines. There, the moon and stars had given her silver guidance. Here, the only interruption to the endless gloom came from glowing stacks. They didn't emit pale light, at least not from a source Veronica could find, but the ground the shambling collections sat upon did. At first, Veronica hadn't noticed, the glow so low as to only be obvious after she'd ventured far enough from the tower. As to where that tower was, Veronica had no idea. Every direction offered darkness broken up by the pale casts. She was very much lost, and she very much didn't care, because her father wasn't here. Whether he ever had been didn't matter now, because Veronica had found a different answer in the dark. See, she'd had a plan. A life of infinite possibilities bordered by the happy guardrails of wealth and privilege. Veronica was supposed to graduate with all the honours, attend the best school in whatever major she deemed interesting, and go off into a life of charity dinners, spectacular parties, and the pursuit of her passions. Magazine covers, accolades, and insurance from any difficulties were the facts of her life. Instead, none of that. A rushed promotion to company figurehead, nepotism style, with no idea what she was doing. Friends became acquaintances, split by a chance gulf too big to bridge. Those guardrails wavered with her father's disappearance and vanished entirely with the grove. Veronica had no life to go back to, no possibility left. At least, not on the old map. The new one wasn't very promising either. She stood over the latest mound, empty cubes stacked at odd angles upon one another. Just the frames, though each one seemed made of a different colour metal. Veronica bent down, touched the closest one, whose topaz glint shimmered in the low light. As her finger hit the cold bar, a tiny spark appeared inside the cube. It grew as Veronica watched, expanding into a full, three-dimensional picture within the cube's small borders. The scene detailed a rounded emerald table surrounded by tall, thin, globular creatures. They were frozen, a multitude of flange-like arms extended towards the table's centre. Beyond, rigid rectangular windows gave view to a greenish sky and drifting ochre clouds.
What are you?
Veronica whispered.
A real species or just a movie?
She stared at the image for a long minute, almost letting herself fall into its world, until she straightened. Her finger moved along the cube's bar as Veronica stood and, at its motion, the image flickered to life. The creatures moved and a narrow, squeaky sound emerged. Voices, albeit ones too rapid and high-pitched for Veronica to understand, even if they would have been speaking English. Which they definitely were not. Moving her hand back and forth exposed the cube's secrets further, flowing through the meeting and into a soaring view. A boxy city, bounding between blue and yellow valleys. Giant butterflies, or things that looked close enough, winged their way through the sky. At the end of one bar, Veronica shifted her finger to another, and the movie continued, flashing through one strange and wondrous image after another. Fascinating, entrancing, and curious.
A plea,
Said a warm voice behind her, and Veronica spun, knocking the cube off the stack. It clattered to the stones.
They all give them before the end.
The speaker seemed familiar and not. A woman with shapely features so perfect, Veronica had to fight from backing away. Skin too smooth for her age, but without surgery's telltale sheen. Hair too clean and shiny as it fell across her shoulders, as if placed there by an animator's loving hand. A grey sweater fit well, running onto loose leisure wear. Veronica saw no makeup, but the woman didn't need any. She all but glowed.
Who are you?
Veronica asked, keeping her distance.
They all play different movies.
The woman continued, walking near Veronica to pick up the cube and place it, gently, back on the others.
It's the full scope of their world, from the drudgery of their work to the miracles of their planet and its life. As compelling a plea as I've ever seen.
If Veronica had encountered a person like this on the streets back home, she'd have backed away, maybe even run. Talking in riddles wasn't something any sane person had time for, but here, in this phantasmal, liminal space.
You keep saying plea. What do you mean?
You're not stupid. I know how you came to be here, and it wasn't by accident.
She folded her arms, the sweater seeming to bend at odd angles. Veronica's eye twitched.
The man who brought you found what he sought. You, I gather, have not.
Truth, lies. What did it matter now?
My father. I'm trying to find him.
You think he's here?
The woman made a show of looking around, peering into the dark.
I don't see him.
I know he came here. That's as much as I have.
The woman nodded, considered, then extended a hand.
Call me Daffodil. What do you say we take a look around for your father? And, in the meantime, you tell me a little bit about yourself.
Briefings, explanations, endless interrogations. Eve heard Ezra laying out the steps in the bank's battered ruins, while more police, tactical teams, and the first hints of military showed up around them. The Rakers must have realized their surprise had been spent, as no newcomers followed the remaining few as they took hits and teleported away back to the grove. Fresh strikes would pop up elsewhere, the popcorn assault continuing as long as necessary. And they wanted Eve to sit in a chair, telling all this to some suits.
No.
Eve said simply as Ezra drew the immediate plans to a close.
You can do all that.
4 faces turned towards her, and Eve saw like minds in Fade and Taulia, and Mayra, Ezra's partner.
Excuse me, all of that? All of what?
Ezra asked.
Brief the president. I'm sorry, but that's not.
You've dealt with attacks before. Terrorists, rogue factions, criminals. This isn't any different, except they'll stand out a lot more.
Eve twisted towards the dead golden reptile. There'd be a badge on its body somewhere, a little jewel that could change this whole mess.
You don't need us to defend against that.
Right. I don't need you in the field. I need you in front of our generals and officials, telling them what to expect.
Ezra pointed his cigarette at Eve.
You said you've been through one of these. Give us the playbook so we can plan ahead, and then help us map out an offensive.
Fade snorted.
Nobody's taking the fight to the Grove.
Weren't Navarro and Veronica Pline plotting to do just that?
Yeah, because they're idiots. At least Navarro. Veronica's just a kid.
Ezra countered, and Fade parried back, their verbal banter about the fatal end to any Grove attack giving Eve room to walk away. She stepped over broken glass, around bent poles, and onto otherwise pristine tile. The reptile Raker had big size, and its 3 legs were the width of sturdy tree trunks. The gold scales shimmered. Eve hadn't known this one, and that spared her some sympathy, but the feeling wouldn't last long. Soon, Rakers that she'd known for decades, had bantered with among the Grove's endless courtyard, would start showing up. They would, too, start to die. A cleansing didn't just wipe out the target. The effort tended to reduce the Rakers roster too, with the gardener drafting anew from the wreckage. Eve supposed the gardener saw it as a sort of editing, removing those too weak to handle the job, cruel and efficient. The Raker's weapon, a sonic cannon, was too large for human hands. The gardener offered tools, ready to be sculpted by the audience at a Raker's request. This particular one was new, but there were always fresh inventions. Bundle so many different species, civilizations, and technology levels together, and you always had something to try. More interesting was the reptile's bracelet, snug on its left forearm and bearing, amid a looping dark iron, a thumb-sized sapphire. The badge warmed her fingers as Eve took it out, an extraction done with zero grace and much force. She stripped the bracelet off the arm, battered it against the tile until the sapphire popped out.
Ezra's not happy,
Fade said, showing up at Eve's side as she lifted the sapphire.
Seems to think we're screwing the world by not going with him.
I expected a threat.
Eve looked back at the broken hole. Ezra had his phone out, was speaking, while Schoolyard and Mayra engaged in their own back and forth.
A request made at gunpoint. You convinced him otherwise.
I told him to think about all the movies where they stuff the heroes in a room rather than let them save the world.
Fade threw on a grin.
He swore, but changed his mind.
Popular entertainment saved the day.
Or is about to get us killed.
Fade nodded at the sapphire.
You want to go back to the Grove? Lode's dead, you know. They tore him apart.
That grin vanished.
I ran, Eve, because they were coming for me next.
We have to try and reason with the gardener, Fade. We can't fight it, not for long. Even if we kill every Raker, it will find new ones, or come itself.
The gardener would take us out personally? I'd almost feel honored.
I don't think we'd ever know. It has weapons we can't even comprehend. Ways to erase Earth and everything on it from the universe.
You know this for sure? You ever see one of these planet poppers up close?
Eve gripped the sapphire, laughed low.
I suppose not, but I assume they exist. The gardener has contingencies for everything.
Or, and let me float this here, maybe the gardener's a little overconfident, a little cocky.
Fade pointed to the dead reptile.
It's been doing its game for a few millennia now. Everything's worked out well enough. Maybe our god's getting lazy.
So, what are you suggesting?
I'm saying we get our pal Ezra there to give us a couple of nice toys. Ones that can make a big boom. Then we visit the Grove and have a chat, only we have something to bargain. No begging, Eve. It treats us as equals. Or it finds out just how dangerous we are.
It wasn't pain so much that woke Jaycee, but pressure. 1,000 points across her body, each one a blunt force like a seatbelt pulled too tight. Her eyes opened and saw nothing, a dead black. Too black to be a night sky or a cave ceiling without light. So dark, Jaycee wondered if she died and this was, somehow, the eternal afterlife. But what afterlife would come with a headache, a dry throat, and a stomach simply ravenous? While her eyes couldn't help much, her ears and nose did a little better. Sounds percolated in the room, familiar ones, the steady whir and rush of mechanical processes, just like Jaycee's laptop would make when ran a few too many apps at once. Clicks near her waist interspersed too, and at an even rhythm, suggesting another automated something. Her nose picked up iron, the sweet metal scent of blood and sterilizing chemicals mingling. She'd visited her dad enough times at the emergency room back home after rough jobs to know those smells. Was it her that had been hurt? How? Jaycee tried to move her arms and legs, an effort that managed a twitch and not much more. The pressure points kept Jaycee still, and she figured she was tied down, a rational thought that spawned a sudden, seizing panic. She wasn't dead, but where the hell was she? What was going on? What were these alien things doing to her? Classic extraterrestrial fears found purchase against the dark. Would probes be put into the wrong places? Would Jaycee be cut apart so her organs could be examined, her brain thrown into a jar for further experiments? Stop. Don't spiral.
Jaycee forced herself to breathe, something she'd already been doing without realizing it. Air going in and out of her lungs. Air that didn't taste poisonous, that didn't make her lurch with nausea. Clean, aside from the chemical scent. If the Grove's magical machines didn't last long outside its creamy confines, then Jaycee was, at least, somewhere capable of human survival. She could wiggle her fingers and toes, so she wasn't paralyzed and... Little by little, evidence of her good condition stacked up. Parts and pieces reported back as functional, from Jaycee's ability to swallow to every muscle she could twitch doing so. Her tongue moved and her eyes blinked. Nostrils flared and eyebrows rose and fell. The list went on, and every line item pulled Jaycee back from an insane abyss.
I'm okay.
Jaycee said, speaking the words into a world she couldn't see.
I'm okay.
A hiss, a shunt, a thump, and then another near her head. The darkness ripped away, replaced by a huge, mottled grey and black head, bulbous eyes on either side, and two small horns between them. Jaycee focused on those horns, the tattooed, gilded designs ringing each. Different from the Raker she'd followed, perhaps like humans had different hair, facial structures, tattoos. Meaning lay there. Choices made by this thing and imprinted on its skin. Connections. That's what she'd need to survive this.
What from you?
Spoke the Zinwi. The gaps not silence, but gibberish, unintelligible rumbles. The Grove's translation magic faltering like everything else.
Jaycee.
She replied, attempting to point to herself and failing.
My name.
The Zinwi only stared back, its huge mouth remaining still. Frowns and smiles. Did they have those things here? Instead, the creature raised a huge hand. Jaycee counted 8 fingers, short and flat, over her head. The Zinwi moved the hand, and Jaycee followed it, drawing a conclusion from 100 bad police videos as to what she should do. The guess came right as the Zinwi rumbled, then spoke again to the side, turning its huge head to Jaycee's left. She tried to follow, but, like her arms and legs, Jaycee's skull was cradled tight.
What's going on?
Jaycee tried, saw the Zinwi's left eye, as big as Jaycee's mouth, roll towards her.
What are you doing to me?
The Zinwi rumbled again. A reply came this time, from outside the room. The Zinwi's eye focused on Jaycee narrowed. The hand came back, holding the black cover, bringing it towards her face.
Wait, don't do that,
Jaycee said.
Not yet. I won't cause trouble, I promise.
Quiet,
came the translation. The Zinwi rumbling as it slid the cover over her eyes.
Time again.
The pressure rose, her muscles getting tight as every point hit hard. Too much more, and Jaycee felt her eyes would burst, her bones would break. She screamed once. There was no second time. Chapter 11. New Worlds. One assignment for an entire career used to be a joke whenever Ezra found himself back at headquarters. A single, albeit sprawling case that might just be smoke in the proverbial wind. That smoke stood next to him now, on a rubble-strewn sidewalk, begging Ezra for an arsenal. As Fade put it, they needed one of those movie montages where the good guys get all the awesome gear. He and Eve would then invade the Grove, seemingly stick up the technological God-sending aliens in piecemeal invasions all over the planet and right the wrong. Ezra's phone, meanwhile, continued to buzz and ring with orders, demands for further details and requests for his time. He was on the board at last, noticed and needed, which gave the agent all the direction he could want.
Not happening,
Ezra said, noting Talia and Mayra continuing to discuss something off to the side. The morning's opening sun salvo transformed the downtown around them, cordoned off by confused cops, and turned what had been a dim wreck into a glittering, warming one.
It's not like we even have cases of heavy weapons lying around to use at our leisure. But I'm not disobeying orders to let you two gallivant.
Gallivant? You really using that word?
Fade asked, while Eve just squinted at Ezra, as if she couldn't believe him.
I'm telling you, this is easier than the other way. So much less red tape.
What happens when this gardener kills you? How's it going to turn out for Earth when you skip to your other world and wind up perforated like the cowboy?
That happens. Guess I won't much care about the consequences.
Fade.
Eve said.
That's not the answer he's looking for.
But it's an honest one, and it doesn't matter. You're not getting the weapons. What you are getting is a fast track with me to our local field office.
Where you'll sit us in a room for hours or days? Nah.
Fade started to laugh, then looked back towards the reptile.
Jaycee's still out there. My daughter, Ezra. I need to go find her.
You can, when we have a plan.
I just gave you a plan.
Get in the car.
Fade eyed the wrecked sedan Ezra had smashed into the reptile.
Think that one's out of commission, boss.
And I've been in enough cars recently, thanks.
Eve added.
We're asking for the weapons because they'll improve our chances. If we're not getting them, then we're going to leave.
Ezra dropped his cigarette, drew his gun from his shoulder holster. The move wasn't action hero speedy, but fast enough to make the pair blink. Ezra leveled the barrel at Fade, kept his finger on the trigger. That he'd never laid out a loser with a bullet didn't matter. You needed conviction to take a life, and after all these years, Ezra had plenty.
Not a choice.
Ezra nodded towards one set of police cruisers back along the street.
We'll borrow one. Don't think you'll disappear either. Even if I can't shoot you first, your friend Talia won't be following.
This is such a bad move. You could have been the good guy.
Putting a Raker in a corner doesn't work out well.
Eve took a step away from Fade, further onto the sidewalk. Too far apart now for Ezra to clip them both in rapid fashion.
Put the gun away. Tell your bosses what they need to know. You want to invade the grove yourselves, find some Rakers to kill and take their badges.
Talia and Mayra had noticed the standoff, stopped their conversation. Mayra had her service weapon drawn now too, covering Fade from Ezra's back shoulder. He shifted his own aim towards Eve.
You can tell them that. And once they give you permission, you can throw your lives away.
Ezra said.
Now get.
Eve darted, an up and under move that had Ezra lowering his weapon to keep the shot. Eve's hand shot out, grabbed the barrel and pushed the handgun aside. That wasn't surprising. What kept Ezra from pulling the trigger, what had him too puzzled in the moment, was what Eve did with her right hand. She grabbed Ezra's own, laced her fingers through his, and took the man away. Well, that was a twist. Talia blinked at the blank spot on the sidewalk where Eve and Ezra had stood a second ago. Fade nearby swore, as did Mayra, both recalculating the next steps.
Find us some weapons,
Talia said to Mayra.
We're not asking. Ezra's going to need help, because Eve just threw him into the mix with a whole bunch of murderous monsters. That changes the stakes.
Can't.
Mayra hissed.
It's not that simple. I can't say an agent's life is at risk, so here. Give a couple of people with no clearance that don't work for us an arsenal. Even if I could, you think all this is a couple of blocks away?
How far?
Fade asked.
Best option would be Oakland's police, their tactical response teams. Which means you're convincing them, not me.
That opportunity might come soon, as police continued to flood into the area. Even though more Rakers weren't popping out here, cleanup and the dead reptile creature ensured a strong presence. One that would note the odd trio, standing amid broken glass and fallen bricks. The last thing they needed right now was another interrogation. If Talia had to explain Rakers, the Grove, and all the implications to another person, she might lose it.
New plan.
she said, interrupting Fade's musing about how hard a raid to get that tactical gear might actually be.
We go to Oscar. He'll have what we need.
And want a piece of it.
A piece?
The cost of saving the world. A bargain for us. Mera, can you get a ride?
You think you're leaving me?
Then make your call, Myra. Reach for those cuffs or that weapon. You're down 2-1 against a pair of badasses with nothing to lose. Or, you can get us one of those pretty police cruisers over there. We drop you on the curb a few blocks down, and you start prepping the good guys to repel an invasion.
Two bad choices.
Life's tough sometimes.
Mera flipped a look between Fade, Talia, and the flashing red and blue lights all around them, and swore again. Fade was true enough to his word, with Talia pulling the co-opted cruiser. Mera's FBI credentials did the dirty work, aided by the general confusion, over to a pleasant curb in front of a coffee shop, unmarred by alien marauders. Mera slid out of the shotgun seat, promised that she'd do what she could to keep the top brass informed, and left without further threat. Altogether, one of Talia's kinder run-ins with the law.
She knows, by the way.
Talia said as Fade joined her up front.
They'll kill another Raker eventually and find a badge.
So we don't have much lead time to shut this down. Shocking.
Can we shut it down?
Fade shrugged as Talia pulled onto the highway heading westward, towards the hills and Oscar's secure house.
Talia, we've been up all night, in multiple fights, and I'm hungry as hell.
Your daughter's missing, Fade.
I get that, and damn if it doesn't make me want to scream. But what am I supposed to do? Panic?
Fade shook his head.
I know she escaped the Grove, don't know where, and the only one who might is the idiot running that whole place. I want to get the gardener to talk. I'll have to make it scared. I'm sure Oscar's got the weapons for that, but you know what he won't have?
What?
Breakfast burritos.
Refueled, Talia swapped seats with Fade and made the requisite call to her uncle. Oscar answered with a stuffed mouth, a gruff greeting disintegrating in a flash once he realized who was on the other end. His niece, always with the goods these days.
5 minutes.
Talia answered to his question about just what, in heaven's name, was happening. Apparently, catastrophes were emerging all over the planet, with live streams popping up everywhere with fantastical creatures wreaking havoc before vanishing into the ether.
It's exactly what we didn't want to happen. We pissed off the big bad, and now it's taking us to the cleaners.
Taking us to the cleaners? Since when did you talk like that?
Since my life turned into a bad movie, that's when.
Bad movie? Those don't make money unless they're so bad they're good. Is this one going to make me money, Talia?
If you consider keeping yourself and the world alive good for your bottom line, absolutely.
Those are the stakes, huh?
Fade, listening on the car's speakerphone, rolled his eyes and picked up speed.
Listen,
Talia said.
We're heading your way. We need equipment, the kind that can kill something that might not be killable.
You hearing what you're saying?
Asking for ideas, Uncle. You're the best murderer I know.
I am, and I think I do have an idea or three. You get yourselves here and I'll have something for you.
A breath.
But it won't come cheap.
Didn't I just tell you the world's at risk?
Talia, you want me to donate a grenade launcher to every quack saying the sky's falling? Convince me and maybe I'll let you take it on loan.
They bartered worlds as they walked through the dark. Daffodil asked Veronica about her wants, her days, her needs, habits and hobbies, interests and insecurities. Things Veronica wouldn't have told another soul back in San Francisco came easy with Daffodil in this deprived place, with its endless shadows, white bricks, and haunting mounds. Yet, despite the polite inquisition, Veronica hadn't quite lost touch with why she'd come here at all, nor had she missed just who or what Daffodil might be.
What about you?
Veronica said, thrusting the question in at the end of her own answer, before the enigmatic woman walking at her side could form a reply.
What's your favorite season?
There aren't any seasons here.
Sure, but you're not from here. Nobody's from here. I'm talking about back home.
Daffodil's kind, if forgettable face didn't change expression, offered no hints of internal struggle. She kept walking and Veronica matched her as seconds crawled by.
I don't know. It's not a thing I've thought about in a long time.
Well, it's pretty easy to figure out. Just start by describing the seasons and then you'll find one with what you like most.
I don't think I've ever had one.
One what? A season?
Exactly. This is, or was, who I am. This place, what your Rakers call the Grove, is where I have always been.
Oh, come on. You're saying you, Daffodil. If I have you guessed right, the most powerful thing in the universe is stuck here?
Veronica waved at the shadows, only thus because the stones beneath a nearby mound gave off their muted glow.
Even if that were true, then why this place? Why does it look like a real boring stone infinity?
Daffodil stopped.
You don't like it?
Not my taste.
Daffodil laughed. A scratching sound unlike anything a human might make, more like nails driven along a wooden board. Her mouth remained oddly open until the sound stopped, in a static pose. A puppet, maybe, whose puppeteer hadn't yet figured it out. Veronica stopped herself from flinching. The confused wonder she'd felt at Daffodil's appearance, the elation at not being alone in this alien world, had frosted into a cold calculation. This wasn't a dance, a dalliance, a lark before an end. This was an opportunity to forge the most powerful partnership the universe had ever seen.
The Grove was here long before me. It will carry on long after I give way to my successor.
There's more of you?
Of course, but we are an efficient species. All the universe's secrets deploy to our benefit, and as a result, we use our time wisely.
By messing with other civilizations?
I believe you mean guiding, saving, authoring the greatest charitable project of all.
Daffodil resumed walking at the same languid pace as before.
But I can tell you don't quite believe me, Veronica. Should I show you?
Yes.
A warning, then. This, to use one of your human phrases, requires pulling back a curtain. You will see things that you cannot unsee, and, as a result, you will cease to be who you are right now. Veronica Pline will be a thing of the past, but your future will be bright.
Daffodil smiled, again with an unnatural spread, her lips stretching wide.
Singular.
Another choice that wasn't one. Another decision with only one answer. Her father, Ellsworth, Lode, all loved giving Veronica these illusions as if she was too stupid to see them for what they were. Every time before she'd played along, whether to avoid conflict or to ease the way to something she desired. This time was no different. Impulse. Eve said impulse drove her to grab Ezra's hand and yank him here, to this pointless room with the fantastic air. The sheer euphoria of breathing did much to counterbalance the frustration, yet Ezra still put distance between himself and Eve to level his weapon at her.
You keep calling this place the Grove, but I'm not seeing any plants.
Ezra said as Eve raised her hands.
Not seeing any aliens either. Close walls, one door that's probably locked. You take us to a prison?
It's always this way. The badges are locked onto an origin point for every species.
So this is what humans get.
Ezra didn't dare look around the room to prove a point.
Doesn't think much of us then.
They're all the same. It's not personal.
Whole damn thing feels personal.
Don't think that way.
Eve nodded towards the door.
Putting human traits onto the gardener is a mistake. You'll be surprised.
Oh, can't be having that now.
I had to act, Ezra. You weren't being reasonable.
Eve glanced back at him, the gun following her moves, and smiled.
I had to give Fade and Torlia a chance.
To do what? Their idiotic scheme to come in here guns blazing?
That's the backup plan.
For us?
Eve put her hand on the solid, if plain, wooden door. Ezra figured it wasn't real wood from a real tree. The stones under his feet probably weren't rock mined from anywhere either. Eve hadn't speculated much on just what made the grove, how it existed, but a look around gave Ezra some ideas. You don't do a lifetime of research on time-skipping, teleporting secret agents without getting deep into what may or may not be possible.
We're going to convince the gardener to let us live.
Eve said, still listening at the door.
It'll either agree and end the fight, or it won't, and we'll have to win it.
Thought you said that was impossible.
Humans tend to laugh at impossibilities.
Eve nodded at nothing, then pulled the door open. More stone beyond.
You coming?
Not until you tell me what's beyond that door.
Depending on our luck, death.
Eve, you keep talking like this and I'll plug you right now.
That'd be a waste of a bullet.
Ezra considered, counted the 12 rounds in the weapon and an equal number worn on his belt. Eve had a point. Knocking her out would be all kinds of stupid, and even his basic instincts said Earth would benefit more from putting what ammo he had into an alien enemy than another human. Still, it had been a long night, and he'd left the cigarettes in the rack of his car. The stone ring on the door's other side didn't do much to settle Ezra's nerves. Eve crouched and Ezra followed her lead after taking a look over the edge. A pale green tail slivered out of view, explaining why Eve hadn't been quick to get them out here.
They'll kill us on sight,
Eve said, her voice dropping to a near whisper.
We'll have to keep to the shadows.
Thought this whole place was pretty open.
I didn't say it'd be easy.
Eve rose, glanced both up and down, then threw herself over the edge. Ezra watched her fall, slow, and walk off the platform. Did it sense her badge and stop Eve, making this a ploy that'd end with Ezra flattened across the bluish circle down there? Did it matter? If Ezra lost Eve, the end result would be much the same. So he flung himself over the edge after, trusting in the hard grip on his weapon, and closing his eyes until his spread-out form settled into a floating stillness.
Move,
Eve snapped.
Another Raker could come any second.
Swimming his arms as if he was stuck in honey, Ezra shifted himself forward and off the circle. He'd neglected to get his legs down, so his head and shoulders tumbled free first, right into Eve's arms. She lifted him up, pulled him to the side between the arches at the tower's base. Ezra stared over her shoulders into the darkness beyond, an ominous night.
There's nothing back there,
Eve said.
Only remnants.
Of what?
The other civilizations. The gardener keeps a little from everyone it cleanses. I'm not sure why.
Know who else keeps trophies from what they kill? Hunters.
Ezra frowned at the dark.
Sounds like your gardener's a bit of a psychopath.
So what if it is?
Eve tilted her head.
How many gods and goddesses from human myths are the same way? How many of our vaunted leaders, through another light, could be seen as equally cruel and murderous?
All progress requires sacrifice. Have to break a few eggs to bake a cake.
I thought it was an omelette.
Ezra shook his head.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't mean it's right. But it's good to know we're not making deals with something sane.
Just something that scoured the known universe.
Well, it hasn't scoured me yet.
Let's hope it doesn't.
Eve stepped from the arch, took another look up the tower's rising circle.
Move, Agent. Every minute we burn, people are dying back home.
Golden sunlight pierced Jaycee's closed eyes, sweeping away sleep's heavy fog. A look went fast to a squint, which confirmed her hopes were false. Not sun, but a close facsimile swung from rock above her. The disappointment didn't stick, with curious discoveries feeding in from her arms and legs. Soft and cool, Jaycee confirmed she lay on a mossy ground, flattened and a far cry from the science lab or operating room she'd been in before. The green, puffy stuff ran in all directions for a few meters before hitting the brown and black rock wall. None of those pretty gemstones here. Also lacking were the headaches, the thirst in her throat, and the rumbling in her stomach. Either the Zinwi had found a way to satiate her, or Jaycee was drugged up on something powerful. But she didn't feel woozy, seemed real in time and place. She'd had enough hits of good stuff back home to know what the alternative felt like. Her clothes were gone. Jaycee looked down at herself, connected the slight pressure on her chest, stomach and legs with a loose blanket. A scratching sensation around her waist prompted a peek, and there sat what looked like a crude cloth diaper. Slight panic led to a quick search of herself and relief as she found no tears, cuts, or evidence of violations. She might be the alien here, but they hadn't ripped her apart. Yet. A knock rippled through the room, clear and sharp. Jaycee rolled, looked behind her, and saw a wide window. Glass, it seemed, was universal enough, and behind this sheet stood 3 Zinwi, all holding large slate devices. Like the computer tablets back home, but with sculpted edges to fit into the 3-thumbed hands. The one who'd knocked did so again, and Jaycee considered. Without knives, with her body working, she had to put herself in context. This was a scene she'd witnessed in plenty of movies, read about in books. Only Jaycee was on the opposite side. The oddity to be researched and, maybe, befriended. The Zinwi had clearly kept her alive, put her in a room that had let Jaycee survive for a bit.
First things first.
Jaycee said, standing up and pulling the brown blanket around her.
I need some real clothes, and if you're going to keep me here, a few upgrades.
The Zinwi scrabbled as she spoke, writing with chunky black pencils. Or pens. Jaycee couldn't see what they jotted, so speculation was the game. It was clear, though, that they didn't understand what she said. The Grove's miraculous translations weren't on offer here. Better find a different way, then. Jaycee tied the blanket like a makeshift bathroom towel, a move made difficult with the coarse cloth. The Zinwi textiles wouldn't be replacing cotton anytime soon, and approached the window. She felt those giant eyes gazing at her as Jaycee pointed to one of their tablets. Tapped the window twice, then aimed at a big pencil before angling her finger back at herself.
Please understand.
Jaycee muttered as the Zinwi looked at one another. One left the window's view as the other 2 resumed scribbling. This close, Jaycee could see through the glass to the room behind, one lit by more of those gemstones. Hanging amid the stones on flat boards were what looked like images, X-rays and drawings alike. Jaycee recognized her body, her face and feet and hands pasted there. Her clothes, battered and dirty, lay sprawled on thin tables. One of her socks had been pinned up with scribbled notes around the ankle and toes. Jaycee breathed deep, long, slow, and tried to think of happier things. Taco nights with Schoolyard, her dad taking her on a drive to talk about teenage nonsense, sleepovers and bad movies. Anything to deflect from what it felt like to be dissected. A click and a soft thud rescued her, a turnabout revealing a closing door made to resemble the stones. On the moss at its edge sat a tablet, and next to it, a black pencil the size of her forearm. Behind the window, the Zinwi kept on scribbling. Chapter 12. Fire. They'd made the agreement when Fade had moved in with her, long before the house. They'd sat down over a bad, boxed cabernet in her small apartment. Fade, thanks to some poor choices and pursuing killers, was living out of his car at the time, and set down the rules. The first, come to the rescue if called. The second, don't freak out if you can't help. Okay, maybe that wasn't the precise wording, but Fade clung to that meaning as he dug through Oscar's arsenal, one squirreled away in a huge armory beneath the equally huge garage in the man's estate in Oakland's eastern hills. Jaycee had disappeared to a place Fade couldn't get to from here, could only travel to from the Grove, and that only with the permission of its owner. If Fade couldn't help Jaycee, then he had to stop worrying about her. at least to the point where it drove away his rationality, his focus, his determination to turn the gardener and all those other Rakers to mashed blood and guts.
Their arrival at Oscar's had been met with one question after another. Tall Ear's uncle had turned out his entire force to fulfill security contracts, as the strange creatures appearing on the TV were seemingly popping up anywhere and everywhere. Not just Oakland, not just California, but the world over. Oscar's clients had called and demanded protection outside their usual hours, and, sensing the windfall, Oscar delivered.
But I don't have enough personnel to keep this up forever,
Oscar said as he led the pair down a wide concrete stair built, with a near-invisible sliding door, into the back of his garage.
And what's good for business today is going to get real bad if everyone panics, you know? Sorry, Oscar,
Fade had replied.
What's good for your bottom line is way down on my list of concerns right now. You wound me, Fade, but what is at the top of your concerns? My daughter.
Talia took over from there, letting Fade get busy assembling his gear. He and Talia had already agreed on strategy. She'd load up like some action flick caricature, bristling with more guns than any reasonable person should have, while Fade stuck to his bread-and-butter blades, fists, and feet. She'd clear the way while he went right for the big boss, hopefully doing up close what Lode had failed to do with bullets from afar. If that didn't work, Fade was clipping on a grenade array around the thick armored jacket. He'd pull a pin and blow up with enough force to level a building, enough to render even the gardener to ash. All that, though, was second fiddle to a more complicated plan. Find a way to Jaycee and get her home. Then the grove could burn.
Ready?
Tall Ear asked, and Fade looked across the weapon racks and hanging armor to see his friend coated in bandoliers and magazines. 2 submachine guns rested on her thighs, 2 handguns in dual holsters over her shoulders, and, as Tall Ear did an awkward turn, a rocket launcher lay across her back. Spare ammo, including several rockets, covered every bit of her.
Excessive, isn't it?
Can you even move?
If I have to dodge Fade, I'm dead. We'll just have to kill everything first.
Or scare them?
Talia settled a straight look Fade's way.
Don't say that. They're killing us, Fade. The gardener declared war on Earth. This isn't a mob boss intimidation. We're not keying some cars or leaving a note on someone's windshield. This isn't our usual, and I wish we had another 100 gun-toting killers backing us up. But we don't. I need you ready for anything.
Trust me, nothing's gonna hold me back. Hey.
Oscar spoke up, near the stairs, watching.
Any way I can help?
Yeah, Fade said.
You knock off any Rakers, search their bodies, get the little jewels. Then arm up and come after us. You got it.
Oscar looked at Tall Ear.
I know we haven't always been on the best terms, Talia, but you get your ass back here. Don't want my best soldier dying on some alien rocks.
Not planning on it.
Tall Ear reached out, took Fade's hand. He hesitated, disappointed that his last look at Earth was a bunch of gear, cement walls, and soul-sucking white light. Guess he'd have to make it back. As strategies went, Ezra didn't love Eve's plan, especially the part about going right out into the open and drawing all the attention. Now that approximately 200 creatures of a mix and variety, physical and natural laws didn't predict, were staring at him and Eve. The pair stood on broad steps outside the tower, having descended 2 and with another dozen more to go before hitting the courtyard proper. Deep blue tables at odd lengths and heights sprawled at the base, going left and right into the creamy horizon. A little like being immersed in a bowl of milk. The dizziness dissipated as Ezra held tight to his gun. The weapon grounded him, much as he hated to admit it. Eve commanded the attention. She stood apart from Ezra, seeming to grow tall in the spotlight, with her arms out wide. She'd asked for an audience and the Rakers obliged, albeit slowly, taking so many minutes to ooze away from those blue tables and assemble at the base of the steps. Ezra soaped it in,
accepted the insanity piece by piece.
Rakers!
Eve yelled, her voice carrying far in a world without much ambient noise, with nothing more than a mild breeze made by unnatural air.
I have a question.
The prospect of a person condemned to death, along with her entire planet and species, giving a speech to her would-be killers seemed pointless. But Eve had suggested her reputation would give her a chance, and Ezra conceded she'd been right. Despite the various writhing, horrible masses, some holding what looked like weapons of strange design, nobody advanced to devour Eve or blow her off the stairs. Instead, they turned eye, tentacle, antennae, and unknown organs towards her.
How many until it's your turn?
Eve asked. You are all Rakers, tasked with keeping your species on a path decided by the gardener. We are chosen, it tells us. We have a chance, it tells us, so long as we do what it asks. Then, at some far-off point, we will achieve ultimate enlightenment. All we risk for this supposed gift is our annihilation. Why do we accept this trade? Why do we give up our worlds at the whims of a creature none of us understand? Earth, my human species, has been condemned for no other reason than letting others see some of the same knowledge all of us are supposed to guide our people to anyway. We've peeked behind a curtain, and now all of us, children and innocents included, must die? What enlightened divine soul does this? Not one we can follow. Not anymore. If this were a human audience, Ezra would be hunting expressions. He'd spent time here and there on security details when Raker evidence dried up, when important figures travelled to his area. Then it was a matter of prediction, scanning for signs amid the crowd that someone would break the wrong way. What did it mean when a snarling mass of blooming flowers and thorns slithered left instead of right? Or when a gelatinous orb with a dozen flagella changed colours from emerald green to ruby red? He wanted to tell Eve that this was impossible, but she wasn't done. She wouldn't be done until the gardener showed up. Having delivered her opening, Eve descended into specifics, rattling off other condemned species like a prosecutor, recounting all the hideous acts performed by a defendant. She wove in asides about the gardener's arbitrary restrictions, wondering why the being prevented species from interacting and sharing knowledge, why none of them knew their locations relative to each other across the universe, how the grove could be a benevolent meeting place rather than a motley base to dispatch hitmen at the gardener's whim. An impressive series of arguments all around, and one's burning clock. At the far back, Ezra noticed the portal. The silver circle spun up to show a busy city street. Too far off to tell what city, which street, but while Eve spoke, no Raker dashed through it. She was, at least, buying some time for Earth to get its bearings. Until she coughed. The pause gave opportunity, one filled by those flowers and thorns. It spoke with a buzzing melody, the thorns scraping against one another in precise, plinking scrapes. It should have been nonsense, but the meaning flowed through Ezra's ears all the same.
You might be right, Eve, but we don't have a choice. We do as the gardener says, because to do otherwise means our deaths. We cannot oppose it, so we must obey. You and the humans must die.
Any hope Ezra held at the power of speeches faded in the next second, as other Rakers roared, mewed, rustled, and sang their agreements. Weapons raised and creatures surged forward towards the steps. Ezra aimed his own pistol, as sure as anything he was about to be slaughtered 1,000 different ways. A harsh flash lit up the courtyard, and a blazing missile flew past his shoulder, soaring by to land well past the Raker horde and crash into the stones near the portal. Rocky chunks flew up, smoke and burning fuel filled the air.
Move another meter and the next one's on target,
Talia announced from the top step, with Fade standing at her back, sliding the next rocket into the launcher.
This war ends now.
The mounds had disappeared and, with them, the little light. Daffodil's voice and the occasional touch of her hand on Veronica's arm guided her amid a darkness so pure she had no sense of where she was, how fast they were walking, or how far they'd gone. A steady, calm breeze confirmed they hadn't fallen away from reality completely. But beyond that, Veronica had nothing save her words. Daffodil opened like her namesake, with slow and careful verbal ripostes drawing out details. She and her fellows had existed since the universe's dawn, exploding into existence at the same moment as matter itself. Fumbling eons brought about a slow climb to interstellar mastery, and from there to conquering life's many ills. Disease, age, disaster faded in tandem with the same things that made life worth living. As they muddied about in search of anything to do, Daffodil's comrades began to seek a more permanent oblivion.
You're the last one?
Veronica asked.
After all this, you're it?
The last one awake. I'll bring what remains of our grand civilization back when there's reason for it.
What's that reason?
Another species on our level, that's what. New partners, friends, and discoveries to pursue. Without that, we would simply relapse into the same fatal malaise that nearly destroyed us.
Daffodil gripped Veronica's arm hard then.
Unfortunately.
Daffodil continued, her voice changing from wistful to warlike.
For all our prowess, we have yet to discover how to be in two places at once. There is a problem back at the Grove that I have to deal with. Will you wait until I come back?
Do I have a choice?
No.
The cold delivery of that last had Veronica try to withdraw her arm, but Daffodil held tight. A line appeared, drawn by Daffodil's hand, in the dark before their faces. A fiery white, sparking, though the embers seemed to have no heat. The line grew until it reached the stones at Veronica's feet and exceeded her head. Daffodil shifted her free hand and pulled at the line, peeling back the darkness in the same way Veronica might peel a banana. On the other side waited a creamy expanse, much like what Veronica had glimpsed outside the tower, way back at the Grove.
In you go,
Daffodil said, her hand leaving Veronica's arm to give her a push. Veronica flew, the push knocking her breath out and sending her through the seam into the white beyond. Her momentum stalled out fast, as if plunging into a pool, though Veronica felt no water on her skin, nor did she feel a floor beneath her feet. Instead, she came to a rest amid nothing, the air thick enough to hold her aloft on its own. She tried to kick, tried to wave her arms, but the motions brought her nowhere. Like those videos of astronauts in zero gravity, Veronica seemed to be stuck.
I'll return.
Daffodil promised to her back.
Someday.
Veronica twisted, looked over her shoulder, and started to say wait when the splitting line closed. As it did, the infinite expanse around her shivered, shapes coming into definition. She wasn't the only one here. More faded in around Veronica, as if her eyes were adjusting to new light. Rows upon rows, each one sitting still amid the white, stuck and alone. She saw creatures of all kinds, plants and beasts, things that stood, such as it was, on two legs or scrabbled with 1,000. All unmoving despite their efforts, though most Veronica saw weren't trying in the slightest. What was this, a zoo? How long would she be here? A cold settled into her stomach. Veronica thought she'd had nothing to lose, but she might have been wrong. For all Fade's illustrious career, the rocket launcher had been seen, not heard. A tube deployed when intimidation could remove danger, prompt the right cash to change hands. It was not meant to be fired, as any explosion would attract the wrong attention, and was like as not to obliterate the wrong people. The shells, too, were so expensive as to make shooting the damn things a poor business move. But boy, oh boy, was that explosion cool. The Grove's stone tiles hadn't been made with artillery strikes in mind, and they shattered, sending rubble flying. Fade was far enough away that he only felt the heat brush his cheeks, kept his balance as the mildest tremor ran through the step beneath his shoes, but he whistled all the same. The rest of the Rakers, those motley creatures bearing a bad drug trip's collection of colours, appendages and sizes, seemed stunned. Schoolyard's proclamation and its undeniable awesomeness aside, These were hardened adversaries, and Fade found himself a tad nonplussed. Surely these Rakers had faced problems, enemies, or disasters matching a single launched rocket in their all-too-long lifetimes.
Bold, came the booming words at Fade's back, answering the question and prompting the fixer to whirl. The gardener, in its usual vaguely humanoid grey metal swirl, drifted behind them.
I have never, not once, seen a something like that used in my grove. A fitting conclusion to a chaotic species.
The gardener expanded, a cloud growing larger than Fade, Talia, and Eve combined. To say nothing of the utterly baffled Ezra, the poor agent holding onto his sidearm like it was a life preserver.
That she would deploy something so dangerous here, where it might destroy the only chance all of you have to guide your species to the ultimate enlightenment, should be all the reason you need to destroy these humans, both here and on their world.
The gardener shifted the bulbous, eyeless head to look towards the Rakers.
I understand the hesitance, so I will add to your incentives. Earth, the human's home, is only somewhat spoiled, with much life and riches left. The Rakers that do the most to remove this scourge will have the opportunity to relocate or reseed your own people, a chance to renew, and one several of you could sorely use.
In another time, in another context, Fade might have quibbled with describing Earth as somewhat spoiled. But in that moment, on those steps, the idea that the gardener was pitching his home as a bonus for anyone willing to get extra murderous hit real wrong.
Blow up the bastard,
Fade said to Talia, who'd already turned around with the launcher up and aimed.
My pleasure.
Talia pushed the trigger, sending the next rocket flying. It crossed the few meters between them and the gardener, a distance close enough that Fade and his friends might have been blown up too, but a win was a win. Fade, though, wasn't surprised when the rocket passed through the gardener, much like Lode's bullets. The burning projectile sped right on into the tower behind, blasting into the outside and sending stone blocks spilling down across the entry arch. Neither Fade nor Talia let the disappointment keep them down. As soon as the rocket launched, Talia had dropped to one knee, and Fade had swept up the next, and second to last, rocket to stick down the tube. The gardener took the attack as an invitation, ringing out an order for the Rakers to kill them all. The command put the 4 humans up against what seemed like 100 alien Rakers. Fade figured the rest had deployed to Earth or were on their own planets. The grove never seemed all that crowded. Odds that listed among the worst Fade had faced. To beat them, they'd need a plan, and Fade had one.
Breakthrough!
Fade shouted, wheeling away from Talia's launcher and ripping smoke grenades off his belt.
The portal's our only shot.
We're with you!
Eve called back as Talia aimed the rocket at the Raker line. A mass of tentacles, arms, legs, blobs, and worse.
Lead!
Turning their back on the gardener might have been a bad move, but Fade had yet to see the thing hurt a fly on its own. Talia took the lead, stepping slow with the launcher aimed and ready. The Rakers chilled their charge as death stared them down, then began pulling back.
They're not retreating,
Fade said, matching Talia as Eve and Ezra closed in on the left. The foursome kept their line as they hit the stair halfway point.
They'll circle us, bank on getting too close for the rocket to work.
I could fire it?
Talia asked, taking the next step with yet more care. Behind them, the gardener again exhorted the Rakers to act.
Blow up a bunch? No,
Eve answered.
I can't accept they're all buying what the gardener is preaching. They listen to me, Fade. The Rakers aren't stupid, but if we act like the monsters the gardener says we are, then we're lost.
I'm not into the martyr thing, Eve. One tentacle touches me, I'm launching the rocket.
You won't have to,
Fade said.
I'll clear the way. You all make the portal. I said it, you follow.
The smoke grenade offered itself as an interesting little object. Imbued with a chemical mixture Fade neither knew nor seriously thought about until right that moment. The hand-sized charges snapped off his belt with a light tug. Using his teeth, a technique best avoided if one cared about dental health, Fade bit first one ring and then a second, all the while stepping ahead of his colleagues into the encroaching horrors. He tossed one ahead to the right, another to the left. Perhaps because the rockets gave evidence of humanity's explosive potential, the Rakers shied away. No, more than shied. Outright turned and scuttled, drifted or loped to put meters between themselves and the would-be bombs, which clued Fade into the Gardener's real power. Its Rakers wouldn't dive on bombs for the Gardener, wouldn't throw their lives away with certainty for the creature's cause. Another wedge they could hammer later. Much later, when Fade and his pals weren't about to get eaten, chopped up or melted by alien spit.
Run!
Fade called as the smokes outed themselves, spewing white fluff into the air. Fade himself kept the lead, ripping off his final smoke grenade as he bounded down the steps between his leading smokers. He threw this one out ahead, smacking it off a retreating Raker. The black grenade bounced to the ground, blew out smoke, and created a narrow avenue to the portal. The path was there, but Fade had to get the door pointing to the right spot, and that meant the audience. Would it even listen to him anymore? Behind Fade, Eve, Ezra, and Talia hoofed it. Running with a launcher the size of her arms wasn't exactly easy, but Talia made the awkward acrobatic by pulling the launcher down and raising it back up between steps. As if pursuing an odd workout routine, Talia's interesting choice flickered a deadly shadow amid the smoke and kept those cautious Rakers at a tentative bay. Nobody wanted to swallow that last shell. Ezra and Eve travelled in Talia's wake, Eve lifting a machine pistol off of Talia's waist and pointing it at any Raker not sufficiently scared by the rocket. Ezra's composure seemed less confident, the man spinning with his steps as if expecting a tentacle attack from any angle. Considering where they were, that supposition wasn't a bad one, especially as the Gardener exhorted its Rakers to attack en masse.
They can't shoot you all.
The Gardener boomed, its voice covering spectrums, shaking the ground, blowing in the air, and pulsing like a bad hangover in Fade's head.
The humans are a threat to everything you want. Don't let them take your dreams away.
A bit dramatic, but Fade swallowed his critique as he broke left. The humans' table and its attendant audience were a few sets away, and between that sapphire rectangle and Fade stood, floated or oozed at least 5 other Rakers. With the smoke sprawling at his back, Fade picked up speed, kicking off the stones and hoping his friends would just keep going straight no matter what. Even Ezra would probably be fine writing Fade off, as much as that hurt to realize. But Talia? Didn't matter now. Fade cleared the smoke, and the first thing loomed before him, all twisting vines, thorns, and puffy yellow flowers.
Move,
Fade ordered, drawing a combat knife and angling the blade. The Raker did, right at him. Chapter 13. Trading Places. Mayra hadn't put pen to paper for her memoirs yet. She figured those were a few decades down the road, but the whirlwind she was listening to would surely deserve its own chapter. Unfortunately, the setting wouldn't make for much, as she sat in a stiff chair in a staid conference room. The placid brown table for 12 counted only her, a coffee mug, and a speakerphone. A screen at the far end showed a more populated spot on the East Coast, either the Situation Room in the White House or some secure spot in the Pentagon. Mayra wasn't sure which, as nobody had bothered to explain, at least not to her. After Fade and Talia had dropped Mayra on their way to the suicidal raid on the Grove, Mayra had made the most intense series of phone calls in her life. First to her direct superior and Ezra's lone boss, the FBI director. That call went on a number reserved for agents on particular assignments, a number that would roll over to ever more high-ranking individuals until someone with the power to launch a nuke picked up the phone. Mayra, thankfully, wound up with the director, and soon after found herself isolated in the conference room. Another armed agent stood outside the door, ignorant of what was going on inside, but with the clear instructions not to let another soul in. She'd owned the first 10 minutes of the meeting, speaking to curious, incredulous faces about why strange creatures were popping in around the world. For an improvised speech, Mayra thought she'd done rather well, and perhaps the fact that she'd been utterly ignored ever since was a testament to her prowess. All the boxes had been checked, no need for more, until the faces turned back to her. Suits and uniforms, glasses and glares alike.
These badges,
The director began, her voice as composed as her straight shoulder stance, folded hands and hard eyes.
can be found on any of these invaders.
Small jewels.
Mayra nodded.
I don't know how they work, but they open the path back to the grove.
How many would we need to send a small force?
Do you want me to guess?
Mayra hated asking the question, but Ezra had always told her to be as honest as possible with higher-ups. Making bets and coming up bad ended careers.
Please do.
From what I saw, a single badge can work for more than one person, provided they are in physical contact. I only saw hands held, not palms on shoulders or ropes, anything like that.
The group ran with that information, turned back to each other for more heated discussion. Mayra sipped her coffee and listened, realized this was what it felt like to be in the room, to be present as power exercised itself. The adrenaline shivered, began to dwindle as talk turned from high-level action to minutiae, to which nation could get badges first. What if an enemy acquired some? Could they go to the Grove and harvest its high-level tech before America or another ally?
They won't.
Mayra said, almost without realizing it. Again, the faces turned towards her, and she fought off a blush. This was her moment, and damn being nervous about it.
I'm sorry, but unless we're wildly wrong, this isn't an opportunity. This is a superior enemy that has decided we, and by we I mean everyone on this planet, every single human, doesn't deserve to live. The gardener wants to wipe us out, and I believe it has the means to.
And why do you believe this? Because of its threats?
Because the Rakers have done it before. One of our own did. She wouldn't lie.
Your recommendation, then, is that we treat this as an absolute fight for our survival.
The director nodded at the camera.
I happen to agree. From what we've seen, these haphazard attacks around the world don't come close. They don't make sense, unless as a distraction, feints.
Then we go with the original plan,
said another man, military, a rank Mayra ought to know. But the long night and, alien invasion made mockery of her memory.
Get the badges, send in a tactical team. You said, Agent, that the grove isn't large?
I've never been, sir, but I get the impression it's not very big.
Then we strike fast. Try to secure the area as best we can, and maybe escape with some of what makes the grove work. Then we make the call on a second team. That one goes in big. A tactical nuclear device. If we can't take the grove, we destroy it.
Murmured assents around the room. Chairs began to push back, phones lifted up to make plans permanent.
What about Ezra?
Mayra asked.
And the others already over there?
If this is a war for our species,
the director said, standing,
then their losses, while regrettable, can't be counted against saving all of us.
She flattened into a tight smile.
Get some rest, Mayra. You and Ezra did well. Let the soldiers do what they're trained to do.
Running with a rocket launcher, the tube almost a meter long, wasn't something Schoolyard practiced on the daily. Keeping the thing at a threatening level while making her way fast down broad steps and surrounded by thrashing, gnashing aliens was a test she was bound to fail. Because, Schoolyard wanted to shout, look at these things, these Rakers. Fade and Eve had suggested that biology took some strange turns, and Schoolyard had seen some evidence of that in Oakland's downtown. But the collection opposing her now was more than ugly. Consider, a tiny voice whispered as Schoolyard wheeled the launcher to her right, its ends scaring off an encroaching pair of beetle barrel blends. Life would match its origins. gravity, biomes, predators, and so on would drive all the misshapen monstrosities around her. Monstrosities, that same voice added, that might see Taulia in the same ill light. A barbaric offense to every other Raker in this place.
Left, Taulia,
Eve ordered, the woman ducking Taulia's turn and the launcher tube swinging with it.
forward.
The Raker kept her voice calm, as if calamities like this were dealt with every Tuesday and twice on Thursdays. Eve seemed to take her plan's failure and the gardener's commitment to cataclysm as a mere setback. She aimed the borrowed machine pistol straight ahead, keeping a path clear to the portal without firing a shot. Beyond, the gardener called out again for an attack, but the alien seemed to misjudge its own forces. Not a one felt the need to end its life against the humans.
But then why jump through the portal to attack Earth?
A known threat against the hypothetical?
Keep moving,
Eve said, providing ballast against the chaos. Fade's smoke did the same, though the grenades were already dying. The Grove's consistent breeze did them no favours either, giving more Rakers clean sightlines. Taulia's experience said they needed to find cover quick, some sort of defensible position, or the first brave enemy would send the whole batch at them from all sides. The portal, too, wasn't close, at least at launcher speed, which, perhaps, was the answer.
I'm going to fire,
Taulia said as Ezra and Eve, forced by the dissipating smoke cover, closed in.
We need to go faster, and this thing isn't helping. You kill them, they'll kill us,
Eve replied.
Not a good thing,
Ezra added.
Yeah, got that. But we need to move.
Taulia had her choice of targets. In between their trio and the portal sat a solo, purple, box-like menagerie of stilted limbs. Some bent at odd angles to lift the creature's core off the ground, while others angled towards the sky, small blue tongues flicking from the ends as if tasting the air, ugly enough to be worth a blast. The Rakers to her left and right, including those beetles, weren't much better. But Taulia didn't blast any of them. Instead, she angled the launcher upward and fired towards the infinite cream sky. The missile sped on, drawing eyes, antennae, and flagella after its trail. Taulia dropped the launcher, snarled run, and burst towards the portal. Eve and Ezra took the advice and matched her, the trio drawing right up to the boxy creature. That Raker, whether because it had no eyes Taulia could see, or just kept a fanatical devotion to duty, ignored the missile and its explosive destiny to swipe at her. The first limb came from overhead, lashing down with its shelled length like it meant to hammer Taulia to a very brief and fatal end. If Taulia hadn't come into close contact with life-ending events on a regular basis, she might have been paralyzed at the ferocity. She might have flinched or stared, wide-eyed, as death turned her head into a mashed melon. Instead, the swipe fell into a list of attacks she dodged, countered, or otherwise defeated, slower than a martial arts snap kick and faster than a drunk's lumbering punch. For this one, Taulia used the long knife. Snapping her right hand to her left thigh, crouching as she reached, Taulia drew the blade and swept it up. Not a blind swing, no, but one aiming right the thin connection between chunky links. Her aim was true, the blade's sharp edge, Oscar was nothing if not meticulous about the quality of his gear, scythed right through the creature's gristly cherry muscle, and the limb's last third bounced off Taulia's shoulder. A sweet-smelling splash soaked her, followed by a rippling, keening noise as the monstrous Raker scuttled back. Its wounded leg flailed, the limb's siblings seeking to carry away the body from the dastardly humans as fast as possible. Behind it, the silver portal sat open and waiting. Only, Taulia saw no exit on the other side, no window back home or anywhere else. A clear view through. More Rakers found courage, pressing in with the launcher's absence. Eve triggered a few rounds, spraying bullets over heads, still playing pacifist. Ezra was as white as any sheet Taulia had ever seen, swiveling his handgun from one target to the next, but not pulling the trigger. Discipline held for the moment. Whether it'd last another depended on Fade. Combat training came naturally to a kid dropped into after-school karate 5 nights a week, and both Saturday and Sunday. Fade's parents had stuff to do, and he seemed to like hitting things, so the dojo became his second and eventually his first home. He learned and taught in the serene setting of mats and padded floors, polite opponents and strict rules, all of which were thrown out the door when the dojo's sensei asked if Fade needed a little extra cash. Fade spent the next few decades earning dough, refining techniques that could get him out of almost any jam. Techniques that were utterly unfit for the plant mass sending its thorny vines Fade's way. The spiky bits were as large as Fade's thumb, and their pale points caught the ambient cream light as they streaked in from both sides and above. At their base rested a puffy yellow cluster, dotted with flowers that might have been pretty, if death wasn't drawing Fade's attention. He flung the knife, a wrist flick sending the blade straight to spear the yellow puff. Those vines reached him, thorns making their inroads through Fade's thick jacket and his heavy pants designed to ward off bladed assaults. A test of human make against alien murder, and this time the humans came out ahead. The thorns skipped off as Fade followed his flicking strike, the ends only glazing. The same could not be said for Fade's knife, which flew true and pierced the target with a golden pollen splash. Those closing vines whipped in a frenzy, one buffeting Fade's head and drawing a thin red line along his neck. The accident and its burn wasn't enough to slow Fade down as he reached the creature's center, shot out with his right hand to hit his thrown knife's hilt and shove it deeper. A grey rot appeared at the impact's point, spreading as the Raker shivered, flailed, and ignored its adversary. Good enough. Fade abandoned the knife and cut to his left, ducking beneath 2 whipping vines into a sudden clearing. Audience tables aligned before him in their neat rows, his target a couple columns away. The other Rakers hadn't noticed their ill-fated friend yet, distracted by Fade's own pals. A clean shot at salvation, and Fade took it. The sapphire table didn't resist Fade's command, a suspicious relief as the swirling sapphire rectangle confirmed the portal's setting. Right back to Oakland, back to downtown. He'd considered bravura plays like Washington or London, or wherever the UN met these days, but better to go home and reset. The gambit had failed. Easier to devise a new strategy at home.
You think you'll get there?
Said a bemused voice, without accent or scars, the sort of thing a hapless computer might come up with. Fade pulled a second knife and whirled, slashing the blade through the amorphous grey behind him. The gardener took the hit without complaint, letting the knife glide through its mist-like body, the would-be skin sealing right back in place.
Please.
The gardener continued.
Don't waste my time any more than your awful species already has.
Then kill me already.
I plan to, but perhaps not yet. A trade.
A little late for that, don't you think?
Fade risked a glance to his right, past the swarming alien masses towards the portal. The silver ring was spinning up, its center filling with a familiar image. He couldn't make out Tall Ear and the others behind the surreal horde, but from the slow motion, it seemed like they were moving.
Never,
the gardener said.
You want to go home. You want your friends to survive. I will let you, in exchange for the man, the scared one.
What?
Give him to me, and you are free to go.
The gardener's grey cloud rippled.
We will chase, of course. The war will continue. But you will have your chance, and your daughter will not lose her father.
Certainty, cold and clear, levelled with the last line. It wasn't a guess, and Fade had no surprises left to get him out of the grove, past this killer creature. Damn Ezra so Jaycee could keep her dad. A hero might take a different path, but Fade wasn't a hero. He tried that game with Eve, played at being a Raker, and found himself right back here, making compromises to survive. Fine.
Done,
Fade said. The gardener's grey rippled again. The cloud swam over Fade and he shut his eyes. A chill came with it, one that left a moment later. The portal stood before him, a few steps away. Talia and Eve shouting came up at his back. Fade spun, saw Ezra had vanished. Saw, too, that Talia and Eve hadn't noticed yet. Behind them, the Rakers slowed. Their task failed and not worth risking a bullet wound for.
Come on!
Fade shouted.
Before it closes.
The pair sprinted by, Talia grabbing Fade's shoulder and pulling him along home. Ezra did not appear at home. He did not, in fact, appear anywhere he recognized. One moment he'd been stumbling after Talia and Eve, his moves tripped up by the sheer chaos everywhere around him. An onslaught of impossibilities Ezra couldn't piece together, as if every nightmare and dream had merged into a frenzy dedicated to ending his life. There'd been the grey, a fuzzy grey all around him. His stomach fell as all depth perception disappeared into the infinite slate sea. Ezra looked at his hand, his feet, and saw neither, though his touch suggested he still held his service weapon. The thought came to pull the trigger, but what would that solve? For a minute, maybe two, Ezra drifted in the ether. Had he died, maybe? The nothingness around him resembled the purgatory tales he'd heard growing up, a void to float in until God judged you. A grim idea that spiraled, sucking Ezra down one wild theory. Had God created the grove? Was the gardener the Christian God after all this, after another? Until the grey fell, revealing the same white cobblestones, the tables at sizes and heights too big and small for humans. The burbling mass of Rakers split apart in the distance, pairing off and splintering to their own ends. Talia, Fade and Eve weren't in sight, escaped hopefully. A woman stood before him, casual, clean and calm. She smiled and Ezra snapped back. Decades reading people picked out oddities fast. Teeth too straight, skin too smooth, eyes too focused. Like one of those computer-generated people from earlier movies.
Call me Daffodil,
the woman said.
It's going to be easier that way.
What's going to be easier?
Ezra would have expected his throat to be dry, his nerves fried after what had just happened. But the Grove's invisible magic had him fresh, as if he'd just woken from a nice nap.
What did you do?
Your friends are gone, and the Rakers are back to their normal routines, excepting, of course, continuing the destruction of your species.
Ezra whipped up his weapon, put the barrel right to Daffodil's forehead. She didn't move, kept that same too calm smile. Pointless then. He'd seen how Talia's rocket did nothing to the gardener. Better keep the rounds for when they might be useful.
Getting ahead of yourself,
Ezra said, lowering the gun.
Humans don't die easy.
So I'm gathering a pesky bunch.
Daffodil turned aside, waved ahead, along the infinite cobblestones.
Walk with me, Ezra.
Why?
Why not? You don't have other options, save defying me until I decide you're too frustrating, at which point I'll have you mashed into an organic jelly. There are quite a few Rakers that would delight in slurping you up like a smoothie.
How did you learn to talk like that? With our words?
Daffodil chuckled, and when she started walking, Ezra matched her stride. The gardener had a point. Ezra wouldn't help home or himself by getting annihilated. But he might learn a little by keeping the gardener talking.
The biggest leaps any civilization can take are when they meld the organic with the opposite. Limitations vanish, flexibility remains. Languages and how to use them are just routines. I pick the ones I need, leave the rest for another time.
Daffodil winked at Ezra.
If you paid attention, when I'm talking to all the Rakers, in all their tongues, my words are simple, instructions basic. Only so much meaning you can spread across such a large surface. When it's just you and I, however, I can play.
That makes more sense than the rest of this place.
The Grove? A simple reality, constructed to make sense across all manner of peoples. Most civilizations understand a tower, understand rock and stone, tables and the like. The rest comes with time.
Another chuckle.
Learned that one with a lot of trial and error. The earlier groves, my goodness, they were disastrous. So many lost due to my mistakes. But then, it's all paid off, hasn't it?
You're trying to obliterate my people, so I'd be inclined to disagree.
Ah, well, there's always going to be losers. Speaking of, I'd like you to help me with that. Destroying your people, that is. I gather, from what I've seen of you, that you might have some good ideas on how to do that.
Destroy us? My own people?
Daffodil pointed a single finger at him, squinted her eyes like he'd made the perfect joke.
Exactly. For most, I just blast the planet into dust. But Earth is quite nice, with plenty of time left to give another species a shot. So, wipe away the humans, keep the nice oceans and forests, and see what happens next.
Obviously, I'm going to say no, even if I had an idea.
Yes, of course you would. And I commend you for your loyalty, misguided as it is. Instead, let me tell you why you'll tell me what I want to know.
Daffodil stopped, put a hand on Ezra's shoulder.
If you do this, I will keep a small part of humanity alive, forever. Choose, Ezra. Now.
Chapter 14. Fantasyland. You'd think Talia would be getting used to this. Aliens, teleportation, rocket launchers. The norms weren't the norms anymore. That logic didn't help as the Grove's white stones disappeared and Oakland's battered downtown replaced them. A solid sidewalk underfoot, the cream horizon swapping to steel towers. Sirens filled in for the psychic tremors issued by 100 different aliens talking. The noon sunlight refracted off glass broken and not. The breeze bringing with it dust and dirt unmoored by destruction. Emergency crews swarmed, though enough time had passed that the people scurrying by the alleyway into which Tall E, R, Eve, and Fade had been deposited were less officers and paramedics, more construction workers hauling away debris. The renewal underway even as the interstellar war continued. Nothing like human commitment to the economic cause.
He's gone,
Eve said, looking around next to Talia.
You didn't see Ezra come through, did you?
He wasn't there with us at the end. Fade was, I'm not sure how, and I pulled him through.
Speaking of Fade, he'd gone and slumped against a greasy wall near a dumpster. A glassy stare sent skyward, hands hanging limp. With most of his gear still on him, Fade's lounge had an ominous feel, but Talia could sympathize. Her arsenal dragged on her back and legs. If any police officer happened to wander this way, there'd be hard questions.
Then he's still there.
Eve walked near Fade, wavered as if she was about to sit down too, then straightened.
Likely dead.
She set a machine pistol down, looked towards the alley's mouth.
I need some sleep.
Sleep? Now? We just fought our way home, and you want to go to bed?
Haven't slept in almost 2 days. My head's pounding.
Eve rubbed her forehead, continuing to look out towards the street.
We tried to end this fast. We failed. It's a real war now.
One you said we can't win.
We won't. The gardener might toy with us for a while, but if we don't collapse like it wants, it'll erase our planet. It's inevitable.
Not a great attitude, Eve.
It's not attitude, it's fact. Now, I'm going to take a nap.
Where?
Fade asked, piping up and flicking his eyes her way.
Don't forget, we've enemies here too. Navarro and Pline might have disappeared, but their cronies might think we're in on it.
My place. They'll be on your house, Fade. Your hotel's probably marked, Eve. Nobody gives a damn about my apartment.
You have a bed.
No, no bed. Of course I have a bed. What do you think I am? Insane?
You fired a rocket at the most powerful being in the universe. Insane applies.
Talia's apartment did, in fact, have a bed. A couch, too, and 3 pictures on the walls, framed bits from Talia's distant past, when she still had parents and did normal things like graduate high school, go on vacation, and have drinks with friends. They ditched most of the weapons back in the alley, then walked a few blocks until a whacked-out gig driver, one who went on and on about the end of the world, but still wanted to hustle for a few bucks, took them to Talia's place. Eve had passed out on the way, managed to stumble into Talia's bedroom and collapsed. Fade had returned to his glassy stare, this time moving the vacant gaze to Talia's slim 4th-floor balcony overlooking a reasonably nice complex courtyard. Talia put on coffee, grabbed a couple of protein bars, and met him at the railing.
Total failure,
Fade said, accepting the bar.
What a disaster that was. Didn't get Jaycee back, didn't even see where she went. And Ezra's gone.
The FBI agent's disappearance would cause some predictable problems, namely that Mayra, his partner, knew who Ezra had been with when he was last on this earth. They'd be suspects, and worse, find themselves without access to Ezra's pull. The man seemed to believe them, and might have been able to get an arsenal on board for what exactly? Another invasion?
How many people would it take to assault the Grove?
Talia wondered between bar bites.
A few thousand.
It's not a number. The gardener could have killed us if it wanted, Talia. The Grove's its domain. We might have physical laws here, but there it can do anything.
Then why didn't it?
I'm thinking mind games, control, keep the Rakers under its influence.
Talia snorted.
By making them eradicate other species?
By threatening them with the worst if they don't. It's the same thing here. You cross the line for your boss, say, take a life, commit a crime, whatever. Now you're tied to them, and you need their approval to justify your actions.
That's putting a human spin on species we don't know or understand, Fade. Hard to say what drives a plant monster or a giant blob.
Well, they must want what the gardener's promising, or why would they be attacking us?
How about fear?
Veronica conceded it was difficult to tell time when floating in a void, but she figured a 4th sprint through memories good and bad, choices made and regretted, would well and truly drive her insane. It had felt like forever, and it was time to leave. The gardener's little airborne magic had her feeling physically great. Even the would-be problems like food and what came after wicked away, devoured by the tiny designs to leave Veronica fresh. Almost too perfect. The same could be said of the other creatures. Some shivered, flailed, or made odd noises, but most hung about in motionless stupor. Their colours, whether red, blue, orange, or a mix of them all, were bright and healthy. Their minds might be broken, as Veronica's surely would be after another few days in this hell. Then again, what did sanity matter if, as Veronica suspected, they were being preserved for their genetic material? If, when the gardener so desired, humans could get another run at it? How easy it would be to sink into that same malaise. She'd been close wandering with Daffodil, Veronica's old life already blown to bits. Lost, far outside the reality she'd known, Veronica could slide into the psychic abyss. It had a certain appeal, turfing off all responsibility and setting aside ambition, objectives, concern for her friends, and literally anything she enjoyed doing to just drift. But Christopher Pline, flawed father that he was, did not countenance such attitudes among his children. What started as dismal apathy forged through growing frustration into resolve. The gardener had stuffed Veronica in here, and getting out was a puzzle. One she had, apparently, all eternity to solve. Finding a new goal woke her up. Escape meant, first, figuring out just what this place was. How did it function? What could one do inside it? And what were its weaknesses? Waving her arms and legs brought Veronica nothing. But perhaps that wasn't quite true. Zero gravity seemed to be the thing, But moving in an empty space wasn't impossible. She just needed something to push against. No walls, no floors, but Veronica did have her body, did have her clothes, did have, thanks to the gardener's miracles, an endless supply of good health. She sucked out some saliva, pooled it in her mouth, and gave a strong spit. Not exactly a skill she'd honed over the years, but Veronica's little glob shot away from her until the infested air tore it apart to nothing. Veronica did it again, and a third, then a fourth time. Her only visual markers were the other creatures, and they showed Veronica's spit method wasn't making progress. But she had something better. Bending, Veronica pulled off the sneakers she'd worn to Navarro's enclave, figuring she might need to run. Holding the blue and white shoe in her hand, Veronica pulled back and let fly. Her arm whipped ahead and to the left as she threw. She spun, wheeling around, but also went backward. Clear motion and clearly not stopping. She was moving, and spinning enough to make her sick enough to... The vomit was disgusting, but it slowed the spin. Add it to the growing proof, Veronica had figured out how to navigate this strange place. Now that she could move, albeit slowly, it was time to find some friends. Bonus, the Grove's microscopic robots cleaned her up. Letters, numbers, basic body parts. Jaycee was exhausted, but they'd only been at this for a few hours. Getting back home to her dad, her friends, what remained of her life, might mean getting these Zinwi up to speed on all things human. At least they understood now that Jaycee needed water and food. They were parading random objects before her, waiting for Jaycee to speak and then write down the names. She just described a clock and a bowl of all things. She tried twice to redirect to the Rakers, to the Grove, and a way back, but had met only puzzlement. But then that made sense, didn't it? Nobody on Earth knew about the Rakers, so why would they hear? What hope would she have of making it home? The thought had her sitting down on the cold rock, while the Zinwi rummaged for more random objects. There was no chance, was there? Jaycee would spend the rest of her probably short life here, answering questions, getting poked and prodded, and when she died, they'd cut her open to see what was inside, a grotesque unboxing. She cried, of course, because Jaycee had long adopted the theory that good tears made bad things easier to take. When this, too, drew the Zinwi's attention back to her, when they brightened the lights and made their inquisitive noises, Jaycee only cried harder. Apparently recognizing distress, the Zinwi came in with more water, brought more bland mush, and rushed about behind their window, until, as she held herself, one ventured in with something different, something new. A blanket fashioned with coarse cloth not far off from sandpaper, a dull red colour. The Zinwi draped it over Jaycee's shoulders and with a gentleness belying the thing's big hands, smoothed it out around her. The Zinwi's warm breath touched Jaycee at the same time. Her loneliness didn't disappear, but the despair withered at the shock.
Thank you,
Jaycee said, turning up to the big creature. The creature huffed its nostrils, but the concern in its eyes was plain enough. Jaycee was in a mess, true, but maybe it wasn't so bad. Maybe she could find a way out, if these creatures were willing to listen. They'd need to get past the objects and random words, though. They needed direction. Brushing away the tears, Jaycee stood, went to the window as the Zinwi watched her. She kept the blanket pulled around, it was a little cold in here, and tapped on the glass, towards the big door on the left. Then she tapped her own chest and pointed up. She'd show these things where she came in, and together they might find the Raker who'd opened the portal. And, with that Zinwi's help, Jaycee might finally get home. Mayra noticed the changes at the same time as everyone else. She remained on the conference call, save for bathroom, coffee, and food delivery breaks. The video link stayed open to a situation room that included a full ensuite swarm. Briefings came and went continually as people at all levels reported out conversations with other governments, counteractions against Raker attacks, and acquired badges from any downed aliens. Murdering the first aliens humanity had ever encountered seemed like a rough way to go, and a directive had been adopted early, prompting capture first. A hard thing to achieve when your target, with a little willpower, could blip back to the Grove. Humans, so far as Mayra knew, had yet to nab a single one. Deaths were another story. Whether the gardener was foolish or reckless, once its rakers lost surprise, they fell without much challenge. Every appearance was noted, mapped, and soon patrolled. Panic turned into puzzlement as humanity analyzed the attacks and found them random, done without strategy. Rakers would stumble into a city and start smashing windows, or warp into a small town and bash a parked car. Within minutes, police, military, or armed locals would counter. Aliens, it turned out, died just as easily to a bullet as a human, which turned the council into a befuddled bunch. They bandied about theories and came to no conclusion. Killed Rakers were hustled to labs for autopsies, while their badges, those little jewels, were theoretically being taken to a central point. A neutral spot in Brussels, though Mayra and everyone else figured if even half the badges made it there, it'd be a miracle. No nation would give up all their chances at breaking the badge's mystery. Yet, amid all that chaos, a trend emerged. The attacks were already starting to decline. Fewer calls, fewer assaults. As if an opening wave had crashed and an eerie calm followed.
What's happening?
Came the question from Mayra and everyone else.
Maybe we've killed or wounded them all.
Floated an official.
Can't,
replied another.
No way they assumed a few hundred could take down a planet of billions. Even with their tricks, not a chance.
Then what? A second wave?
Mayra, remembering Eve, spoke up for the first time in hours.
They're changing tactics. Panic isn't working, so they're going to try something different.
That set off more speculation. Political assassinations, sensitive infrastructure, attempts to gain control of nuclear weapons. All possibilities, but Mayra dismissed each one fast with a simple, single argument.
They don't understand us,
Mayra said after several others had listed off the options.
They wouldn't know how to launch our nuclear strikes if they made it to the computers. They wouldn't know where or who most of our leaders are. Taking out our infrastructure assumes they know how it works. These are aliens. These are creatures so different from us that they'll have no idea how to hurt us, and us them.
Mayra realized that she had the attention of everyone in the other room, on linked calls from all over the world. Intimidating, but if she could face down a monster, then she could do this.
I think they were playing. Now they're going to erase us.
Eve had said that was the final step. If the Rakers themselves couldn't break a civilization, the gardener would wipe the planet. How, Mayra didn't know. But letting it try was a mistake.
Then we attack,
Mayra said in answer to the obvious question.
Don't give them time. We have badges. We go.
Eve had no clothes, no luggage, save what she carried on her person. She had an apartment on the East Coast in a small town with cheap rent and no questions. That had been Lode's advice. Quiet spots, few possessions. Rakers didn't have time to accumulate, didn't have a need for the drag things create on a life. She'd sold almost everything after joining up, a detachment made easy because Eve had lived the sort of life ideal for a Raker. Already on the move, no family, and flexible morals. The last laws had been reforged in Lode's dire crucible, and they took a beating as Eve dozed in Schoolyard's bed. Do good, help others, make the world a better place were good starters, soon torn apart by subjective subservience. Eve wasn't there to make judgments, but to obey the audience, and in turn, the gardener's path to what it considered greatness. Accepting that took time. Realizing there wasn't an alternative took even longer. Her phone, battered and barely holding a charge after the slog from kidnapping to Grove assault and back. Schoolyard's model, in a stroke of luck, matched hers, making charging possible. Buzzed. Not many had the number, and the one blinking up now wasn't one she knew.
We're going in,
Said the voice on the other end, Mayra's, at the outset.
Where and who were obvious enough. Why Mayra was calling wasn't hard to discern either.
Don't.
Eve said.
You'll all die, and you won't achieve anything.
Not asking that. We're hoping you'll lead us in.
I just said it was a suicide mission, and now you're asking me to lead it.
We're on track to have about 10 badges. Holding hands like you've all done, that makes a team as big as 30.
Mayra hesitated.
The attacks are slowing, Eve. Nobody here thinks we've given the gardener a change of heart. You said it'd just get worse. We want to stop that.
Too late. We went and talked to it. The gardener likes Earth. It wants us gone. Unless you have a rocket that we're all getting on, the gardener's going to find a way to clean us off, or, if it gets annoyed, turn us to dust.
My bosses aren't big on lying down and dying. Didn't think you were, either.
You have any family, Mayra? Siblings, parents, a partner?
How's that relevant?
Go spend some time with them. Give them some love, because what's coming isn't getting stopped. Not by your special forces, not by God, not by the president.
Is that what you're doing, Eve? Giving up?
I'm going to bed, Mayra. If Earth's still here when I wake up, I'll give you a call.
Lode might have been proud of that one. Rude, threatening, and dangerous all in one. Eve stared at the ceiling. He was dead now, if Fade was right. A man she'd spent decades with jumping all over this planet, buying into a flawed mission because it was the best they had. After all that then, Eve had nothing. An angry would-be deity and humanity about to be wiped because of it. And why? Because the gardener was annoyed a few random humans had stumbled into its little world. Sounded childish, but then, so did most of human mythology. Petulant gods doing their followers wrong for the slightest mistakes. Knowing this one would slaughter everything and everyone Eve had ever known hit a bit different. For a minute, Eve wondered if she'd be able to fall asleep. She needn't have worried. Exhaustion hit like a hammer to the head, sent her spinning into dreamland. Her phone, charging, sat on the nightstand. Fade kicked the tires again and again on Talia's balcony, every time getting to the same sticking point. He'd already written off Earth, Oakland, and the superhero complex that had had him taking Eve's offer to be a Raker in the first place. Leaning on the railing with Talia, their numbing chat inevitably bleeding back to the past and decisions made, good times and bad times, Fade centered on what mattered most. Jaycee.
You're still not finding a way to her,
Talia said, falling easily, as she so often did, into the counter.
Take your badge, walk to the grove, sneak or stab your way into past every single enemy, and then what?
Ask nicely.
For security camera footage.
The gardener will know.
Fade ended the line with a curse.
Okay, what about the audience? It shows what we ask, generally, anyway.
You think it's Snow White's magic mirror? Oh, audience, show me Jaycee, wherever she may be.
Nice rhyme, and no.
Fade drummed fingers on the railing, warming up in the sun. A faint smoke drift still rose from downtown and the bay to the west, the Raker attack's last line.
I mean, maybe. That'd be cool. But it might get me where the portal was when she left.
Putting a lot of hope on that table, which I'm sure all the aliens in the grove will just let you use.
You're not being helpful.
Shooting down bad ideas is helpful.
Put the artillery away and offer up something better.
Talia grimaced.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Fade. I think we have to wait for an opening. See what the gardener tries to do, then block it, and maybe take advantage. Notch a win, and then press.
While Jaycee rots somewhere?
You don't know if she's rotting. She might be having a fabulous party on some world where everything's ice cream and lollipops.
Fade blinked at her. Talia shrugged. Her phone rang, and her expression upon catching the caller had Fade paying attention. She answered, listened.
I think,
Talia said after a minute,
that he'll say yes.
She flicked a slight grin Fade's way.
In fact, I know he will.
Mayra's instructions had Fade in Tall Ear's car 10 minutes later, cruising towards a private airfield. They'd be meeting Mayra there, then skipping away in a fast plane to staging base not all that far away. There'd been a breakthrough, an international agreement. In 3 hours, Earth, with all the badges it had found, would be done take the fight to the Grove, and Fade would be leading it. At least until he figured out how to find Jaycee. Chapter 15. Bonding in the Void. The airfield drive offered what drives had provided for so long, a chance to simmer, reflect, and decide just what Taulia was going to do. Her head ached, her muscles were sore, and sleep's lack hammered her every motion, despite the endless energy drinks both she and Fade drained like water. She'd be paying for the last 36 hours with years of her life, which, if the gardener won, wouldn't be all that much longer. Fade joined her in silence all the way to the airfield's gate. He gazed out the front windshield, withdrawn and pensive, a look Taulia had seen on him plenty, and which he'd probably seen her wear enough times too. Jaycee wasn't her daughter by blood, but Taulia would do anything for the girl. But what could either of them do now? No training prepped for a disappearance to a world half a galaxy away, if that's where these Rakers lived. Then again, even if they were underground Martians, it's not like they could send a rocket to pick Jaycee up and bring her back. No, the only rescue lay through the way Jaycee went. A path blocked by an all-powerful alien with a grudge against humanity.
You're not coming?
Fade asked as he left the car, slinging a fresh pack over his shoulder. Water bottle, protein bar, more energy drinks, and a spare set of combat knives Taulia kept at her place. What more did a man need?
Seriously? For this?
Taulia leaned over the steering wheel, gave Fade the raised eyebrow move.
You're about to join the world's deadliest killers, the best special forces we have. Don't think you'll need me.
You know that's not true. Trust is everything here.
Then trust me.
Tall Ear grinned.
Besides, it's not like I don't have a better idea. You go in with all those guns. I'll do things my way.
What way's that?
The smart one.
Taulia shifted the car into gear.
Don't die, Fade.
You too?
Taulia caught Fade staring after her in the rearview mirror on the long, lazy road away from the airfield. Taulia needed a nap, but a look at all the empty caffeine cans in the cup holders said that would be hard to get. She told Fade she had a better idea. Now, Taulia just had to find one. Veronica had a pick of nightmares and chose the scariest one she could see. Whether it was a nihilistic urge to get carved up as an escape from the gardener's purgatory, or a desire to find the deadliest potential ally, Veronica whipped her way towards a nightmare beast. Far taller than her, sporting huge clawed legs and nasty spindly limbs, the creature drifted like everything else in the gardener's floating prison. It seemed awake, blinking slow yellow eyelids at Veronica as she waved and spat to preserve her shoe-fling momentum. Her progress through the creamy ether was both unceasing and crawling, a combination that sparked hope and let her grind through possibilities. She had no tools, no way of knowing how to escape the gardener's strange prison, but who knew what the other creatures might be able to do, or what, with their combined gaggle, they might discover. That any of these aliens might decide snacking on Veronica could be a good distraction from the eternal ennui also lingered, but she brushed that aside. Doom and gloom wouldn't get her anywhere. She rotated as she approached the creature, having practiced her spit flight for several hours now, long enough to consider herself an expert, long enough to plant the target right between her arms. A grab-and-go mission, because slowing momentum here wasn't worth it. Veronica only had one shoe left to launch. The creature stopped blinking as Veronica reached it, those eyes bulging out further. Up close, she noticed metal scraps blending in with its skin, small silver plates and aluminium streaks. Odd red and silver wires collecting between its limbs. The clawed feet kicked at nothing, but she noticed shimmering slime erupt all across the creature's skin. No stranger to nature documentaries, ideal background entertainment when reviewing practice tests for the 50th time. Veronica pulled her arms back in. Should she abandon this one? Keep on floating? The next alien wasn't too far away, but as Veronica twisted around the slime-coated body, she made a different call. This wasn't the time for caution. She needed allies, numbers, and possibilities. She pulled off the jacket she'd worn to the meeting with Navarro, flipped the sleeves, and grabbed one of the alien's arms with both covered hands. The slime, thankfully, wasn't acid, and Veronica found herself face to face with 3 eyes. No limb had yet tried to rend her apart, a positive sign.
Hey there.
She said.
What are you?
The creature had an answer. Torture was untrustworthy. Daffodil confirmed that truth to Ezra as she drew a line in the air before them both. Like a gash spreading wide, the split replaced the dark shadows and white stone with something altogether familiar. A grey box, complete with a chair in the centre. Far from a basic wood seat, the chair looked more like one Ezra might find at a dentist's office, bristling with appendages. Daffodil put a hand on Ezra's back and pushed him through the slit, saying he ought to take a seat.
It's too late now.
Daffodil continued as she stepped through after him.
Even if, seeing this, you want to change your mind, I can't trust what you tell me.
So you said.
Ezra replied, following her instructions and taking a slow spin to set himself in the chair. The soft cushion shivered as Ezra landed in it. What he took for a bounce, revealing itself to be something else entirely. A moulding. In fact, the whole chair warped around him, armrests rising out from the base and expanding to match his limbs. The headrest folded around his neck, giving Ezra a cozier fit than any chair he'd ever used before. A footrest kicked up and swept his feet off the floor. Trapped. But then, he'd been equally so before with Daffodil. At least this felt like he floated on cotton. A gentle current washed across his skin too, like a low fan was blowing. And was that lilac on the air?
As I said,
Daffodil, watching the chair mould.
Torture is inconclusive. It hurts too, the morale of the torturer, unless you're truly sadistic, in which case we don't want you around anyway. Extracting truth from people who don't want to give it used to be a problem, plagued us for millennia, until we solved it by accident.
Accident?
Daffodil tapped her skull.
Most intelligent life functions through a brain. They don't always look like yours, and I assure you, seeing mine would shake you to your core. But the idea remains the same. Neurons, synapses, stored data. The problem, though, arises when life extends beyond its intended duration. The cup overflows. Too much, and you lose it. So it was eternal life, or close enough as to make the distinction pointless, and insanity, a damper on the spirits of our civilization, when we thought we'd at last shaken off death's cold chains. But we are nothing if not enterprising, and so we set about solving the problem.
You sure about that? Because you're sounding a little insane to me.
Subjective. Nevertheless, we learn to treat the brain like a computer. A download, if you will, of everything stored among those brilliant nerves. A regular medical checkup then. Archive the bits not necessary, the pointless memories or useless skills, and on you go, ready to continue your eternal bliss.
Daffodil walked alongside Ezra's chair, over near his face, and grinned.
Do you know what you can't do with a downloaded memory? With knowledge removed from the host?
Guessing you're about to tell me.
Daffodil nodded.
You can't hide it, Ezra. It's there. Plain, simple. So that's what we're going to do. Extract, review, and determine how best to annihilate your species without destroying your home. I hope it's there too, because if it's not, then we'll have to do things the messy way.
You're going to strip my mind.
Exactly. Unfortunately, so far, I've yet to find a species that takes to our methods as well as we do. Death is the usual outcome, but then we both know that's where this was going anyway.
Daffodil touched something on the chair's side, and those comfy armrests molded around Ezra's arms in a vice. The neck wrap expanded, closed around his throat. Even the footrest let his ankles sink into the cushion before sliding up and closing around them.
I take no pleasure in this, you know. It's a job, a function. As the steward of the galaxy's hopes, I have to do the dirtier work every now and then.
She stepped away, the grin fading to a line.
You might want to close your eyes. I think it's easier to slip away when you're not seeing what's about to happen.
Ezra tugged at both arms, his feet, even tried jerking his head free. No give, though the pressure never seemed too much to cause pain. A soft buzzing noise began behind his ear. A green laser line ran up and down his body.
It's taking your measurements so the implant sticks at the right point,
Daffodil said, then snapped her head off to the left, glaring at nothing. She growled, like an animal, before dropping to a sigh.
Apologies, Ezra. You will die alone, and for that I am sorry. I meant this to be kinder. Your species are barbarians.
She slashed her hand before her, opening another slit. With a shaking head, Daffodil, the gardener, stepped through and vanished. Left Ezra to the growing buzz, a new cold weight on his head, and an empty panic. The government, any government, had been best avoided for Fade's professional life. He operated on the rough side, where paperwork swapped for a punching fist or a threatening message best delivered by bat. Being a Raker hadn't changed that, as answering questions about his ability to, more or less, teleport around the planet seemed like a bad time. So Fade kept his head on a swivel as he met Mayra by the military plane at the private airfield. A fat, grey transport, engines already spinning up as he approached. Mayra looked much the same as Fade, though he noticed she'd managed, like him, to snag a shower and a change of clothes. Thick jacket and jeans, body armor already on, sidearm holstered at her waist.
You my escort to this dance?
Mayra nodded.
Ezra's still missing. With him gone, you're stuck with me.
You sure it's not the other way around?
Not at all. No Talia?
She's calling it an early night.
Mayra gave him a soft sniff, then waved Fade on. The plane was mostly empty, save some cargo crates netted down and going to their same way. Two pilots sat at the controls, sipping beverages and not saying a word. Benches set against the plane's sides offered belted seating, and Fade fumbled his way through one, drawing a judging look from Mayra.
I thought you were good at this.
She asked when Fade had himself sorted, the agent sitting across from him. The plane's door shut as she spoke, those engines kicking into another gear.
Lots of experience fighting the bad guys?
Bad guys? What, did we step out of a Saturday morning cartoon?
You know what I mean.
Nothing I did put me on a plane like this.
Kept you off of our radar, too. An empty record. Not even a speeding ticket.
I'm a regular angel.
Then where's my partner?
Fade eyed her. She hadn't been in the Grove, hadn't witnessed the flight and Fade's swap. No way she could know. But Mayra had a killer's look. The unbending resolve you needed to take a life or save a million. Dangerous to lie to someone like that, but shading the truth?
The gardener took him. It was chaotic. The Rakers didn't want to get hurt, right? So they kept their distance. Ezra didn't go fast enough.
He's in better shape than you.
Not sure Fade believed that, but arguing fitness wasn't the play here.
Look, in that place, it's different from anything you've ever imagined. Ezra was overwhelmed, and that's not his fault.
Well, we're about to go back there and get him, with a lot more guns and a lot more people, so you'd better figure out how to keep us alive.
Already working on that.
The plane shot aloft, a rickety ride without the free headphones. Pleasant pilot coming over the intercom, or a promise of in-flight snacks. Instead, according to Mayra, they'd be coasting south for a couple hours. An isolated base in New Mexico, surrounded by desert. Other countries would be assembling their own teams, and Fade would, simultaneously, teach a bunch of soldiers all over the world how to invade the Grove. Just, launching an attack on the single most powerful entity in the universe. No sweat.
Keep in mind, you only need to get us there. These teams, they're the best. They won't need your help inside, unless something's strange.
This isn't a...
It is. The setting's different, but the job's the same as any other assassination. Neutralize enemies, take out the target by any means necessary.
Fade shook his head.
You parroting that line, or do you honestly believe it?
I have to. Otherwise, we're all going to die, right?
You tell me. What's the most likely scenario? A few dozen commandos defeat a creature that's survived for longer than humanity's existed, that has the power to crisscross the galaxy at will? Or it gets annoyed and decides we're a stain better wiped away than left to linger?
Mayra didn't flinch.
I think, Fade, the gardener doesn't know what it's up against.
Eve answered the bedroom door after a third knock, having apparently fallen back asleep after Schoolyard's call. Dishevelled didn't do the Raker justice, with bags beneath her bloodshot eyes, hair sprawling everywhere, and a sideways lean as if Eve could barely manage to stand.
Did you get plastered?
Schoolyard asked, holding forth a coffee. She had one for herself and a third empty one in the car. This would all catch up to her eventually, but if the world ended first, who cared?
I need my sleep.
Eve replied, voice low and scratched.
Haven't had enough. Can't imagine why.
Eve looked past Schoolyard, narrowed her eyes at nothing.
No Fade. Secret mission. Invading the Grove with a bunch of gun-toting killers.
Schoolyard gave Eve a once-over, pulled open the blinds and winced at both the light and view of a neighbouring building.
Figure it'll end in disaster like ours did. But what choice do we have?
Eve sat on the bed, sipped the coffee and made a face.
I prefer tea. And I prefer a nice workout, a warm shower, and an evening in pyjamas watching old sitcom reruns. This isn't the time to be picky. It's not picky, it's a preference. Eve, if you don't want this coffee all over you, then get yourself together. I was, a few minutes ago, underneath those covers.
Schoolyard folded her arms, leaned against the wall.
You always an asshole after you wake up.
That fought up a smile. Eve took another, longer sip of her coffee, which killed it, but not the moment.
I suppose I'm a little sour. Easy to be, considering. That's why I'm here. Oh, I thought it was to check up on a friend. Look at you joking. Love to see it. You and Fade always are. Figured I should learn. It's our coping mechanism. But speaking of Fade, he's going to fail, right?
Eve gave a half-hearted shrug.
Who knows? We aren't the first ones to fight the gardener, and all the others have failed. But humans are crazy, so...
Okay, well, what's the backup plan if crazy doesn't cut it?
Shouldn't you be asking the military, the UN?
Oh yeah, silly me. I'll just dial them up right now.
Schoolyard pulled out her phone, set it on the plain white nightstand.
See, Eve, the last couple of days have been one desperate play after another. Fade likes to roll with that. I don't, and I don't think you do either. But you just cashed out for a few hours, which tells me we're either so screwed nothing matters, or you think we have time.
Tall Ear spun the phone around with one hand.
The first one doesn't give me any options, so I'm hoping it's number 2.
The gardener already gave us the answer. It wants to preserve the planet, at least for now. If that's the goal, we'll have time. It's not magical. It can't snap its fingers like a fairy tale and make us disappear.
Eve stood up, started pacing.
I've seen one cleansing, Talia, and it happened in stages. First, the panic attacks, Rakers appearing and destroying. We stopped that fast because humans aren't wielding sticks and stones. Next comes analysis and the bigger moves. It'll look for ways to destroy us while keeping Earth intact.
So, no nukes? No asteroid impacts?
I'm not sure. What I saw was a targeted breach, destabilized the planet's core and ravaged its surface. The species died, the world survived, at least in some fashion.
Okay, so yes nukes, maybe a plague?
Eve shook her head.
Too much time. The gardener plays over eons, but when it decides to move, it moves fast. I don't think it'll use nuclear weapons, even if it could get them launched. It doesn't want to reduce us, Taulia. It's elimination. Every last one.
Good luck with that. We're like cockroaches.
Eve stopped, tapped her chin.
Cockroaches, that's a good one.
You're not laughing.
Thinking, instead.
Eve turned, pointed to Taulia. No, not to Taulia, to her phone.
That's it. Our devices are everywhere.
I mean, not everywhere. They take the damn things away at summer camps and stuff.
Close enough. The Rakers can mop up.
Taulia picked up the phone, looked at it.
Lot of people try to turn these into bombs, Eve. Some succeeded, but those were made ahead of time. I don't.
It's the start. Break us down. Do what the Raker attacks couldn't. Then, clean us out.
Eve flicked her eyes to the sky, or rather, the popcorn ceiling.
The audience is already in our networks. It can get the access the gardener wants. Then...
Eve, if you're right, if the two of us spitballing in my bedroom after way too little sleep have guessed the doomsday plan, what are we going to do about it?
Eve gave a dismal laugh.
I have no idea.
Smell, dust, pollen, whatever you wanted to call it. The mottled metal alien sent its messages as the secretions dried, breaking off into powders as Veronica held it and coasted through the creamy void. If she'd been back on Earth without the Grove's enhancements, Veronica figured she wouldn't have a clue what the spicy series meant. But here, every sniff brought a clear meaning. Carmelites were the species, and this one's name was far too long to spell out, a series of syllables that Veronica lost track of between the first and last.
Orby.
She said in reply.
That's what I'm gonna call you. I know it's not fancy, and I know it's not your real name, but let's spare us both the embarrassment of my trying to pronounce that.
Orby let a new, slimy wave wash out, and a minute later, as they drifted towards the next creature, Veronica caught its agreement. Beyond its species and name, Orby's tale was sad and short. The gardener had appeared on the marshy morass of their home planet, recruited a couple of Rakers in secret, and then decided, after a variety of awful experiments, that Orby and its pals would never hit the intellectual marks the gardener was looking for.
Wait, you didn't do anything wrong? It just decided you weren't good enough?
Not good enough, and never would be. Instead, the gardener locked Orby away here and swept the others away. So far as Orby knew, its planet had been repopulated with something new, or it waited there, teeming without civilized life, waiting for a new chance.
That's so evil.
Orby commiserated, and Veronica looked ahead towards the next strange creature. An elongated back of brown fuzz and limbs, one long slit eye blinking as they drew near. All of these were species the gardener had cast away. Rejects, but not for defiance, like humans. Arbitrary failures damned to this. Unfortunately, when she asked, Orby had no idea how to leave. It had been stuck amid the void for too long to tell. With their next encounter, guided to by Orby's flailing limbs and Veronica's flinging shoe, have a better idea? She didn't have much hope. Didn't, until a line split the endless pale. A seam, and, on the other side, stepping through, came the gardener. Came Daffodil. The master of this living mausoleum drifted to intercept, limbs akimbo and a furrowed brow signalling they were not amused. Behind, the cut slit crackled, showing a slate sterile grey beyond.
This is not appropriate.
Daffodil announced, careening right at them.
Species cannot intermingle. Your touch could be fatal to one another. Think, Veronica. You might destroy the last Calmalite.
She might, and part of her would regret such a thing. What she didn't, what she wouldn't regret, was an escape. Not what she planned, not what she'd expected, but capitalizing on an opponent's mistake was the easiest path to victory. Also, Christopher Pline had often said on his road to tech domination. So when Daffodil reached them, hands extended towards Orby, Veronica swung the poor creature, a move made possible with gravity's absence. Daffodil caught the big alien, the woman's hands now large, with fingernails as long as knives. They dug into Orby, leaking blue smoke from the creature's back, but its momentum remained, whirling Veronica towards the open slit. The human let go and flew. Chapter 16. Inverse Invasion. Inverse Invasion. Fade did not get a hero's welcome. The military plane landed, its cargo door opened when it came to a halt, and a strange combination of soldiers and white-coated doctors waited. Fade hesitated at the ramp's top, trying to think of some joke to hit the serious expressions, when Mayra came up behind him.
Do what they ask and it'll be fine,
She whispered.
It's important.
One soldier stepped ahead of the others, announced himself as Major McNichols, and asked Fade his name.
Faden Vance,
he answered, not moving a step down the ramp.
But I'm guessing you know that already.
Being polite,
McNichols replied.
What's going to happen next, Mr. Vance?
Fade. Just fade.
Fade, then.
McNichols kept the same hard-as-hell face, unruffled in the slightest. Reminded Fade why he detested all these formal organizations. Too serious for their own good.
These techs here are going to draw your blood. You'll piss in a cup, provide cheek swabs and skin samples. You'll hand over that badge you have, and then we'll talk about what happens next.
Fade laughed, derisive, cold.
Lot of demands that have nothing to do with saving the world right there, Major McNichols. How about we focus on the real problem?
Tell me, Fade, can you click your tongue and rub your belly at the same time?
Probably.
Then you can understand working on two problems at once. Right now, the threat doesn't seem imminent, and every other country on this earth is realizing a dead. Raker is an opportunity to learn a whole lot of new things.
McNichols nodded at Fade's torso.
If what you and your friends told Mayra is accurate, then there's a chance some of this Grove's technology is still present in your body. There's a chance your badge, the only badge designed for a human, may offer a better chance to be copied. In other words, Fade, you can give us a chance to survive past this attack.
Plus,
Mayra added, still standing behind Fade.
the soldiers who'll be going with you are still an hour or two out. Let's use that time.
Okay, I can get behind all that. Good stuff. But here's the thing. Being a Raker's my job, and the way things are looking, that job's not going to be around much longer. I have a daughter.
What are you saying?
McNichols kept his composure, though Fade guessed the Major knew exactly what Fade was after.
I'm saying I want a guarantee. You get my blood, I get a 7-figure stipend. Least you can do.
Fade.
Mayra started, only for Fade to hold up his hand to her face.
Let the Major answer.
I'll have it drawn up. Get down here.
The pokes and pricks, swabs and scrapes went by quick. Every vial ushered off by a runner as soon as the caps closed. Fade sat in a chair the whole time, answering questions peppered in by McNichols. All things Fade himself would have asked before going in on a mission. Setting, potential enemies, routes to pursue, ways to extract.
You have to understand, though, if the gardener wants us dead, I don't know that there's anything we can do to stop it.
It didn't stop you.
Yeah, but I get the feeling it wanted something else. Something it got.
The missing FBI agent.
Fade winced.
Maybe.
Why do you think that is? What would the gardener want with that man?
Same thing you want with me. My guess, Ezra's filling in the lines for how humanity gets ghosted.
McNichols glanced at Mayra, who'd acquired more coffee and a bland protein bar, and now stood nearby.
You believe your partner would give away that information?
McNichols asked her.
Don't think he'll have a choice,
Fade said.
You keep acting like this is a normal thing you're up against. It's not. The gardener doesn't have body you can shoot or a home you can bomb. This thing, it's been guiding the universe for a long time. I don't even know if it's really alive.
That's why we're not taking any chances.
McNichols put a hand on Fade's shoulder as another drawer wrapped up.
Go fill that cup, then it's time to get geared up.
One question, Major. I wasn't the only one that went to the Grove, and she knew it.
Fade cocked his head.
You going after my friends, too?
Once we find them.
Mayra answered.
If any of you have the answers, Fade, we'll get them. Even if you don't know they're there.
Dead. Ezra was very dead. Veronica fell as she left the void, her hands planting on cool metal. Battered shoes to her right leg, to legs, to a body, to a head with eyes rolled back. Blood ran from Ezra's nose, vanishing into his shirt. His chest didn't rise and fall, and Veronica didn't exactly have time to take a pulse. The slit wasn't closing. Behind her, the gate to the cream void revealed Daffodil reversing her momentum, apparently able to control herself at will. She set aside the Calmalite and floated towards the opening. Daffodil wasn't speaking, but the firm mouth, the hands stiff at her sides, suggested nothing too kind would be coming Veronica's way. Best then to leave. Except the room didn't have a door, didn't have much besides the chair and scary bits pressing down on the man. Of course, why would Daffodil, the gardener, have human-like things, doors and whatnot? Why would it conform to her expectations? She pushed panic away, took a step away from the slit, looking for options, and saw one. Ezra had a gun, there in his waist holster. Veronica tugged it free, flicked off the safety. The weapon was loaded, ready. Thanking her bodyguard for his insistence on her survival training, Veronica slipped around the chair's back, crouching and coming up behind the slit. From the back, the slit revealed itself as a one-way door. A black scar, no creamy void. Veronica almost touched it, but kept her hands steadied on the pistol. Held it where she hoped Daffodil's head would be. Now. The slit vanished, and there Daffodil was, looking away from Veronica. Point-blank range. The girl pulled the trigger, the gun fired, so loud in the small room that Veronica almost dropped it, stumbling back with ringing ears, a head suddenly pounding. She hit the wall, sought to raise the weapon again, only to see nothing there. Daffodil had vanished, and beyond, no bullet hole sat in the wall.
Got you.
Veronica whispered, words she felt more than heard over the gun's residual ringing. She slumped to the floor, breathing hard, holding the gun in both hands. Seconds crawled by, Veronica figuring any moment would bring Daffodil back. She'd get sucked into the void again, or crushed like Ezra. The body brought Veronica back to the moment, and slowly she staggered upright. Went over to Ezra and checked for a heartbeat, a pulse. Found neither. The man's crooked grimace said he hadn't died peacefully. Like Ellsworth and his crew, Veronica found herself staring at another violent demise. At least, this time, she could close his eyes. Atop Ezra's head sat a strange device, what appeared to be an adjustable cap with wires and mesh rising up into the room's ceiling. Twin barbs drove in from the device into his ears, a realization that prompted Veronica, already shaky, to vomit up what little remained in her stomach. Another stain on Ezra's clothes.
Ezra.
Veronica said, using his sleeve to wipe away the residue.
How did you get here?
A mystery destined to take the back seat, as Veronica was still in a room with no exit. She had a loaded gun, could breathe thanks to the Grove's miracle machines, but what now? Maybe a minute. Take a minute and think. If she'd killed the gardener with that bullet, if she's destroyed him, then what? Was she trapped here forever? A fear to worry over later. Right now, Veronica, taking a surreal pleasure in every step after floating adrift, walked to the room's far corner, as far away from Ezra as she could get. She sank to the floor, still holding the gun, and found herself shaking. Tears welled. She thought everything was over, thought her life had no purpose left, and now, here she was. At the isolated end of everything, all Veronica wanted was another day. As it often did, saving the world required more coffee. Taulia's apartment, however, had been emptied of the same, so the pair readied up to take a walk. Taulia flipped on the TV while Eve hit the shower to blast off remaining bleariness. The talking heads raved about the invasions and what they meant, alternating between doomsday takes and praises for various responses across the globe that had blown the attackers away.
"We always thought we should be afraid of the aliens,"
declared one puffed-up anchor.
"But it turns out they're the ones who should be afraid of us."
"Sure, buddy,"
Taulia muttered, then checked her phone. Nothing from Fade, nothing from Jaycee. Neither surprising. Was she expecting a pre-assault picture, with Fade flashing a peace sign in front of a heavily armed squad? And Jaycee, well, Taulia was already doing what she'd learned to do over the decades. Whittle away memories until only bland, pleasant flashes remained. Kept the heartache to a minimum, stunted the urge to find strong substances. Eve was still getting soaked when the apartment's door rattled. Not a knock, but a shake, blunt and irregular. As if someone wanted to break the thing down, but didn't quite know how to go about it. Taulia drew a sidearm from its pocket and stood. She thought about calling Eve's name, but kept quiet. Whomever was here might not know where Taulia was, and an ambush beat giving up surprise. But who would show up, unannounced, at her place? Some Navarro thug hell-bent on revenge? A Pline flunky searching for Veronica? Both options faltered as the door rattled again. This time the handle shook too, the person twisting it apparently unfamiliar with how door locks worked. The shower ran. Taulia crept closer, sliding to the room's wall, where the door, if it swung open, would offer a little cover. Another rattle, a faint sound like a spitting hiss, a cat warning off a pet. Taking a chance, Taulia took a long step up against the door and peeked through the pinhole. At first, the shape had her thinking teenager in a navy-hooded sweatshirt. Shorter, thicker, with a face cast in shadow, the figure again made the hissing noise and rattled the door. That settled the matter. This thing wasn't human, which made it a Raker, which made it an enemy. Taulia grabbed the door's handle, raised the sidearm in her left hand, and, in a single motion, opened the door while stepping backward into the room. The creature stood still, 2 solid meters away, ready to take Taulia's bullets. Without the pinhole's limitations, with the TV's direct light, Taulia caught a disturbing feature array. First, the thing's face, if it really had one, seemed set where a human's stomach would be. Several spherical eyes floated in a swamp-green section near its chest, while a mouth dangling at least 3 narrow tongues opened beneath it. A discoloured blue and rust-red hump occupied the hood, which revealed itself as a fluttering skin cloak, falling down around the 1.5-meter tall thing, with occasional membrane attachments here and there. Midway down that cape, 2 clawed hands, if you wanted to call them that, extended their webbed digits towards Taulia. Its feet were duck-like, also webbed and sprawling out wide on the hallway floor.
"Don't shoot!"
Eve called, standing wrapped in a bath towel, hand outstretched.
"It's a friend."
"You sure? Because I'm very much inclined to pull the trigger."
"Please,"
said the creature, the word coming out from those tongues in a spitting mess, very much like that hissing cat.
"Owie."
Taulia did not lower the gun, even as Eve told the creature to come inside and shut the door behind it. Eve introduced the alien as Pethit, a Raker from a world far, far away from Earth, a watery, muddy giant. They were just now exploring concepts like flight, a couple centuries behind humanity's own progress. Pethit took this history lesson in silence, those tumbling eyes focusing on Taulia even as they bounced around.
Great, I'm sure that'll be useful somehow.
Taulia said when Eve stopped to take a breath.
More important question, though. What's Pethit doing here? Aren't all the other Rakers supposed to be grinding human bones to make their bread?
Bread?
Pethit spat, and Taulia eyed the gross glob now soaking the carpet near her shoe. She charged the cleaning to the gardener.
A bad joke,
Eve said.
but a good point. What are you doing here, Pethit?
Little time.
The creature replied, twitching its claws towards its mouth.
Machines won't work long. Movement growing. Rakers are frightened, angry. We want to break the gardener. I have commitment.
Eve's mouth dropped. Taulia whistled, put up her gun.
It could happen to any of us. Too risky now. Come back, draw it out, and we will destroy it.
See?
Taulia said.
That's a plan I can get behind.
Being put in your place was never a pleasant experience, and Fade, despite the world-ending stakes, despite the needles in his arm, despite the coffee, found himself getting awed. For years he'd been near the Bay Area's enforcer upper echelons, able to deal with anything drug dealers, tech gangsters, and greedy bookies care to throw at him. Guns and knives, backstreet brawls, and mouldy office stare-downs came and went with ease. Crossing legal lines came without a care, because all the local cops were either under particular payrolls or knew some things weren't worth it. The arsenals rolling in on planes and trucks, the special ops teams assembling around Fade, showcased gear and ability that made it very clear he, Taulia, Oscar, and everyone who claimed to be a boss in his old life could get crushed in a moment. Their skills didn't even register as a threat to Fade's own government on any real scale.
You're looking sweaty.
Mayra noted, bringing another coffee refill as the afternoon tilted towards evening.
Don't be nervous.
Fade nodded at the primary team setting up before him, breaking out weapons and accessories from big trunks that had appeared off another plane.
It's a little intimidating.
You were chosen by the closest thing to a literal god this universe has.
Trying to pump me up, Mayra?
Absolutely. If my partner's still alive, you're the best chance of rescuing him. Saving the world's pretty important, too. Yeah.
I'm opening a door, that's it.
Mayra shook her head.
Definitely not.
Any one of those.
They have two objectives, Fade. Take out the gardener, if possible. Secure the portal. That one's the most important, but neither one applies to you.
Why are you the one telling me this?
Fade looked around.
Shouldn't that tight-ass McNichols be giving me the orders?
He's busy, and they think I'm your friend.
Who's they?
I'll bet you can imagine. Point is, Fade, you need to loop as fast as you can.
Mayra took out her phone from her pocket, a chunky satellite beast.
You're going to get that portal going, get back here, call for a pickup, and head right back in with reinforcements.
Other people can use the badges.
Mayra tilted her head.
Could be, but until we get more and get better, every badge is risk. Right now, you're a guarantee. So jump in, jump out, and do it again.
You make it sound so easy. There's an alien horde between us and that portal.
I thought they didn't want to die for this gardener.
Maybe. That'll change if death's on the table anyway.
Mayra didn't answer, but her face did the job. If the creatures resist, obliterate them all. Simple enough, terrible enough. Just what the gardener was threatening to do with Earth and all the other worlds too.
Okay.
Fade drained the coffee, threw it at a nearby trash bin, missed wide left. More than one soldier chuckled.
I'm ready.
Fade's readiness didn't change anything for the soldiers, so despite his toss and declaration, he and Mayra still had to putter for another hour. McNichols did come over and outfit Fade with fresh body armor, a couple of incendiary grenades for emergencies, and, after Fade refused guns, a hard combat baton.
Not everything can be punched,
McNichols said as Fade extended, then collapsed the weapon.
Speed is your game here. Don't slow down. Loop it.
Yeah, I got that.
Then do it.
They assembled in a tight circle. Fade in the middle, with 8 loaded-up specialists around him. McNichols noted that future groups would include more ancillary equipment, things to return samples from the grove, cameras and the like. At first, though, every spare pocket carried ammo, medical supplies, food and water. That last bit had Fade reminding the bunch that they wouldn't feel hungry, wouldn't need a drink over there.
Unless the gardener can turn it off.
McNichols, who wasn't going on the mission himself, noted.
This is hostile territory. You won't have reinforcements. Your objectives are clear. Keep Fade alive, hold the portal, and save humanity.
Sounds like a bad movie,
said one of the soldiers, drawing a laugh.
Make it one where we win. Fade, you're clear.
Thanks for the pep talk, buddy,
Fade said, drawing just the narrowed eyes he was looking for. He held out his hands, spread them wide.
Get a finger in here, people. So far as I know, I need to be the one holding you for this to work.
Digits met his palms, and Fade sank into the black opal, the badge that had been his constant companion of late. As easy as breathing now, and the hanger, the weapons, the world blurred away. When it came back, Fade saw the white stones, the quiet room. The squad faded in around him, immediately drawing their weapons. They all turned towards the closed exit, drawn by a particular sound, known very well to each of them. One that shouldn't have been here. Not yet. Gunfire. Peffit's rebellion plan had merit, had Tauliar's enthusiasm, particularly since it didn't require her going back to the grove. She offered Eve her weapons, which the Raker took, each one getting a little lesson from Tauliar on how it worked. Peffit watched, at first asking questions, then halting as the grove's magical translation machinery began to fail. A fascinating thing, listening to fluency degrade to simple nouns, verbs, and then just noises. With the grove's machines guiding its movements, Peffit's folding skin method of making noise had wrapped into sounds Tauliar and Eve understood. Without that guidance, Peffit fell back on habit, and that habit produced nonsense.
This would be so cool to dig into,
Tauliar said as Eve practiced drawing and returning a sidearm to Tauliar's shoulder holster.
how everything works over there. It's genius.
If this works, you might get your chance.
As if. Eve, we're bit players. Big shots for a moment, maybe. But once Earth's militaries and governments get their hands on the grove, assuming we don't all die in the attempt, there's no way you and I are ever going back.
If we have a badge, they can't stop us.
Aside from blasting our guts the moment we appear over there, you're right.
Eve pinched her mouth into a sour look, then nodded at Peffit.
Ready?
The alien quivered, seemed to get Eve's meaning, and stepped forward on its squat legs. Less than half Eve's height, the creature looked more like a bad special effect than a powerful alien. But Tauliar kept her mouth shut, sat in a chair and watched. After the pair disappeared, she'd go back to Oscar's, give him the lowdown, and then take a much, much needed nap. It'd feel real good to leave saving the world to other people. As Eve reached out to grab Peffit's claw, the door rattled again. A much more human knock this time, sharp and followed by a question.
Eve, are you in there?
A voice Tauliar didn't recognize, one suffused with authority's sharp bark.
Please open the door. This is the police, and we're here to escort you.
Eve glanced at Tauliar, who stood, shaking her head.
Don't say a damn word. Just go.
The door rattled again. The command repeated, followed by feet shuffling outside.
We can't leave you,
Eve said, avoiding Peffit's reach.
They might not be friendly.
Guarantee they're not friendly, but if you're gone, I think I'll be fine.
The door shuddered. Not a knock this time, but a ram. The next might send it flying in.
I don't think they just want to talk,
Eve said.
Come on, Taulia, now!
Damn it. Taulia spun, grabbed Peffet's other claw as the door blew off the hinges and flew into the room. Shouts to stop, to wait, poured in, and Taulia turned to see armed, confused police officers. They might have noticed Peffet. They might have wondered what two people and an unknown alien were doing, holding hands. If they were, Taulia didn't get the chance to ask, because she vanished and appeared in green water. Her clothes soaked through immediately, and the breath she hadn't been holding sputtered. Instinct fired, and Taulia kicked, rising up to the top of the thankfully small room. Her head cleared the surface, her mouth sucked in that beautiful, amazing grove air. Eve rose next to her, splashing up and coughing. The watertight room was otherwise bordered with the same white stones as the human landing point, though its door didn't share the plain wood workmanship. A circular silver hatch with two valves on either side. Taulia noticed both because Peffet swam that way, its skin cloak billowing behind it like a cuttlefish. Peffet put a claw on each valve and twisted. With a sucking sound, the water drained and left the pair soaped and sitting on the stone floor. Taulia closed her eyes for a second, hating how much better she felt already. The grove working its magic on her exhaustion, her sore muscles, her chapped lips.
This place.
Taulia murmured.
Patching me up. Just to kill me.
Well, if anyone tries to do that here, you'll be able to take a lot of punishment. Cheering me right up, Eve.
Chapter 17. Bullet time. Hex took charge, dishing orders to one nickname after another while Fade peeked around the door's edge. The gunfire tossed away any confused wonder at the grove, setting the 8 specialists into death-dealing design. Hex, across from Fade, hand-pointing here and there, split his squad into halves, both arranged in lines back from the doorway. Fade had given the group a short briefing before the jump, so the squad knew the stone balcony beyond, the strange drop to a sudden float at the tower's bottom, and the broad stairs to all the fun. The gunfire almost constant, as if a team were taking turns with reloads so bullets never stopped whizzing through the air, came from right outside. A little to the left, too, with the thudding crack of blasted stone coming from the ring's far side. Shooting at a Raker who'd picked the wrong time to jump to the grove? Hex, bearded and dark, gave Fade a look that said he ought to hang back. A suggestion Fade was just fine to follow. He nodded and Hex waved the group behind Fade forward. They swam by him, gear on belts, legs and torsos bumping Fade's own. Words broke out as they hit the balcony, spitting back and forth in English as a treaty was propositioned and signed with killer urgency.
Guess we're all friends here?
Fade asked as Hex waved the others through, leaving the pair the last in the room.
Have to be.
Hex replied, nodding. Fade forward.
No matter what they say back at base, here we're in enemy territory. We take the friends we can get, sort it out after.
A decent plan if everyone played along. Fade scurried out onto the balcony as the gunfire stopped. It had made a mess of the door opposite the human's own, shredding its wood, or, at least, the stuff that looked like wood, into busted bits. Strands clung to the doorframe, offering a broken view of an empty white room beyond. If something still lived there, Fade realized it wouldn't for long. A grenade, thrown by one of Hex's boys, flew across the balcony and through the damaged door.
Cover!
Someone shouted and everyone around Fade ducked behind the stone. Hex pulled him down, only for Fade to shake him off. The grenade popped, the rumble shaking the floor and pouring smoke from the room. If something died within, it had done so without a sound.
Clear it!
Hex ordered, and the first 4 he'd sent through circled the balcony behind 3 other soldiers, ones from some other country, some other nation, looking to plant their flag in a new universe.
This is the drop.
Fade looked down. The faint blue glow off the grey floor still shone. He'd wondered if the gardener would turn it off, flip a switch and keep every raker locked in the tower's odd design. That it hadn't made Fade wince. The gardener must think it's going to win easy.
Looks like it's working,
Fade said, starting over, only for Hex to grab him again.
What?
Need to keep you alive. Wait a minute.
Isn't time, like, of the essence?
Hex looked across the way to where the soldiers were coming back from the bombed room. One flashed a thumbs up. Did that mean a Raker had been decimated? That the room was clear, or what?
They can go first.
Hex called across the balcony, drawing surprised looks from the foreign soldiers.
You earned it.
Just jump,
Fade added when the three looked at each other, and Hex, confused.
That circle down there will catch you. A little like jumping into a pool.
Their frowns only deepened, but buried in gear, looking like the best dealers of death humanity had to offer, confidence found purchase. One pulled himself onto the ledge, then, with a last nod towards his friends, launched off. He fell, everyone watching, until he neared the bottom. Slowing to a stop, the man caught himself on his feet, raised his rifle to his shoulder, and waved the others to follow.
Told you,
Fade said to Hex.
I know, but you could have been wrong.
Then that man would be dead.
Hex's eyes glittered as the humans began leaping off the ledge around them.
Better them than us.
The cold calculus notwithstanding, the bodies didn't break. Instead, they caught on the phantom float and rolled off. The first two flopped around, victims of surprise, but the rest landed with weapons raised. The Rakers, apparently, didn't stick around to greet the attack. The whole squad, followed by Hex and Fade, jumped, ending in a joint tangle at the tower's base.
What's back there?
Hex asked, nodding towards the dark alcoves. The soldiers fanned out across the whole space, opposing countries united by alien unknown, into a group 20 strong.
Ambush?
Hope not. Never bothered to check. Never saw anyone else go through them either. You get a vibe here that there's places you can go, places you shouldn't.
Hex considered. Hard to pass on a mystery where any kind of threat might lurk. At the same time, 20 soldiers wasn't an army. The objective lay down the stairs, and, with its capture, Fade could start looping in reinforcements.
Portal first,
Hex said, loud enough to carry to the other soldiers.
Once we have force advantage, we can take territory.
Not a voice dissented. Fade almost whistled. This kind of discipline didn't make it to the cash-grabbing con men he tended to work with. Helped, he figured, that these people weren't in this just for themselves. A noble cause kept the fighters in line. The stairs down to the audience tables should have been crowded, a natural choke point. Empty, and when the soldiers stopped their advance a few steps down, Fade pushed his way up front to see why.
"They're talking,"
said one, his East Asian accent making clear he wasn't one of Hex's. They were the Rakers, and they'd bundled themselves up in a big group. Creatures across the possibility spectrum. Tentacles and vines, legs and amorphous blobs, heads and neural nets splayed through bubble-like skin. They huddled, a swarm in a loose press. Not trying to crush, but to listen. As to who they were talking with, listening to, that was clear enough. At their center, somehow, impossibly, stood tall Ea and Eve, along with a Raker Fade knew. Peffet, a goofy little creature who'd spoken often of some coming miracle future when all the species in the universe could live in harmony. Fade had written Peffet off as hopelessly optimistic. A calculation proved right by all the chaos around them.
They're grouped up,
Hex said. The unspoken option. Grenades or other explosives might take out the whole batch, finish the fight before it started. That Hex had voiced it, that he hadn't acted, suggested he knew this wasn't the behavior of an enemy force.
Not yet,
Fade said.
I think this might be a way out. The Rakers before were desperate, under orders. Maybe they've changed their minds.
I can't bet my soldiers' lives on it, nor Earth's.
Fade's life is what he meant. No going down there without an escort or an explosive preamble.
If they're talking, then they're not attacking. Not us, not home. We wait, see what they have to say.
The wait lasted only a few seconds. Peffet's meeting of the universe's minds faltered with a line splitting the space between the Rakers and the humans. A slit Fade knew well, and one followed by a bent, hunched thing, taller than any human, close to 4 meters if Fade had to guess. The creature stepped out on large claws. 3 long legs extended to a ball of a torso, one with 4 spindly arms ending in flopping, seaweed-like tendrils. Several eyes on swiveling stalks extended from the top. All that would have been odd enough, except the creature wasn't, well, alive. At least, not wholly. Skin and limbs mixed rust red and dirt brown biology with cold blue and silver metals. Wires and cords cut in and out of the creature, like a bad science project. A bulge near its back sparked and puffed indigo smoke as those claws came to rest on the stairs. Behind it, the slit closed. The creature teetered, then righted itself, splitting those eye stalks, those wide irises bearing an unnatural clarity between the Rakers and the humans.
The hell is that?
My guess? You're looking at the closest thing to God any human's ever seen.
The gunfire dive had been a first. Schoolyard circled back to those fast few seconds after Peffet had dumped them into the Grove stone tower. Drenched and dripping, Peffet had wrenched open the door and scooted the human pair outside. Its billowing skin went wide on the balcony as Schoolyard and Eve followed the popping noises both knew too well. Schoolyard told their guide what the gunfire meant, and Peffet countered with a leap off the balcony, a blitzing descent. Schoolyard didn't see who was shooting, couldn't tell if the shooters saw them either. The intruders hadn't yet taken the leap. Tough to believe a fall like that wouldn't kill you. Schoolyard and Eve hit the tower's base and bounced off, Peffet ushering them to the stairs. Time, obviously, was of the essence. Rakers waited, not for them, but for an attack. The alien menagerie stood, floated or bobbed in ranks, seemingly ready to rush the first soldiers to leave the tower. That intimidating phalanx quivered as Peffet breezed its opening argument, begging for a moment's conversation. A few words could save a lot of lives. Peffet had done its homework. At its first pitch, Rakers piped up in agreement, their words whisking to Schoolyard's ears in all sorts of flavors. Tremors, lisps, high-pitched squeals all echoed Peffet's ask and drowned out half-hearted dissent. Given what Schoolyard had seen here just a day ago, a whole horde ready to murder her, the change in tenor was as disorienting as the Grove's miraculous repairs. Of her rocket fire, not a sign remained.
Follow close,
Peffet said to her and Eve.
This is our chance.
That chance played out now as Fade and his heavily armed pals flooded out onto the steps. Peffet had bought the Rakers' attention, offered them a nifty carrot in overthrowing the gardener. No more arbitrary extinctions, no more serving the random whims of a creature who'd left sanity far, far behind. A compelling offer put to the test by the monstrous thing squeezing out onto the stairs between both groups. Schoolyard really wished she still had that rocket launcher.
That's it,
Eve said, voice hollow. They stood shoulder to shoulder, Peffet before them and Rakers all around.
the gardener. You sure? Because if I had all the universe's resources at my disposal, I sure as hell wouldn't look like that.
It can look like anything at once.
Then how do you know?
Because who else would it be?
Eve pointed a finger at the blue smoke puffing from the gardener's back.
It's hurt.
How?
Eve shook her head. The gardener seemed to freeze the conversation, the thoughts of everyone in the grove. Aliens and humans alike waited for the mess of a monster to make a move, which made a certain grim sense. Schoolyard had fired a rocket at this thing from almost point-blank range and it had dodged the missile. That sort of reaction time said any attack was likely to end poorly. But something had punched through.
Means it's not a god.
Talia said, putting a hand on Peffet.
Get your gang together. It's in between both sides. This is our chance.
Don't think so.
Eve took a step back, found herself blocked by a black, scaly block of a creature.
It chose to go there, Talia.
If the Rakers were confused, even paralyzed, the humans took a different approach. After a moment's inspection, Fade, there at the stairs' top, shouted something Talia didn't catch. Not that she needed to. The rifles snapping up, the bullets flying with loud cracks answered any questions. She expected the gardener to dodge, to disappear or hold the bullets in place, just like movies and books had foretold. The big bad never just took it on the chin. The gardener did, and it suffered. Shots tore into the creature, some passing clean through on the other side. Red and green spray flew everywhere. Eve pulled Talia down, but the woman shook off the grab. These weren't idiots. The humans knew what they were doing, and their fire sailed over the Rakers. Again, the gardener had put itself in an easy spot. Another step or two down, and any missed shot would have found collateral damage. Almost as if it had put itself in the perfect spot to die. But why? The gardener collapsed, crumpling to the stairs. Its lopsided fall had the creature rolling down 1, 2, 3 steps, close to the Rakers, where it came to rest with its oozing limbs splaying wide. Fade and another soldier gave another shout, and the shooting, already slowing, came to a formal end. Silence. Then panic. The Rakers around Talia, who only moments ago seemed ready to rebel, surged around her towards the gardener's body. Alien forms buffeted her, knocking Talia into Eve and both of them to the ground. Peffet helped them up as the Rakers left the pair behind, its billowing skin cloak twitching with agitation.
They mourn,
Peffet said, explaining the obvious.
Not for the gardener.
Eve continued, watching the strange gathering. Some Rakers seemed to be trying to help the gardener, shouting in their tremors, their gusts, their sense for medical supplies. Others simply watched, as if sensing this was a moment worth remembering.
For its possibility. The easy road to enlightenment.
Talia said.
Would you give up a path to perfection, even if the path itself wasn't perfect?
This seems pretty damn far from perfect.
It was the only path we had.
Peffet turned in place, its eyes swiveling this way and that.
It's not changing.
Yeah, because it's dead.
The grove stays the same, unaltered. The gardener was its force and life, but in its absence, we stay the same.
Ought to be a good thing,
Talia said, folding her arms as the Rakers kept up their wailing cries. 100 different funeral rituals going on at once.
Means we might be able to use this place.
Up above, the humans watched with weapons ready, if not up and aiming. Fade met Talia's eyes and tilted his head.
Know what's next?
Talia shook her head. Cooler minds might suggest a snap conference, a gathering to set terms. Bring all the Rakers, the humans together, and have them hash out who gets to go to the Grove and why. Trading terms, backup plans if the Grove bites it, and so on. The sort of thing her Uncle Oscar might have jumped on.
Perfect,
Talia said.
Now's the time. The Rakers need a new leader. You're it.
Led, build what's next.
Peffet's fluttering form billowed faster.
That's not me. Not my people. We hunt, we eat. We strive to make both of those easier. Without the gardener's threats, I can go back and never come here again.
What?
Peffet didn't answer, instead breaking for one of the audience tables. Tall Ear squinted at the creature's back.
You assumed it wanted a new age when it wanted independence.
Eve said, her voice still sounding numb.
Who knows what any of these species will want, what they'll be able to accept? This is the moment, Eve. If they hesitate...
A clack sounded, the bounce of boots on steps. The humans, with Fade in the lead, streamed down the stairs. Not all, though. Some 4 or 5 kept their position at the top, one watching back inside the tower. The others pushed through the confused Rakers, heading towards Eve and tall Ia. Fade reached them first, gave them both the once-over.
Alive and well,
he said as Taulia noticed the same about him.
Killed God without losing a single man. Not too bad.
The other operatives split, several going towards the humans' audience table. 3 more went to the portal's dormant bulk, while the others fanned out in a loose perimeter around the gathered Rakers. Those aliens were starting to move past grief and confusion, their tentacles, vines, hair snapping towards the humans in questioning jerks.
You have a plan for this?
Tall Ear asked Fade.
Because things are on an edge right now.
Nobody thought it'd be this easy.
Fade scratched at his nose.
They're going to set the portal back home, then I'll get another wave. Should be enough then to hold all this.
Hold?
Eve asked.
You mean take control?
Fade shrugged.
Job's done, Eve. We did it. Hurrah and all that. Now we get to go home. Or you do. I get to figure out where Jaycee went.
What about them?
The Rakers? There's no gardener, no Rakers. They go home. Bye.
Fade, you can't believe it's that simple.
Tall Ear asked.
There's no way they'll all do that.
They will. And if they don't, Hex and his boys will shoot them. Not ideal, but I'm not calling the shots here.
Fade put a hand.
Don't argue with me. It's not my call. I just want to find my daughter.
Jaycee's important, Fade. But someone's going to pull a trigger here in a minute. One of these Rakers is going to make the wrong move, and then everything's going to hell.
It already has,
Eve added. Behind them, the portal spun up, not to Peffit's world, but to a stretch of New Mexico desert, identified by a fuzzy green highway sign reading Albuquerque. Taulia looked over towards the fluttering alien, found Peffit a stride away from its table. Next to it, an operative stood with his gun leveled in Peffit's face.
I never signed up to be a saint, Eve. The deal's changed, and it looks like the grove is ours. I'd suggest getting out while you can.
Without a second glance, Fade strode towards the portal, only for a bright flash to beating there, and the silver metal construct blew apart. You change your reasons in a life like his. First there was excitement, living outside the lines while Fade's friends, his family, punched clocks and counted the hours till Friday night. The money wasn't always better, but Fade earned it in cash stacks rather than stale deposits to a checking account. Then he fell in love, and the solo became a duet, an exhilarating tango that could have gone on forever, were it not wiped by Jaycee. He told Hex to shoot the gardener without any negotiation, without ploys and plots, bargains and bets, because Fade needed to get to his daughter, and the gardener stood in his way. The god fell apart with a whimper, an act surprising enough that Fade didn't think too hard about it. Why, when the gardener had underestimated humans every step of the way? Ignoring Taulia and Eve's concerned looks was easy enough. The portal was right there. A quick loop with the Rakers already cowed, and Fade would have his free run of the grove. A chance to use the audience, find Jaycee, and go get her. The match had turned his way. The game was almost won. Then why was he on his back, the grove's hard stone a poor cradle for his head? Pain stabbed from his arms, his legs, and Fade's right eye held a crimson sheen from blood running in. He blinked, tried to sit up, found himself unable to. But he saw well enough. The portal, just a few strides away, was gone. A half circle, burning at both ends, stood there. His ears rang, the echoing fading into pops, shouts both human and not, and, beneath it all, a thundering rhythm, a command rattling his bones.
If you want to return home, kill them, every single one.
Chapter 18. Space Shift. Mayra's experience said plans were best made with backups. She'd escorted Fade to the base, and after he vanished with Hex and his squad, Mayra was left alone and adrift. Major McNichols set about prepping the next crew, as Fade's hopeful loop time was only an hour. So Mayra refilled her coffee, popped off to the restroom, and wondered, as the days sloped towards dinner, whether she'd been forgotten. Being a fly on the wall wasn't an unusual role for an FBI agent, and Mayra fell into it readily enough, observing, listening, and drifting about the background. Someone would tell her, eventually, where to go. If no call came by late evening, she'd hitch a ride to a barracks and claim a bunk for the night. Backup plan made, Mayra watched McNichols and his machinations. At first, the assembled squad looked like the first one. All assault rifles, grenades, and tactical gear. As the clock ticked, though, McNichols put on a deeper frown. His phone buzzed time and again, interrupting briefings. The last one came with a new arrival in the large hangar serving as the operations base. 2 soldiers escorting another wearing a bulky black backpack. The trio went up to McNichols and exchanged a few words. McNichols gave the backpack man a dead stare, as if gauging the courage in the man's soul, then nodded. Worse, McNichols then turned to Mayra and waved her over.
I know this isn't your usual assignment,
McNichols said.
But I'm going to draft you into this.
All 4 sets of eyes settled on her, judgment ready. Mayra said nothing.
This backpack is our insurance. There's a bomb in there powerful enough, we hope, to take the Grove out of existence. Or, failing that, wreck it bad enough to buy us time. Fade's taking too long, and we haven't heard a word from inside. There's 2 badges left here, and not a soul that knows how to use one. I'm hoping you can fix that, so we can send another team in.
Why me and not any of your soldiers?
Because I don't know what's going on over there. I don't know if Fade and Hex and their entire team were vaporized in moments. I don't know if they have total control, but the way back isn't working, or if it's something in between.
Those hard eyes softened just a little.
What I do know, you're the only person here trained to talk with these things. If the gardener has our people hostage, you might get them free.
Trained to talk?
Mayra looked at the bomb.
You mean threaten?
Call it what you want. We need that gateway open or permanently closed. I'm not risking any more soldiers until I know what's waiting over there. Get it done, Agent.
Won't risk soldiers, but you'll risk me?
Are you saying no?
Mayra gave as good as she got in the glare department. She knew she could turn and walk right out of there. Leave McNichols to figure it out. Send one of his gunnery buddies instead. That might get her through the night alive, but Ezra, her partner, was over there. Could she say no to a chance at finding him? An easier question to answer.
Give me the backpack.
The RPG's explosions had a fiery crackle to them, a familiar heat and sound wave that kept Talia grounded. The flashing blink obliterating the portal held none of that. A flash and the metal ring was sundered. Fade lay on the ground before it, peppered with shrapnel big enough for Talia to see. She felt nicks in her own skin as shards made their cuts. Small nits compared to the sudden disaster all around her. The Special Forces soldiers, to their credit, hadn't relaxed. All had their fingers on their triggers before the portal blew. Most started shooting when the first command boomed through the grove. The Rakers lurched and bullets found them. The aliens died in droves.
Where'd it come from?
Talia shouted towards Eve.
The blast that destroyed the portal? Anywhere.
Eve said, both crouching in a run towards Fade.
The gardener can do what it wants here.
Then why is it letting all the Rakers die?
I don't know.
Creatures at once unfathomable and incredible collapsed under fire. They fell, replaced by the next in line. Outnumbered nearly 10 to 1, the soldiers backed away as they fired, pairing up to cover during reloads and reaching for grenades. The first of those explosions rocked the grove's white stone, sending body parts flying. Rakers howled, cursed, thumped, and blasted mental expletives.
This is a massacre,
Talia muttered as she knelt at Fade's side, taking a quick inventory of the man's injuries.
He'll live,
Eve said, reaching and pulling out a large piece from Fade's shoulder. A battlefield move that might have been risky on Earth, that meant little amid the Grove's healing technology.
They will too.
Eve's remark pulled Talia's eyes back to the battle. Where Rakers once downed were starting to shudder back up. Even those blasted to partial bits by grenades were creeping onward towards the closest enemy. Mutilated but not dead, many Rakers came on, and the soldiers would run dry before long. What would happen when those tentacles, vines, claws and maws caught the soldiers was obvious.
Then what are we going to do?
Talia asked, not really expecting an answer. In Eve's shaking head, she didn't find one. Introspection and meditation only took Veronica so far. She remained in the small box of a room with a dead body and the strange chair attached to it. No door had appeared, and the gardener, after taking her bullet, had yet to return. Boredom and a subtle panic, the idea that Veronica might be stuck in a place even more isolated than the floating void, blended together to spring the young woman to her feet, to aim the stolen gun at the far wall. Veronica didn't know how many bullets were in the chamber. A nudging darkness said she ought to keep one for herself, but Veronica dismissed that idea with a look at the machine. Surely, if she needed to find an ultimate end, that device could deliver it. Instead, she tried to escape. Or, at least, to make some noise. Setting herself up behind the man in the chair, Veronica pointed the gun straight ahead. The metal wall bore no markings, a clean silver slate. With Ezra's body serving to block any bouncing ricochets, Veronica pulled the trigger. The gun rocked. The bullet fired into the wall. She expected a dent. She earned a hole. Light flashed from the spot, pale and brighter than the vague glow pouring into Veronica's room from the ceiling. Veronica walked around, took a look through the torn metal, saw those same white stones spreading away, but not into a dark infinite as before. Instead, the space outside the room seemed crowded, with more rooms in the slim view. Those rooms, though, weren't made of metal. One looked like red clay, moulded up into a lump. The other, Veronica could see, appeared to be a leafy morass, held together by thin blue branches. Altogether far more interesting than where she was. Veronica returned to her cover behind Ezra and fired several more times. Her aim wasn't up to the task, the holes sprawling around the wall. Her ears protested, ringing hard enough to make hearing anything else impossible. She needed a new tactic, and Veronica turned, again, to Ezra.
Sorry about this,
she muttered. Setting the gun aside, she climbed on the stuffed body and gripped the helmet linked to Ezra's skull. Mostly cables and wires, Veronica tugged on the device. With a yank, she ripped it off the corpse. She kept her eyes up, her mind on the goal. Whatever mental anguish would wait for Veronica on the other side of this whole thing could, indeed, just wait. If she made it out, her blind fortune could pay for any number of therapists. Bracing herself against the chair, Veronica tugged. The metal arm bulked, straining against its latch to the ceiling. A simpler target, that. Veronica returned to the gun, this time tearing strips of cloth from the dead man's shirt and stuffing them in her ears. She aimed, squeezed the trigger twice more. The gun clicked, empty. The socket sparked, damaged, and sprang a possibility. With another hard tug, the arm fell free, taking Veronica in a tumble with it. She landed holding the object of her freedom, a bent and half-broken piece of lab equipment. Or, if Veronica gave it a more charitable name, a bat. The room's metal walls were thin. Time to break them down. A sapphire enclosed in a grey, hard plastic wristlet. Mayra looked at the device, the badge taken from a dead Raker obliterated in Denver and dropped into its current home. Her back protested, the backpack weighing almost as much as Mayra herself. The hope, McNichols said, was that the Grove's reputed marvels would give Mayra a boost. If not, she was to set the bomb down and use a special transmitter to send the detonation trigger. That transmitter didn't rely on wireless communication, but a literal wire, a string up to several hundred meters long. Fashioned through a little genius and a lot of speed by Army engineers over the last 2 days, the wire could, hopefully, carry the doomsday demand through the Grove's unknown environment. None of this soothed Mayra's soul. She'd been drafted into a potential suicide mission. Her country, her planet's survival, played against her. All because, at some routine discussion, she'd picked Ezra as a plausible partner. If and when she found that man again, she would give him more than an earful. If she returned alive, Mayra figured the FBI owed her a big, big bonus.
When you're ready,
McNichols said, in a tone suggesting she'd better be ready right now. Or what? A devil's grin threatened. Mayra could turn and walk away, forcing McNichols to... No. Enough. She was here, and she was about to be there. Mayra tried to do what Eve, Fade, and Talia had mentioned. Fall into the badge, put yourself into some meditative state, and then she'd vanish off into the grove. The fall was literal. Mayra focused on the deep blue stone and found her vision plunging towards it, as if the stone itself were sucking her in. McNichols and the soldiers vanished before popping back as panic pushed the feeling away. Mayra still stood there, still felt the dry desert heat, and heard the clacks and clicks as weapons were readied.
All right?
McNichols asked.
I think this'll work.
Mayra answered, exhaling slow. Once again. Again, the sapphire. Again, the falling sensation. This time, Mayra closed her eyes and tried to let the sapphire carry her away. The concrete at her feet vanished, as did the backpack's weight, and for a brief moment, Mayra seemed adrift and apart from anything at all. A ghost between realities. Until she slammed back into one she didn't know, but recognized. White stone, a wood door, the distant sound of screams and gunfire. War's horrors laid out before Talia in vivid color. Concussive explosions, staccato pops, and sounds that had no equal in human experience erupted as Raker on Special Forces violence grew. The latter, outnumbered and understanding their predicament, fought on the run. Their goal clear, to get back up the steps and towards the tower. A place with choke points, a place where the Rakers, with their greater numbers, both in creatures and in tentacles, would find their advantage diminished. As good a plan as any, and one that'd leave Talia, Eve, and the groaning Fade separated.
We're going to die if we don't get moving,
Talia said as Eve extracted another shrapnel piece from Fade's leg. Every pull came with a bloody spurt, followed by a quick, Grove-facilitated quelling.
Our guys are leaving.
Not leaving,
Eve said, continuing to live in a vacant zone. A fugue state embraced at the wrong time. She drifted her stare to Fade's next wound.
They're delaying the inevitable.
Well, if the inevitable is death, I'm a fan of that plan.
The Rakers, the swarm of dead and reviving aliens, had so far ignored the human trio near the broken portal's remnants. Instead, they dashed, floated, or swam around the sapphire audience tables after the enemies with guns. Also a good plan, both for the Rakers and for Talia's immediate health. How long that would last, though.
This only ends one way, Talia,
Eve continued.
It's the gardener, or us. We knew that. Still know it.
The gardener, though, had yet to show itself. The voice demanding bloody retribution continued its oration, but the speaker was nowhere to be seen. Like the word of God, and, for a moment, Talia wondered if the Crusaders of old had heard something like this as they marched to war. If they had, all the conquest and violence made sense. How could you deny a command like that?
It's not God.
Tall Ear muttered, rising.
It's said as much, right? This is all a big construct, built over eons or something. The gardener has to have a body or a source, one we can kill or unplug. We just have to find it.
Good luck with that.
You going to help, Eve, or just mope?
A new sound came from Talia's back, and she turned around, putting up her fists into a brawler's stance. Peffet, though, deserved no haymaker. The Raker, apparently unbloodied, waddled up on its claws. Its skin cape billowed.
I know where the gardener lives. I can take you.
See?
Talia said, glancing back at Eve.
This is what being useful looks like.
Eve took Fade's right arm, threw it over her shoulder, and, with a grunt, stood up with her fellow Raker leaning on her. She looked past Talia to Peffet.
You know where to go? Then lead on, fast.
Only if you promise. The gardener must be destroyed for all of us.
Buddy,
Talia said.
you get us to that bastard, I'll put it under. Guaranteed.
Satisfied, Peffet spun around and began a hopping walk. Awkward, always seeming like its slick, undulating form was about to fall over, the Raker found some real speed, enough to put Talia at a jog, with Eve and Fade following one lurch at a time.
Go,
Eve said.
Don't wait up.
The fighting had progressed as the Special Forces wanted, off to Talia's left. Their gunfire climbed the tower's broad stair, pulling the Rakers with them. None followed or worried about the human trio and their alien pal, bobbing away beyond the audience tables into the creamy distance. Soon the tables disappeared, the extent of intelligent civilizations petering out after a few minutes at a good pace. Clean white stone replaced them, seemingly running into the infinite pale horizon. Talia set aside her doubts about just running for eternity with the bland, accurate argument that they had no alternative. Nevertheless, she had questions.
How'd you find it?
She asked Peffet.
The gardener?
The structure is the secret. We think we're somewhere vast, but that isn't so.
Think you can explain it?
Peffet swiveled an eye her way without interrupting its floppy push forward.
It's taken me so many of our own years to figure this out, and our years are longer, if I understand it, than yours. What I mean to say is that the Grove is no simple thing, but it might be the key to dismantling this disaster.
Love it. Go on.
Life is encoded, atomic particles, nucleotides, stripped down to its most basic parts. We are a sum of minuscule pieces arranged in a precise formation. Space and time aren't much different. Not alive, but still precise. The gardener's people learned how to control those coordinates and manipulate them to their own ends.
Mess with biology, and where that biology is, sure.
Talia wasn't all that sure, and while the stones seemed like they'd keep on for eternity, she figured they'd get to an end sooner or later. Best to keep Peffet moving.
The badges have something to do with it.
They're the processors. They read your composition, and when you focus on them, they break you down into your smallest piece, along with anything you're holding, touching in your immediate space. They compress you, if you will, and then send you here.
Wait, I'm getting destroyed every time one of these badges gets used.
Peffet squinted his eyes, a motion Talia could swear was a laugh.
Every time. An exact copy is reassembled here in the Grove, so exact you would never know. The portal simply does the same in reverse, sets your coordinates in space, and reassembles you at the destination.
Then this is, what, some micro-universe?
Not at all. As far as I can tell, this is a vast place, built by the gardener or its predecessors to serve as a home apart from the natural universe. Think of it as another dimension, or a virtual program, or whatever helps you best. The important thing is that it's a place controlled by laws they create, ones we can use.
Peffet didn't give Taulia a chance to ask another question, instead stopping dead. Taulia matched him, looking ahead at the endless flagstone line. The audience tables were well behind them now, the gunfire a distant popping.
Reach out, carefully.
Taulia did so, stretching her arm before her and hitting a hard, smooth surface. One she couldn't see, could feel.
We have our cell. It has walls. I have been breaking them.
The alien copied Taulia's reach, a full tilt with its cape skin flowing forward. While Taulia's hands stopped against nothing, Peffet flowed right on through, its claw and body beginning to disappear.
Follow, though you may need to crouch.
Taulia glanced back, saw Eve and Fade not too far behind. She called to them the same instructions, then bent down and crawled beyond the veil. Veronica stood on the stones, wincing at the cuts she'd earned bashing and then crawling through the metal. Strange rooms, all in cubes, sprayed out in every direction. The more normal ones with mud and vines gave way to some seemingly made from skin and bones, to glass cases, to all black and yellow material she couldn't identify. She was, too, alone. Not a soul traversed the lanes. Except her, with the bent and battered remnants of the lab machine arm. Where to go would have been a mystery save for a single marker, a warmth flowing against Veronica from her left side, a dry heat, like exhaust from a machine or a focused lamp. Tired, confused, and without options save searching, Veronica walked towards it. She kept her head on a swivel as she went, taking in the various nightmares. None had doors, confirming Veronica's growing suspicion that these were all traps. Designed perhaps to take a species in as needed and suck the guts out of them. Where those guts went, Veronica couldn't tell. Into the ground? The ether? Something worse? It didn't take long to find the heat's source, no more than several sets of blocked rooms. The wash emerged from a broad circle, one the same white as the flagstones. The heat poured off what lay inside. What Veronica could see looked like brackish water, a brown-green, not quite sludge. The pool itself was huge, larger than the lap pool Veronica's father had back at their estate, a place Veronica figured she'd never see again. The pool's centre caught her attention from distance, namely the thing seeming to sit in it, a hunched, gelatinous creature, a sparkling white with rainbow swirls undulating at random around its body. Tendrils, fat and short, swept through the brown mixture, waving it this way and that. What passed for a head rested round and stretched, an oval atop a larger blob. From her distance, Veronica saw no eyes. She did, though, see the bright red splatter as the creature turned in a slow circle with its tendrils. A cherry burst in its upper right, where a shoulder might be if the thing had muscles. At the mark's centre, a dark pit, a bullet hole. The gardener, the real thing. And now she was going to kill it. Chapter 19. A little spark. Creeping with a huge, heavy backpack wasn't easy. Mayra tried a crouch, found herself nearly falling over, and used the wall to get back standing. Would the bomb detonate if it hit the ground? Unlikely, but some things were better assumed than tested. The white stone room let her discover this without interruption, though the gunfire kept getting louder. Not, though, right outside. Mayra took a steadying breath, promised Ezra another tongue-lashing for putting her in this spot, and went to the door. A stone balcony outside, what appeared to be a tower. The gunfire coming from below. Use the bomb to force a peace. That was the plan. Yet Mayra didn't take another step towards that overhang. She'd been to murder scenes, been a part of task forces, and seen an alien Raker mashed up by bullets just hours ago, but the war going on below hit a different level. Fleeing, hiding, and hoping the victors took pity on her seemed like better choices than just diving over. At least, they did until a fresh sound came from behind her. Boots on the ground, gear jangling, and questions in French? Mayra wheeled around, a difficult move with the heavy backpack, and found herself staring down 3 soldiers with weapons raised. Not American, but human.
Friend,
Mayra said over the shooting below.
please.
Friend of who?
Asked the trio's leader, approaching her.
What is in the backpack?
Definitely French, going by the man's accent.
You, humans. The backpack's a bomb.
A gun in her face and otherwise alone had Mayra going with the truth.
A bomb?
The leader, clean-shaven and immaculate, stepped up to her while the other 2 streamed past.
For what? And who's shooting?
The bomb's a bet to stop what you're hearing. We force everyone to play nice, or this goes boom.
The trigger?
Mayra held up the detonator. The man stared at it, then met her eyes.
Can I trust you?
The way I see it,
Mayra said.
we don't have a choice.
The man nodded, sharp, then looked past her to the ledge.
You know how to get down?
Nope.
Hex had a storied career, though much of that story hid in classified records. He'd sloughed through shallow swamps in the dark, dropped from helicopters into enemy territory, and had spent several decades in a state of constant readiness to do just about anything his country required. Not once had he dreamed that'd mean fighting aliens. When the flash hit, destroying the portal and their objective, Hex reverted to the backup plan. Find a secure position and wait for reinforcements. McNichols had guessed a few dozen badges had been secured around the world, and they'd be used to pour in soldiers. Whether any of those soldiers would have a way of getting home was a question Hex couldn't answer, especially when his rifle clicked, warning Hex he needed another clip. He made it to the stairs, along with most of his team, spraying their way clear with frantic, precise bursts. Thankfully, their rounds did the damage they were supposed to, knocking the creatures down and out. Down, anyway. The out part was becoming a deadly question, as the 10 soldiers Hex had left reunited with the 6 remaining from the other force on the stairs. The aliens were getting back up.
Back!
Hex barked, his unit and its circumstantial counterpart backstepping towards the tower.
Conserve ammo, precise shots.
Those words were superfluous, as every soldier here was best in class, a professional who knew they'd been cut off with the portal's destruction. They brought extra clips and full canteens with rations too. The food and water didn't seem necessary, given the swarming mass of horrors writhing towards them, and that constant head-blasting command to kill.
Hold at the arch.
Hex continued, aiming and blasting a floating thing that looked like a cross between a cloud and a beetle, all spindly limbs and drifting darkness.
Rotate fire teams and get ready to hunker down.
The Rakers continued their rush, trampling each other in their charge. 2 grenades halted their momentum, blasting into the crowd and silencing the shooting. Again, ichor and body parts mingled with stone shards in the air. But the delay worked. The soldiers reached the tower. As Hex slid behind his team, he confirmed the numbers. Confirmed, too, that Fade was missing. Not great. Still, survival was now the priority. His soldiers formed up, the first team slotting into 2 pairs across the tower's entry and aiming down the stairs. The others broke back, checking jammed weapons, ammo supplies, and tending to minor wounds. The damage here was a different sort. Gashes from claws, a broken wrist and ankle from heavy bashes, and burns from acidic spit, blood, or some other alien feature. Not something they'd been trained to deal with, but they'd been told to expect the unexpected. This definitely qualified.
Hex!
The shout came from above, drawing Hex's eyes and, with them, his rifle. Myra's face appeared over the edge, a hand waving. Several more heads appeared next to her, ones with helmets suggesting gear. Ammo. weapons.
How do we get down?
Hex grinned.
Jump!
When Taulia and Peffet disappeared, Fade accepted it as just one more random act. The portal blowing up, the gardener's oppressive demand to murder, and the sudden shift in the past 72 hours from saving the world to attacking so many others. Fade had tried to push it away with a focus on Jaycee, a simplified objective, but now he had metal pieces in his body. Eve hadn't been able to yank them all out, and a godlike being calling for his guts.
Hard to relax.
Think you can walk?
Eve asked.
We're falling behind.
In the race to get slaughtered? Maybe we'll get lucky, and they'll have the gardener dead by the time we get there.
That's not what we want.
Fade threw a sharp look her way.
It's not? Because, and I don't know if you've noticed, the gardener sure as hell wants us dead.
If we kill it before we have a new portal, there's no way out of here.
I'll choose our collective imaginations over getting that thing to leave us alive.
We need to get the gardener to back off, Fade. It's the only way.
Then you'd better hurry.
Fade lifted himself off of Eve's arm, his limp almost tumbling him to the stones. Old instincts kicked in, and he balanced himself, took to a stable trudge. He waved Eve on, and she dashed ahead, going into a full-blown sprint, only to slow at some invisible point. A hesitation, then a crouch, and she too disappeared. The sight had Fade pulling up short. Looking back, he saw the tables and, eventually, the stairs and the great tower at their top. Flashes suggested the fight continued, had moved into the building. He'd not met those soldiers for long, but Fade assumed some of them were dead now. Some of the many human lives likely lost in this stupid conflict. One the gardener started. Fade couldn't forget that. Hubris, vanity, and a fiery temper. All qualities of a being that wanted to safeguard life all the way to enlightenment. Eve wanted to strike a deal with that monster. No, Fade would see it dead. He wheeled towards where Eve had disappeared and stumbled on. Every step felt stronger than the last, and a look down at Fade's body showed cuts and gashes closing, forcing silver shards out from muscle and skin. Gross. Good. Fade's shoulder hit the invisible wall first, a hard, tooth-rattling stop. Fade stared at it, reached out and traced the hard nothing. Taulia and Eve had crouched, and Fade did the same, running his hands along until he found the hole. The other side came in a blink. One at first not too different from the one Fade had left. White flagstones stretched ahead. Except now, the landscape wasn't an eternal courtyard, but one broken up by cubes. Disturbing, awful cubes. But cubes. Fade crinkled his nose, winced at one to his left, a bluish-grey box that seemed to be weeping brown sludge from cracks running top to bottom.
For being civilization's pinnacle, this guy has the worst taste.
Fade muttered to himself. Ahead, Fade didn't see Eve, nor Taulia and Peffet. He didn't need to guess where to go, though. Without the gunfire, the quiet gave opportunity for a new sound to fill the void. And that sound was shouting, human shouting, and not far away. Fade limped off, stumbling past several cubes that'd linger in his nightmares forever, until he came to a big, round pool. A milky, rainbow blob of a thing sat in the middle. Standing next to it, a battered metal bar in her hands, was, of all people, Veronica Pline.
Don't!
Taulia and Eve yelled together. Veronica did. She swung, and the bar crashed into the blob's oblong head. It bent, wrapping around the strike before the bar bounced back. Veronica stumbled, fell into the pool with a splash. The blob, apparently unharmed, though Fade noticed a cherry splatter around its upper right side, shuddered. Rose. Not like a creature standing, more like a plant growing. More milky matter mixed with rainbow swirls, drawing from the pool until it towered over Veronica.
All this time, I have tried to deliver utopia.
The voice, like the kill command back in the grove, hammered into their heads. Fade felt it like a nausea wave, bringing him to his knees.
I alone stayed behind. I sought to give the universe our gifts. Instead, time and again, you slapped them away. I am tired, and I am done.
The blob stretched, looming over Veronica, who sat up, grabbed the metal bar.
I shall be unique, and you shall be nothing.
And the gardener crashed down upon Veronica, burying her in a god's fury. In retrospect, as the rainbow swirls filled Veronica's vision like an ice cream delusion, attempting to kill the most powerful being in the universe with a jagged metal stick was a bad plan. Veronica would have pitched the argument to her friends, back when she had those, like this. It had been a very frustrating day, and she needed a win. That win smothered her, pushed her down beneath the pool's surface, and battered Veronica against the hard floor. The metal bar fled her grip, as panic sent her limbs flailing, though the gardener's weight pinned them and her down. She closed her eyes, shut her mouth in reflex, felt the press on her lips and lids. Her father had once had his face cast for a mould, some bust collection with other tech luminaries, and he'd mentioned it felt like getting suffocated. As a reference, it did nothing to quell her panic. Something entered her ears. Not pool water, thicker, gel-like and hot. It burrowed deep while Veronica held her breath, awaited the pain as her need for air grew.
As a way to die, you've chosen a painful one.
Not quite a voice, not sound. More like a pattern played within her mind, one Veronica didn't know how to answer.
Even now, I still need nourishment. Every so often I get it this way. A treat. Thank you.
The pattern echoed, then fell silent, and the gel in her head grew hotter still. Why was it so many powerful things were so damn ugly? Taulia gaped as the gardener buried Veronica, like getting buried by a milkshake. Next to her, Peffet fluttered some nonsense about finding a way to kill the gardener, as if you could stab a liquid to death. Beating it with a stick obviously didn't work. The various boxes around them offered no solutions. They didn't even have doors. The huge pool wasn't any better, with its sludgy water devoid of other tools. She'd brought a combat knife with her from Eve's apartment, as if that'd do any good. Her handguns offered a better chance, and Schoolyard drew both, squeezed off a few rounds into the roiling rainbow-white mass. The bullets disappeared, no satisfying red splatter remaining.
We need another way,
Peffet said.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Was the sarcasm warranted? Maybe not, but Schoolyard felt rather loose in the moment. She'd become so unmoored from reality that anything other than bemusement seemed unsuited to the situation.
There's nothing here.
Peffet seemed to be as defunct as Tall Ear, listing out the obvious in desperate, hopeless tones. A minor miracle the Grove's translating machines could pass the inflection as well as the words themselves. How useful those would be. Focus, Taulia. Veronica was buried beneath the gardener. The creature's head had rolled back up its lump of a body to jiggle at the top, a marshmallow crowning a mound. Taulia couldn't lift it, couldn't shoot it, and saw no way to electrocute it or... The water. It was thick, brown, like a slurry, like a polluted pond. And polluted ponds could burn.
Taulia!
Eve said, running up next to her.
What is that? Our target. It's killing Veronica. You have a lighter.
Peffet swiveled an eye, curious. Eve squinted back.
A lighter?
Need a way to burn all this.
Did someone say burn?
Fade announced, bringing up the back in a limp already better than before.
Because I have something that'll burn real good.
The man reached to his belt, pulled off a small red canister.
Brought these for the Rakers, but this is a better use.
Before Schoolyard could interrupt, Fade pulled the pin and threw the canister right at the rainbow-white monster. The canister burst, sending molten sparks flying. Flames engulfed the gardener's milky body, which blackened like a marshmallow where the grenade struck. Its shape quivered, attempted to slaff away from the fire. The canister's remnants, burning bright, rolled down the gardener's side into the pool, hitting the sludge and setting the biomatter alight. And there, left by the gardener's burning flight, was Veronica's body. The girl's head broke the pool's shallow surface, and Taulia leaped in. The warm sludge soaked through her boots, the squiggly, stringy stuff wiggling into her toes and against her legs as she waded towards Veronica. Heat blasted as the fire fed. The gardeners panicked, oozing along the pool's wall, creating a burning wall along the far side.
Don't let this be a waste,
Taulia muttered, splashing to Veronica's body and grabbing the girl's shoulders. Weighed down by so much heavy sludge, Veronica wasn't an easy drag. The fire, blazing orange and blue, bore down, and Taulia began making the brutal calculation on whether to ditch the girl to save herself. The kind of no-nonsense logic that had brought Taulia and Fade through countless jobs where tossing a friendly gangster to the feds meant keeping their own hands cuff-free. Veronica hadn't been a friend, had been an active foe, but she was barely an adult. She was just like Jaycee, and she sure didn't deserve to burn to death. A splash washed over Taulia's back, and she saw a second set of hands match her own. Eve's, the Raker taking Veronica's right arm and letting Taulia pull the left. Together they outpaced the fire, dragging Veronica to the pool's edge and over it. Taulia fell on the girl, checking for a pulse, for breathing, and found both. So she gave Veronica a light slap, and the girl's eyes snapped open.
It's dying.
A leap with a tactical nuke on her back seemed like a terrible plan, but Mayra didn't have other options. Drop it? Let the big backpack plummet? The other French soldiers around her leapt over, and she saw them caught by the bluish pad at the tower's base. Who knew, though, how that thing operated? Would it catch an inanimate object? Or would it stop Mayra, but not the thing on her back, letting the backpack crush her?
A lot of questions here.
Mayra called back as Hex asked why she hadn't jumped yet. At the tower's base, at least, the soldiers seemed to be holding their own. Hex's line kept up steady fire, mingling with an occasional grenade's crunching pop. The Rakers seemed unwilling to breach that defense, which, in turn, gave Mayra more time to ponder, to doubt.
You stay up there,
Hex said, and something's going to come at you from one of those other doors. Can't help you then. A fair point, though Mayra saw and heard no intruders on her own level. The other doors were all shut, only stone and her own cowardice. Just another thing to curse Ezra for. She vaulted, the act more from nerves than conscious thought. Mayra's knees scuffed the stone, tearing her pants as the backpack's weight made her less an athletic highlight and more a tumbling folly. She turned end over end, screaming as she fell, and landed in a soft all-air glove.
Look at that,
Hex said, stepping into the space and helping Mayra right herself.
This place isn't so dumb after all.
Still think it's pretty dumb.
Mayra glanced around, confirmed the line at the tower's entry, plus additional soldiers stationed around dark alcoves along the tower's periphery.
What's the situation?
Sustained for the moment. The voice telling everyone to come kill us went quiet, which has all those aliens back and all.
Hex looked like he wanted a cigar to chomp as he spoke.
Good thing, as the way they were throwing themselves at us would have meant a rout before too long. Not that we have anywhere to run to.
Those alcoves?
Don't know where they go or how far. Place like this, figure it's best to stay close to where we know an extract existed.
Existed?
Portal's gone, blown apart. We'll need a new way home. Until then, we're trapped.
Hex nodded at the backpack.
That our new negotiating tool?
It is. Now we just need to find someone to negotiate with.
The gardener fled the pool, breaking itself on the edge. Its head and a chunk of its upper, sloping self squelched onto the stones and lay there, quivering. The rest of it and the pool burned. A grand blaze, one Fade would have enjoyed more if he hadn't joined Peffet in tracking the gardener's flight. The pair stood over the gardener's ruin, the rainbow-white swirl blackened here and there where the flames had come too close.
We need to kill it, Peffet said. Soon it will recover and try something else.
I'm with you there.
Fade crouched, ignored the pain peppering him as he did. Another metal piece squeezed out from a healing cut in his ankle, bouncing off his shoe to the ground.
Think we'll just throw it back into the barbecue.
He reached, grabbed the gardener's jelly head. It molded under Fade's fingers like putty, then began to run up Fade's hand, wrist, arm. A devouring alien, like in too many movies. So Fade did what those idiots didn't, and swung his arm into the nearby pool. The fire took to its new food with gusto, torching the gardener's remnants, letting Fade shake the crisped pieces off. The mild burn remaining on his forearm tickled, the grove's healing already getting to work.
Well done.
Peffet breezed at Fade's back.
Who are you again?
Veronica's statement brought the group back together in the burning pool's shadow. Ash flakes drifted through the hot air as she repeated what the gardener had told her. It had tried for so long, and humans had broke its spirit. A god had let itself die of apathy.
And my incendiary grenade,
Fade pointed out.
So wait, the gardener just goes and, reads books for a few millennia?
Tall Ear asked.
Its species reached enlightenment, decide it's boring and vanish off somewhere. And the gardener sits and waits for some company.
Veronica shrugged. Fade laughed. Eve and Peffet stared into the middle distance, that classic pose of deep thought.
Moral imperative,
Eve said next.
I can see that. They believed they'd achieved everything, so the next job was getting others to reach the same heights. Stop suffering, ease pain, and so on.
Oh yeah, they really eased a lot of pain.
Goals and the paths taken to reach them are two different things.
Right, and speaking of paths,
Tall Ear said.
How are we breaking this news? Because I'm not about to tell the universe it's all a free-for-all.
They looked around at each other, waiting for an answer that didn't come. Without the gardener, the Grove's mystery box seemed like it would just be that. Peffet had found the wall, but it wouldn't say whether it had found anything else.
Then we go back, make sure our pals aren't blasting or eating each other. Figure out how to get the portal going again. Let people go home, find their families. Let others explore this place. We have time.
You don't know that.
Veronica spoke from the ground, holding herself.
The grove could collapse at any minute, any hour.
We can't control that.
Eve said.
If it shatters, it shatters. Until then, we have to act like it's going to stick around, and any alien can go anywhere. First, we make peace.
Fade pointed at Eve.
Everyone hear that? She said I'm right. No taking it back either.
Chapter 20. The Missing. Walking away from the myriad alien cubes in the gardener's charred remnants felt a little like leaving treasure behind, but Peffet and Eve made a convincing argument. Somewhere near 100 Rakers and human soldiers were going to keep killing each other if they didn't call a peace. Except, working their way back through the broken, invisible wall, a spot they could only find thanks to Peffet's prior scouting, the group found an apparent ceasefire. The Rakers had sprawled among the audience tables, ordering up food, medical supplies, and showing the grove functioned without the gardener around. Hex and his commandos, along with Mayra and her backpack bomb, held the tower, an untenable spot given the potential Raker ambushes from upper floors, and the need, however held at bay by the grove, to eat, sleep, and find a toilet. Eve and Peffet took their newfound mediator roles to heart, working first with the Rakers while Fade, Tall Ear, and Veronica scaled the steps to Hex and the tower. After Fade delivered, with customary panache, the tale of the gardener's roasting, Mayra interjected with a most pertinent question.
Where is Ezra?
The FBI agent stood at a slouch, the heavy backpack weighing on her. She refused to set it down, saying she'd been trusted with the bomb and someone else might screw it up. Fade could understand that. He tried to keep Jaycee out of his life's work for the same reason, and it made the reveal harder.
Ezra's dead.
Veronica said, no tears in her eyes.
The gardener killed him.
Mayra took the information with a gulp, then asked for details. Ones she'd need to give the agency and potentially Ezra's family. Or, well, his distant relatives.
He was hooked up to a machine. I don't know what it was for, but it had dug into his head.
Fade winced and Mayra went grey.
Don't chase it,
Fade said.
You're thinking you should have been there. Partners and all that. What happened to Ezra wasn't your fault. It wasn't anything anyone could have stopped. The gardener could have killed us all if it wanted to.
Then why didn't it?
Hex asked, at last letting his rifle hang by a strap instead of rest in his hands. Doesn't this all feel a little too easy? Raids on Earth, a promise of retribution, put to a stop by a couple dozen soldiers.
My view,
Schoolyard said,
is that the big ones tend to underestimate everyone else. The gardener probably hadn't faced real resistance, ever. It had become cocky or just assumed we'd fold. It didn't understand how stubborn we are.
Little chuckles and glances around confirmed nobody had a better explanation. At least, not until Veronica spoke up.
I think it was tired. I think it was frustrated. And I think it was done.
Veronica turned back to the steps, the aliens mingling at their bottom.
I don't think this is over yet.
Great, love the optimism. But how about we set aside the guesses for something practical and get ourselves a new portal? Then you all can go home and get a proper drink, and I can find my daughter.
Getting anything new in the Grove was, on the face of it, pretty simple. You asked the audience. The Rakers had already thought of that, and several sapphire tables, one more than twice Fade's height and another the size of a small pool, spat out pieces one by one. More mechanically inclined aliens took charge of fitting them together, a slow process that left everyone else to a rough mingle. While Peffet and Eve calmed down the killing tension, the fact remained that the humans had come in guns blazing. The consequences, in a grove without the gardener's assistance, were clear to see. Bodies, dead tentacles, and clumps of gooey matter lay about the white stones. More than one human among them, too. Eve requested Hex and the others leave the tower and march to a spot off beyond the audience tables, well away from the Rakers and any others that might be travelling to the Grove. Hex objected to giving up his best defence, until Mayra said she'd stay right there with the bomb. Anything went strange and she detonated, torching the tower and most of the audience tables. That threat did little to calm things down, but no Raker did more than twitch and spit a foul curse in the human's direction, as Hex marched his combined commando unit down the steps and away.
One problem at a time,
Eve said to Fade, who, along with Tall Ear, had stayed with Mayra and Veronica at the tower's entrance.
Every species here understands there's nothing to gain by starting a new fight, but you can imagine how they feel.
Blame the gardener, not us.
Okay, Fade, why don't you go tell them that?
I will.
But Tall Ear grabbed his shredded uniform and kept him back.
The real question,
Eve continued after giving Fade a determined eye roll,
is what's going to happen once that portal gets back up and running, when Rakers can travel again. Without a gardener, there's no direction, no leadership. It's a free-for-all.
What about you and Peffet?
Mayra asked.
We're taking advantage of shock, trying to put a framework together.
Eve nodded towards the audience tables.
You already saw how our leaders are acting. How many other Raker worlds will go the same way? This place has the potential to advance a society beyond comprehension. It's a resource unmatched by anything else. We know what people do when there's a single treasure.
Fade whistled.
A big old fight's about to happen. That what you're saying?
I think anyone assuming different species with unique value systems, communicating abilities, levels of technology and more will agree to share the Grove is naive. Peffet's going to try and keep things calm. I'm going to help.
Like I said, a big old fight. I'm thinking we should win it.
Tall Ear coughed.
A little rabid, Fade, even for you.
His bad insult aside, Fade has a point. The gardener controlled all of us because we knew it could destroy us. It made our differences irrelevant. If humans can take over, then we can keep the peace.
Sure, keep the peace. Something we're so good at. But that's just it. We can't assume anyone else can do it better. So we agree? That portal opens, we go and get our reinforcements.
At their nods, he grinned.
Well, you all, anyway. I'm getting Jaycee back.
Hey.
Tall Ear said a moment later as they turned towards the portal construction project.
Where'd that kid go? Veronica?
The darkness and motes hadn't changed. The cool, infinite black wrapped Veronica as she slipped into the tower alcoves and through to the graveyard beyond. The tombstones, those collected, stacked mementos, were her beacons as she walked. Now, though, she didn't explore without direction. The gardener had been able to move about the grove at will, and while Veronica couldn't, yet, do that, she had a new idea. Peffet had found a wall and opened it. Revealed the barrier between the grove's areas wasn't immutable. She could find others, new paths, and eventually do what was promised. What the gardener had offered in its last seconds after the fire took hold, before it had released her.
If you want these chains so badly, then find them. Take them. Wield them.
With the grove under her control, Veronica would get anything she had ever wanted, including her father. For a girl with nothing left, it was everything. So she walked, reached, and searched. Jaycee saw madness coming. She'd not lost herself yet in the Zinwi cycles. She'd not been swept away in time's shifting river. But she felt it. The untethering beyond meals, her body's needs, and those times the Zinwi turned off the lights. Sleep didn't wait for her, and the Zinwi had noticed. The next time she'd eaten, the following slumber hit like a hammer's blow. She spent the next day vomiting. Progress came. Halting stops and starts, drawings and letters, speech and motion. Jaycee laid down on tables, let them poke her body with needles and take samples of her skin, hair, fingernails. She was the science experiment and the prisoner. She knew how this went, what would happen if she refused. For now, she had her life and her sanity. She had a soft spread beneath her back, a cool and humid cavern for a cage, and regular meals that hadn't yet killed her, though Jaycee's stomach remained a tender thing. She repeated the names then, her father, her mother, friends, and the details of where she lived. Not aloud, a silent mantra with her eyes closed. A dedicated ritual. A Zinwi stood over her. She recognized it. The same Raker who'd been in the grove that she'd followed here. It stared down at her with what seemed like hate or suspicion. The lights were out. In its massive hand, the Zinwi held a device she'd seen before. Like a tablet, the thing had a screen and loops that wrapped around the Zinwi's arm to keep it in place. The Zinwi moved the screen over Jaycee's eyes as she lay there. Another experiment, and if she'd learned anything over her too long time here, lying still was the best way to get it over with. The screen flickered on. A familiar face appeared. Serious, an unusual look for her father. In a uniform, it looked like, though one that had gone through rough times.
That's him.
Jaycee said.
My dad. Can I go?
The Zinwi snorted, took the screen away. It looked, as much as Jaycee could read their expressions, satisfied. Then the creature stepped over her, opened the door, and stomped away. The rocky barrier slid closed behind it. Her questions went unanswered. Nobody seemed to know. None of the Rakers recalled Jaycee's disappearance. With the portal working, Fade had assumed it would be easy to dip into some other world and pick up his daughter. But now he was met with a harder puzzle. Several hundred audience tables, and Jaycee could have gone to any of their assigned worlds. Worse, time was ticking. Rakers were dipping out, returning home with different ideas. Hex, Fade, and Eve all agreed that any civilization couldn't just abandon the Grove and all its promise. Badges would be used to bring forces into play, and soon the Grove would be an armed standoff. Infinite wealth, health, and power was a pretty good lure. They were having a conversation right now, near the humans' audience table. Mayra there too, that backpack still weighing her down. What would she do when a nap came calling? No, stop that. Fade wasn't a president, wasn't a general. He was a father. He would find her. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Immortal's Ruin, the Rakers Saga, Book 2, by A.R. Knight. To find more of our books, check out www.blackkeybooks.com. Thanks for listening.